Hello dan selamat datang kepada konten eksklusif pada musim ini untuk PMPL MYSG musim yang keempat. Pada kali ini kami akan ada video yang sangat-sangat menarik iaitu trash talk video untuk pasukan-pasukan PMPL kita untuk mereka trash talk sesatu sama lain. Mari kita saksikan. Ya, saya perkenalkan kepada anda semua. Anti-Circle, Homeboys.
Hello, welcome.
NC, para legend. Adakah anda puas dengan kesudahan PMPL musim yang lepas?
Sangat-sangat tidak berpuas hati lah sebab kita terlepas C hanya kerana 3 mata sahaja.
Saya amat sedih, kecewa lah. Saya menangis 3 hari 2 malam. Saya tak keluar bilik 2 hari. Saya tak makan 4 hari.
Perasaan kita sebenarnya bercampur bau juga. Walaupun tak cukup 3 poin, tapi placement kita pun still antara yang top dekat atas juga.
Adakah Daddy puas hati dengan kesudahan PMPL musim yang lepas?
So far, yes, Alhamdulillah. Quite tough untuk kita punya regular. Tapi Super Weekend kita did a very good job. And go through Grand Final, kita dapat top 6. Saya bersyukur lah.
Okey lah, tapi tak dapat nak beat target sendiri kan. Sebab sebelum ni saya pernah top 5 dan top 6 juga. Nak buat lagi baik lah.
Okey, seperti mana yang anda semua tahu, sebelum ini kami dikenali sebagai JPNC, tidak mendapat slot pada country final PMPL season 3. Namun begitu, Alhamdulillah kami Tabah NC mendapat slot pada qualifier MYSG season yang keempat.
Rasa-rasa apa punca kekalahan pada musim yang lepas? Siapa? Tim mana yang bersalah ni? Semua salah siapa ni?
Kita tak kalah sebab kita memang daripada awal dah target top 3 dah. Kesalahan kebanyakannya kepada diri kita orang sendiri sebab banyak mistik-mistik kecil yang tak diperbaiki lah.
Kalau sebab tim kacau tu ada lah. Sebelum ni Dingoes selalu dia kacau rotation kami, tangkap kami, macam tu lah.
Dingoes yang salah sekarang ni, Ham. Apa macam?
Dengan Red, saya tak puas hati dengan Red lah. Dia banyak bunuh saya. Saya tak puas hati dengan dia.
Tak puas hati dengan siapa?
Red.
Geek Fam lah. Saya rasa Geek Fam lah. And tapi Geek Fam pun still tak champion juga. And Demrut kalau nak champion datang sini. Okay, the reason why saya masuk untuk season kali ni memang untuk kita target pergi C lah. Kalau saya masuk memang confirm C sebab saya pun champion C kan. Saya pun tahu.
Saya rasa team Wales lah, team ikan. Sebab kita orang banyak bergaduh dengan dia lah. Berebut kereta, berebut rumah.
Dia berebut. Dulu kan aku jaga doang. Tu yang berebut lagi tu sampai sekarang.
Macam nak fight lah, nak fight lagi lah.
Nak fight lagi lah
Saya rasa semua orang dah tahu apa jadi dekat JPNC season 3. Ada satu isu yang besar-besaran. Saya rasa benda tu sememangnya mengganggu prestasi NC lah, yang menyebabkan di mana NC bukan berada di tahap performance yang optimal di countries final. Masalah je tak juga, tapi kita terima macam toxic daripada netizen luar yang menyebabkan ada efek dekat kita orang, sampaikan kita orang terpaksa berjumpa pakar psikologi untuk reset balik kita orang punya mental.
Tim ni musim lepas, selain daripada Dingoes, banyak kacau kita orang. Kita nak bantai dia orang. Kita nak balas balik musim ni. Ada tak?
Personal kita nak bantai Bosku, Homeboys, okay, 3 tim ni memang kita orang akan bantai kau-kau lah. Dia banyak kali suruh kita orang training hard untuk nombor 2. Kita akan buktikan lah. 3 tim ni jaga-jaga
Jangan jumpa je, jangan lalu dekat dia tu. Siap kalau jumpa. Kita memang hafal baju, bau pun kita dah tahu. Dari jauh kita nak, oi ni Homeboys, ni Bosku. Memang siap, korang get ready nak nombor 16 tu.
Nak bantai sekali, saya simpan lah ni lah, AIG R2K.
Oh,
Oh.
Ji, batai ni Ji.
Banyak kali kacau drop spot kita orang
Budak church
So-
tu jumpa aku bakar bontot dia. Player 2K tu saya nak bantai si Aizin. Sebab dia drop dekat church tu. Setiap kali saya nak ambil kereta mesti dia pancitkan saya. Dia wajar pula ni. Dekat room tu saya beritahu kau kalau pancitkan kereta siap kau. Lepas tu sejak pada tu dia tak berani nak pancit.
Kat stream tak berani, tapi nanti dekat PMPL dia turun dia buat juga.
Dia buat juga kita kat bawah langgar church tu robohkan semua bantai.
Tak apa, psycho. Tak apa. Siapa tadi? Siapa nama dia?
Aizin, Fauzan si Aizin.
Okey, tak dapat
Yang
gaji
baru.
bulan depan. 3 bulan tak dapat gaji.
Kita orang nak bantai team WhatsApp sebab
Kenapa?
berkongsi satu dot spot.
Oh, dekat farm kan?
Kalau berjumpa kat farm, ready nombor 16 lah.
Saya nak bantai team Wolf Araf sebab ada Mael. Dia macam acah-acah, tapping laju-laju. Dia tak tahu kita orang ada suntik. Dia tak power pun. Dia tapping je lebih tapi tak kena.
BSM Fanex. Sebab kat situ ada Iftar dan juga Moki. Diorang acah-acah pro. CSA je. Saya tak habis headshot.
Kalau saya R2K lah Aizin. Saya dah king of suntik, lepas tu dia nak lawan saya juga. Mana boleh? Hai. Lepas tu dia nak ambil Terminator saya, mana boleh?
Hoi! Bagilah amaran kepada tim-tim semua, tim-tim PMPL dekat luar sana apabila jumpa dia orang dekat PMPL nanti.
Pada semua kalau tak nak ikut jejak iPhone 1 LX tersingkir, jangan kacau kita orang lah. Itu je nak bagi tahu.
Jaga-jaga lah. Sebab kita orang pun akan jaga-jaga juga.
Korang semua PMPL ni kena hati-hati sebab apa tau? Sebab psycho dah join Homeboys.
Pada semua pasukan kat luar sana, kalau korang dah study gameplay kita orang kat stream, korang buang lah apa yang korang dah analyse dalam hati kita orang. Meta yang kita orang bawa ni, korang tak tahu apa yang terjadi, kita orang pun tak tahu apa yang akan terjadi, tapi kita orang tahu kita akan nombor 1 lah season ni.
Korang akan terkejut lah dengan gameplay terbaru, meta baru kita orang season 4 ni.
Siap standby lah, mental lah. Sebelum berbantai semuanya.
Pada tim luar sana, kalau korang rasa korang dah ready, kita orang dah 10 kali ready daripada korang. Kita orang dah ready nak bantai korang kat PMPL.
Pada semua tim yang nak tabrak ke, lepas tu yang selalu overpick tu hati-hati lah, nanti masuk konten. Lepas tu suruh delete.
Untuk yang nak rush kita orang tak payah kot. Sebab nanti kalau dibantai nangis.
Hati-hati masa rotate. Risau nombor 16 di tempat checkpoint yang sendiri lah. Dan hati-hati kalau loot airdrop nampak Groza dah tak ada, hati-hati. Mungkin saya berdekatan. Secloud hati-hati
Ini. Oi, saya pun kena hati-hati sekali. Oi, alamak. Sekarang ni kita bagi ucapan kepada para haters dekat luar sana pula.
Haters ke, penyokong ke, diorang akan bersatu kalau pergi PMGC. Jadi haters kat luar sana, standby nak sokong kita orang lah nanti.
Kepada semua yang declare diri diorang as a haters, kita tak kisah pun nak jadi haters ke nak jadi lovers ke, and kita dah buktikan 3 orang budak homeboy scary, seorang budak anti-circle, kita orang champion kat C.
Kita orang dah buktikan dah top 5, top 6. Season ni korang teka apa? Top 1 lah.
Dah kita orang dah booking flight. Kita orang dah booking flight. Semua dah double dose, so kita booking flight terus.
Kata balik lah kata orang. Bacot dia orang PMPL kagak.
Okay, terima kasih kepada haters kerana mengenai kami. Kami berharap agar haters akan menjadi lover.
Untuk para haters, kita tutup mulut kita, jaga diri kita and keep humble.
Kalau setakat cakap di mulut, kenapa tak mencuba di tournament?
Korang jaga je tepikan korang sendiri and kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk siapa yang menyokong kita orang.
Itu saja sesi Trash Talk video.
What's up?
Kita akan jumpa mereka nanti dalam PMPL MYSG musim yang keempat. Nama saya Sir Cloud. Kita akan jumpa nanti di sana.
Camera roll.
Trash Talk, San.
Take 1, 3, 2, 1.
Kepada Rush Pak Isaiman, saya daripada dulu kenal dia. Dia daripada dulu sampai sekarang tetap lemah.
Okay, untuk Mika nak load tengok dulu yang mana bucu-bucu jauh tu ada tak aku. Tengok hati-hati, takut tiba-tiba knock menyusahkan bokeh pula nak angkat.
Saya Mosgoku. Saya cuma nak cakap satu benda je lah. Pada team yang biasa-biasa tu, homeboys tu saya nak bagi tahu satu benda je. Sebabkan ada bos kat situ Bos tak bos lah Daddy, standby lah Daddy. Nampak je Daddy masuk tu, saya pun masuk di. Siapkan mental kalian.
Saya nak warning dekat Waze sebab banyak kali dalam scrim Waze kacau drop spot homeboys. Jadi saya bagi warning awal-awal lah sebab hari tu Nuk dah pernah clash 1v4 rata semua. So kalau nak buat kat PMPL tu better pikir guna otak, okay Waze, sebab kalau main dekat tunggu aku bantai apa semua, okay.
I think our rival it was VIP.
They always kacau our draw spot. I want tell something in Chinese word. 我跟你讲，你身后再来我的点我一定补你盒子的。
来呀，来打过啦！
来。
Dan saya ada kata-kata untuk ex-teammate saya Cindy. 因为你爹妈很厉害啊，相信我的 Mini 14，我打爆你的头。
Orang kata 80 lah, saya rasa pemburu yang paling lemah lah sebab dia selalu mati. Saya rasa dia dah boleh tukar nama lah, tukar mati.
Tak apa, dua orang tak kisah apa dua orang nak cakap. Kita jumpa PMPL nanti, dua atas atau dua bawah.
Manfaat lah daripada Sam 9 Dia power tapi dah tua. Dia power tapi terlampau nak menyelah.
Hello everybody, I am Sis Jenny and welcome to our segment of episode 1, and this is an interesting segment which is we are covering a mini game. So benda ni sangat fun lah actually. Diorang akan dengar-dengar benda yang dalam PUBG. So kita tengok siapa yang dapat betul. So let's go and head to Steam Secret first. Alright guys, so mini game ni sangat unik sebab dia akan test player-player kita punya how they are hearing it in PUBG. So benda ni tak senang Jadi game dia is actually kita akan production akan mainkan bunyi daripada PUBG. So bunyi dia tak semestinya senapang. It can be anything else. So korang nak kena bilang kita bunyi tu bunyi apa. So korang dah ready?
Ya, ready.
Okay. Dah ready So production bunyi yang pertama.
Rosa suppressor.
Goza, yeah. Oh.
Wow.
Easy.
Betul ke jawapan tu? Okay, let's reveal the answer. Is it a Groza suppressor? Yeah, betul. Ada sound effect tak?
Easy.
Easy
Ni selalu
Aku lupa menti.
Bunyi macam M24.
Bukan.
Double barrel tu.
Macam double barrel.
Shotgun double barrel.
Double barrel ke pistol tu? Apa nama?
Bukan, shotgun double barrel. Sawit bunyi
Lagi sekali boleh, lagi sekali. Lagi sekali.
Betul lah.
Betul, double barrel.
Double barrel tu apa nama dia?
Tak, nama apa yang tu double barrel?
S1
Ke DBS?
86 macam silap.
S18. Asal DBS pula?
S686. S686.
Ya ke?
S186
kurang je tu. S18 lebih kurang macam tu lah. S1867
Okay, S186. Kunci Oh, S686. Betul ke itu production? Apa betul? Mantap. Oh,
terbalik.
Language.
S686. MK.
MK
AUG
suppressor.
AUG
AUG
suppressor.
Lock 100.
Lock.
Okay, production. Dia nak lock AUG suppressor. Betul ke?
Easy lah.
One down.
Susah sikit.
This is the worst weapon in PUBG history.
Yeah.
This is a crossbow.
Yeah, betul lagi.
Macam QPZ pakai suppressor.
QPZ suppressor.
Z suppressor lah production. Betul ke ni? Betul. Yeay.
Pistol warna biru
ni-
tu,
P18.
P18 apa doh?
Bukan. Takkan dah itu yang
Lain
peluru
je.
biru ni. Ni peluru apa?
Pistol.
Peluru biru ke peluru apa?
Biru.
P18C. P18C kalau biru.
P18C. Confirm
Lock.
Lock.
P18C.
Aduh.
Weh.
Ada P juga betul lah tu.
P tu ada P.
Aduh, P.
Alamak. Block.
Pistol yang boleh spam tu P.
Scorpion dia apa ke MPU?
Scorpion.
Bukan block.
Nama lain. Nama dia lain.
P1911 kot. Macam tu. P1911 kan.
P1911.
Ni WM ni.
Oh, bukan dia nama lain. P18C ke apa tak?
Yelah,
Scorpion lah.
P92 dah silap aku. Scorpion eh?
Champion reload dia lain.
Oh, reload lain. Boleh tu. Lock. Berapa tadi?
Kat itu je.
RM4.
P191 apa entah gitulah.
Itu lain. Itu code.
P18C lock. Oh ya.
P92. Betul ke tu?
Lock 10
So kita lock lah 18C ni. Adakah betul?
Yeah.
Salah.
Yeah.
Cuma satu
Ada betul ke?
Aduh.
Aduh, itu tadi kita jawab tu gila Pi. Aduh, tak bagi saya.
Player for rival tak main pistol. Korang main tembak besar, betul tak? Betul?
Betul.
Main bersih je.
Cheese cover
Bunyi dah brand. Baik.
Oh, easy
The indestructible weapon. Yeah, indestructible. It's a pen.
Betul tak jawapan dia? Pen? Betul-betul itu adalah bunyi pen dan dia kena headshot. Guys, power lah headshot dengan Fredo dapat semua betul.
Flagan.
Takkan beracun tu.
Flagan.
Tak ada lah beracun tu.
Beracun apa? KLCC. Macam bola.
Ni confirm lah. Sis pun tahu kot. Okay, betul ke production? Adakah itu flare gun?
Confirm betul.
Betul.
Aduh.
762.
M762.
M762.
Inilah kepala G yang headshot kat Adilu itu.
Okay, paling easy sih. Okay, M762. Betul ke? Yeay.
Salah memang aku boleh sekali je.
Okay, alright. Itu je. Thank you so much for Rivals. So, I hope this season is a time for you to shine and I definitely want to see you guys in S4 doing very well, okay?
Alright, thank you.
Okay. Alright, that's all for today, guys. And please support them in the S4. See you guys soon. Bye.
Top 2 Pemburu beredang Para Legend Confirm chicken.
Yap, itu memang sudah pun pasti.
Bodoh terjatuh.
Top kita dah pun nampak. Adik Lu. Adik Lu.
Dah aku marah.
Bawah. Adik pandang bawah adik. Adik pandang bawah adik. Bawah kanan. You masih lagi tak nampak di manakah keberadaan pemain daripada Four Rivals?
Mana itu orang?
Kalau tak nampak juga. Masih lagi tak nampak. Mungkin Adik Lu merasakan bahawa
Aku naik lampu tau. Hai.
Akan jatuh ke macam mana Adik Lu?
Kalau dia jatuh dia akan bagi dekat Four Rivals yang itulah dia. Bye bye. Break kill tu dekat saya. Weh, janganlah hujung rada sini. Sini bodoh kau. Kau bodoh kat sini. Sangat bahaya. Bayangkan kalau pemburu dapat semua daripada pasukan Parang Legend. Maka chicken dinner untuk Four Rivals sebenarnya.
Dan chicken dinner mereka yang pertama untuk PMPL MYSG season yang yang keempat kali Tapi Dola akan serbu. Cari satu pemain. Belum lagi dapat sebenarnya Foreigner pun jatuh. FBB Mode mengelirukan mata. Tapi winner chicken dinner. Ya, tapi sekarang ni ditukarkan bola kepada perspektif Axis Red One dan juga SMG Jenny. Wow. Berbahaya betul daripada Jenny. Hampir-hampir sebenarnya kepala dia kena dekat situ. Tetapi Ziso. Wow. Ziso dapat baris dekat situ. Terkejut ke bang. Terkejut kan bang. Hilang terus 10 tahun nyawa. Tapi Ziso tempat untuk gunakan persen. Datang kedua. Dapat dilepaskan. Ziso ada dapatkan lagi. Tak dapat. Ziso out. Dah datang ke tempat orang. Of course enemy tu lebih bersedia untuk menantikan kehadiran anda. Betul-betul detect apa-apa pergerakan renangan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan musuh, di mana yang Geek Fam pun akan berlalu pergi pada waktu ini. For Rival boleh menarik nafas kelegaan.
So diorang tunggu je si NC gerak dulu. Tapi ketika ini Wih satu squad rata bos. NC percaya tu meratakan Geek Fam.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Reading letter.
Okay. Hello guys, saya XK Penjahat daripada tim Al-Ikhlas R2K. Hari ini kita akan baca email daripada fans R2K kita. Mari kita tengok. Okey, daripada Hisam. Let's go R2K, kita boleh circle lagi untuk season ni. Daripada Hisam bilangnya. Hari ini saya jadi player, esok saya boleh circle. Macam.
Daripada Cik Rosnani, VSM Moki, good luck. InsyaAllah dengan usaha dan semangat pasti berjaya. InsyaAllah, amin.
And the first message is 我们是 Wales, means we are Wales, yes. So the message is from Stella.
Let's go tambah NC, support dari Seremban. Let's win it this year. Thank you Alvin.
Hai Opa Fredo, good luck untuk PMPL season 4. Do your very best and kasih pecah kepala diorang. Memang pecah. Ni dia main pecah ni, season pecah ni. Hopefully TS dapat champion season ni. Stack Secret Fighting. Gula-gula yang cakap thank you very much sebab wish good luck kat kita orang. Last season saya pernah cakap yang kita akan cuba yang terbaik. Season ni kita akan cuba yang terbaik punya.
Komen yang kedua daripada Faye Lim. Let's keep the trophy for another year. Skip the trophy for another year. Benda dalam bembuk ni memang confirm dah champion. Benda ni champion. Dalam ni dah tulis dah Regi champion.
Baby Kim, kenapa kerek sangat? Dah lah rambut macam Boris Priyo. Lepas tu nak ajar insert. What? Aku belum bapak kau.
Daripada Syauki cakap confirm yang lain lauk lah kena dengan tim ni. Korang power betul. Wow. Thank you Syauki and Wan.
Dari Hakim, antara tim yang kuat kot. Mari langgar untuk target champion kali ni. InsyaAllah kita langgar semua orang.
Mesej yang pertama daripada seorang gadis bernama Mariam. Dia kata circle is for the lucky winner, barbar is for champion, macam idola saya. So dia memang mengidolakan saya lah Mariam ni. Jadi eloklah Mariam, dia pun peminat saya dekat PUBG. Dia kena tengok selalu lah saya stream PUBG nanti.
Kami tak koyak.
Kami tak koyak.
Kami tak koyak. Go go.
Go go.
Go go chicken dinner.
daylight till midnight. That's how we went. Watch from far away, but we knew we were walk to play. It was just a dream, you say. All the hard work we paid. Now you can rank us down. We were always crowned. I'll be at cool down. Focus on the path side, yeah now.
Teamwork, yeah, that's the key. Jangan tinggalkan member bermain sendiri. We're not born to win. 365 days, never sleep. That's true, it's following. We never sleep, just to keep up what I have for the championship. Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop you, if not you break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, so prove it. We're rising, homie. Let's just do what we're best in. You feel me? Let's go double like the damage. We're fighting as a team. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being tumble, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom and stop acting like a hero. Bunch of lagi, take us berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan jadi. Orang aku begini, sampai ku menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Jadi ke tak jadi, depends how much effort you put in. Whose face is on the screen, not you. Tapi saya hate, I'm all in. Mula lemah, tapi aku impian besar. Tak kira berapa jauh you berada, aku pasti akan kejar.
We play, that's the team. Doesn't matter in the end who is gonna win. We share the same dream. Dream is big, but I think we never look down on me. And my word hari ini hancur, tapi promise aku akan kembali. Never try, we never know, yeah. Kerja keras hanya sementara. Nothing come but true, mama. Jangan takut, selalu pasti kita cuba. Hey, respect for what we had. Today we lost a warrior, cause from Senai gang. He's with a better place, but his spirit is with us and it will never end.
I know it's so hard for us to face it, but we remember his name for the century. So let us stop all the tears and face it. Let us show the world what we have, starting with a better day.
Pick up the weapon, face it. No, I'll stop it, it won't break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, I prove it. We're rising already. Let's just doing what we best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage. We're fighting, yes, it is. Shout up!
Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being tumble, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom, stop acting like a hero. Maju lagi, tegas dan berani. Jangan sakit hati, pastikan dari. Orang aku begini, sampai ku menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace.
Together we fight, fighting all night, but we're facing difficulty, we will never run. We pull our weapon down, we stand strong and unite, taking cash out of side by side. Peace.
Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSE Season 4, all hosted to you by PUBG Mobile and organized by ESPN. Now we're here on the final day of the Super Weekend, and this will conclude the entirety of the league. One team will be crowned as the champions of the league and get that direct slot into the C League. So we'll have to witness who will be the one to take home all that glory. And we still have the MYSG finals happening on the next fortnight. So of course, that will be something that we will want to see. Who are the top 16 teams that will be qualified and ready to take on the challenge to head to the C League as well? My name is Contra, this is Sir Cloud, and all this is also brought to you by our dear partners that have made it all happen. First off, we'd like to thank our official smartphone partners. With the Redmi Note 10 series, you can challenge your boundaries. And also, we've got our official media partners, Esports Fight Club, where you can watch and earn with Esports Fight Club. With that said, if you guys don't know what to do to entertain yourself when the PMPL is not going on, you can always, of course, watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. Always more. So you guys got drama series, reality TV shows, anime, and more. So with that, you can definitely download the Google Play or download it on Google Play or the Apple App Store, where you can definitely have a lot of great time enjoying all these great action brought to you all from WeTV. Now, also, we got to thank our official media partners, Udo. And if you switch to Udo today, you can get free in-game items by just scanning that QR code right down below. So, with that said, we are ready to take on the challenges here, or shall I say, the top 16 teams here who are playing over the weekend. They have to go all out on this very final day.
Yeah, it's definitely all out, especially for the teams on the top 7, which realistically still have a chance at the title, at a shot at the title. And also, Judo Alliance looking at you whether you can overtake Team Bosco today with 5 games left. So on the top we have entertainment, on the bottom we have entertainment. But what is interesting is that this is arguably one of the most competitive leagues just by looking at the number of teams still able to go for the title.
Indeed it is. So far, I think that it has been looking very compelling as we have so many different chicken dinner winners across the span of the weekend. Now to the final day of the Super Weekend here. We'll be looking forward on September 24th all the way to 26th for that Grand Finals. So it has all come down to this. Weeks after weeks playing in and out, and we are finally getting ourselves one team to be locked in for that C League.
Yeah, finally we are reaching the end, which is today, of course. And by next week, we will be taking a break. That's where you can check out WeTV, as what Contra mentioned earlier. And then we will be back on the 24th of September for the Grand Finals, whereby the top 16 will be battling it out for the precious Country League Finals trophy. And of course, the team that is now in contention for either they are in or out is between Team Bosco as well as Udo Alliance. So this is the format here, again, reminding everyone of how it works.
That's right. So with that being said, we have 20 teams who have competed throughout the span of the weekdays here to secure themselves that slot for the Super Weekend. So whoever is in the top 16 teams will accumulate points, and once they gather the most Super Weekend points, they will proceed to the Grand Finals. Only 16 teams here to make the cut, and today we are looking at a potential shift as Udo Alliance is going to find their way in no matter what. Now, this is the point system and prize pool for the PMPL.
Of course, nothing's changed. First place, winner chicken dinner will receive 15 points. Second place will receive 12 points. Third place, 10 points. Fourth place, 8 points. Fifth place, 6 points. Sixth place, 4 points. Seventh place, 2 points. 8 to 12 receive 1 point. 13 to 16, no points. 1 point for each elimination. And of course, the moolah, ladies and gentlemen. This is what they're going for. 150,000 USD distributed to all these teams. That's in almost 500,000 ringgit.
That's right, that's a lot of money if you actually do the conversion out there. But of course, every team that are playing in the PMPL will at least walk away with something, with the biggest winners here taking the lump sum of the prize. These are your Super Weekend teams for this weekend here. We got Sem9, who has gotten so many chicken dinners throughout the span of the week. Also with BXM FanX here, securing a very huge consistency, always making it into the top 5 scenario, and RSG looking at their best form on this weekend. And Team Secret still chasing right in as they're currently in the top 4. We got 4 rivals: Axis Red 1, Foreign Legend, Geek Fam, Evil's Rap P, Taba NC, Team Wills, Homeboys, Team SMG, Yudo Alliance, AIG R2K, and last but not least, Wolf Ara.
And this is their current standings. We have Axis Red 1 on top right now, 391 points, a 23-point difference with Foreign Legends at second place, 374 points. Third place goes to Team Secret, 369 points. Fourth place, 4 rivals, 351 points. Fifth place, SMG, 342 points. Sixth place, EVOS VIP, 334 points. Seventh place, Sam9 Gang, 332 points. These are the 7 teams that realistically can still chase for the top. Followed by number 8, Taba NC, 271 points. Number 9, Geek Fam, 270 points. Number 10, AIG R2K, 267 points. Now, this is the current standing accumulative over all the past Super Weekends except for today. So now we will see the final tabulation of the scores. Who wins this not only becomes the league champion, but they will also take home the ticket to the C League.
That's right, and ideally, the top 4 out there is still contending for that number 1 spot. 5th place all the way to 7 has a little bit of chance, but they have to prove some outstanding games throughout the span of 5 matches out there. Look at the second half here. It's all about Yudo Alliance. Can they make the run into that top 16? Bosker is not playing on this weekend. RSG has shown significant strength. BXM Fanex, multiple chicken dinners over the span of the weekend, and yet again, they are still at number 12 spot, but hey, they are safe and locked in for that grand finals round. Same goes to Homeboys as well as Wills. Wolf Ara, of course, just make it by a skin of the teeth as they have qualified to the weekend. So it's all about Yudo Alliance. Look at this. We are chasing right in already, and how many points is that they need to qualify?
Well, it's about, okay, considering that they pass the tiebreaker or they lose the tiebreaker with the elimination points, it's 18 points for them to be 100% safe on to the next round. So it's 18 they need to target within 5 games, an average of 4 points per game. But let's check out today's matches. So we will start off with a show match whereby we will see Axis Red 1 representing Malaysia in the show match, followed by our regular maps, Erangel Miramar, Erangel Sinop, as well as Erangel as the last map, and then we will find out who will be crowned the league champions. But of course, before we go to all that serious stuff, we will start off with a fun show match first, and it will be a TDM match with some other teams from Southeast Asia.
That's right. From what I've been hearing recently, like which region is the better team here. And what we're going to do here is to pit the best of the best currently in the league to take it all out against each other. And maybe that just actually solidify their power ranking when they get into the C League. So with that being said, we will have teams from Malaysia, Singapore versus Thailand, and later on it's Indonesia versus Vietnam.
Yeah, correct though. So we're gonna broadcast 2 games, and both games will be the first round, of course, between Malaysia and also Thailand. The winner will face off either Vietnam or Indonesia. So they will be playing concurrently, but we will only broadcast the 2 games. So whoever that wins moves on to the next round, which will be either Vietnam or Indonesia. And that will be the game that will be broadcasted later on. So we'll be watching 2 games before we move on to our main event.
That's right. So with that being said, this is going to be an all-out fight, and we already see teams who like to challenge each other in TDM. Now that we put them to the test, I believe that we have a lot of talents here in Malaysia that has very high firepower, and Thailand, not only are they sharp tactically, they are also one of the sharpest ones to be able to pull those kind of pixel shots. So now that we're going to inventory for our team deathmatch, any sort of prediction of power leveling coming from you, Sir Cloud?
Well, I mean, Thailand is one of those countries that have been very consistent at either the C level or the global level. They always turn up. We all know their star players, even have been playing from back in the day of the PMCO up until now, players like G9 and all that. So they have a lot of talent when it comes to Thailand players. Now, the Malaysian representatives will be Axis Red One, and Axis Red One, we do know that they're one of the top fraggers in the league as well. So they have firepower in Boki and Micah, and also other players as well that can also cover up for them. Now, this, of course, will be not really a strategic game. TDM is all about firepower, just going ahead at each other and see who can get at least 40 frags in about a span of 10 minutes. Or, yeah, normally they will reach 40 frags. So we look forward to seeing who will actually be the one to move on to the next round, because this is where talk and talk and talk and talk. This is where they're going to prove it.
That's true, and I don't think that is only firepower that we're looking at. We want to look at efficient communication, strategy involved when it comes down to positioning. If you do have a solid footing into any of these TDM matches, you can slowly take over the whole control map and not drop those points, because it's very important. Every single elimination points gathered by your enemy not only sends your teammate back to the base to reset, it will definitely disrupt the tempo out there. So it's all about the attack as well as the defense going on. So the ones that will be able to survive to tell the tale here takes the win. So usually there's also a timer on the clock, just in the case if they do not complete that 40-pointer by the end of that TDM. That's where it will be decided by the end of the timer to see who has the highest of points.
Yeah, the tiebreaker definitely will be the amount of eliminations that they get if in case the timer actually runs out. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping into the game really soon. Well, I can't say it's a flight, right? Because there's no flight path and all that. So it's just like, okay, when they start, they will just be in the game and they will just go ahead at each other. Of course, they can choose their own attachments, own weapons. So, but normally we'll see the usage of M4. But let's see if anyone gets creative, maybe brings a shotgun and go around and try to be creative and entertain all of us.
That's true. Now it's all about all these guns here getting ready to shoot their sharper shots here as we are here in inventory for our first team deathmatch. Now we got the Infinity taking on Axis Esports. Now Logan's going to be opening fire, and it will be Axis Red One to take that first blood. Newsy now going for a push against VOKLP, playing by the containers. The usual 1v1 challenge of the spot. Mika now gets another point, and it seems like Infinity, they dropped 2 and finally got 2 and he finds Haydu.
Oh, but Infinity, we have seen them perform in the last C Championship, and they did very, very well. Definitely one of the top fraggers, and now they're the top fraggers in Thailand at the same time. So they're going to put up a challenge, definitely, although they're still behind by 2 points. It's going to be a 3v6 at this moment, but at the same time, we can see that Micah, he's going left and right. I'm worried that he may run out of bullets at any time soon because he haven't been eliminated yet. He needs to reset himself, but let's see how long can it last. Wow. Finally, he will be out. Volky with a prone shot coming in. Beautiful prone shot from Volky.
That drop shot definitely got himself that point right there. It could have been a double coming out there. Mika now going head to head, and he takes out Logan. Ooh. But instead, gonna be stabbed right across by Newsy as well. Now Kachasu moving forward. There's only a 3-point gap between the two of them. Kachasu is taking it down. It's gonna be Newsy there, coming in with a pop-up performance. Double kill. Make that triple. Now they're gonna be able to put those pointers back. Mika now drops to the ground. It is Logan to secure the point. Mila now coming with the flank as well, going against Hey Noob. As this is going to be such a close call. Only 1 point of a difference between the two.
Oh yes, it's 1 point difference, but that 1 point difference still gives Infinity that edge at this moment. And yes, it is still 12, 11, 13, 12. They are just 1 point. They can't separate each other that far. They are just going head to head at this moment. Volky now at the forefront in the middle. He reloads double M4 for him that he carries in. And now Micah is going to go on to the left side while Kachasu on the right side right now. He has 2 team members on Infinity. The spray coming in now. Gets 1, gets 2. Kachasu gets 2.
Still very close call between the two of the teams here. Hey Noob now coming with a little bit of a push against Newsy. That's going to be an easy one with them opening fire. Oh my word. That's Hey Noob there, getting a few numbers back in, but Hey Noob now being pressured by the corners of the thing. And got to the goes in for a grand challenge. But it's a big wraparound, and Hey Noob, he gets taken down. Same goes to Gacha Susu. Now, there's a little bit of big lead for Infinity.
Oh, Logan been taken out, and now they're trying to catch up back. Now it's 5. difference between the both teams. Voki will be taken down by Nuzi, and Gatuni will now move into the middle. But at the same time, we can see that Logan's moving into the right side. His buddy then, Nuzi, will be taken out by Kachasusu. Now the difference is about 5 still. They still can catch up. Any other team can still catch up here. Remember, the objective is 40. Who reaches 40, who wins? Micah will be taken down. And that's a double kill there coming in from the side of Infinity.
Axis Red 1 currently at the halfway mark. While there is a lot of proceedings coming in from the Infinity, now that's it all out. Voki survives only for a slight moment, takes out Newsy with the help of Logan, who will be able to get back that point. 5 points difference still. Both sides not breaking out of this current form just about yet, but a few numbers have already popped off. Hey, Noob now catches another one. Kachasusu going all together, looking for Mila. Mila now dropping 50%. Out of them going in for the M4 setup with Logan. Gets taken out by Logan from far range. Now as it continues, it's going to be a 6-point difference. Muzi now going in as well. Haynup trying to defend, but Infinity, they're pushing in with a 3-man advantage, and now they might just be the one to secure this series.
Okay, but they're not done yet though, so we still have a 7-point gap which can be caught up by Axis. Let's see what's going to happen here. Micah, can he secure another elimination point? Oh, Micah did not. Logan gets him back, but Volky will pull back one. So now they have a difference of about 6 elimination points between them all. There's 7 more for Infinity to get to the goal.
Make that 6. Early, Haynib coming in with the pressure, but he gets spotted, he gets flanked. Mika will not survive. 3 more porters in for the Infinity to secure this matchup there. And this is too overwhelming for Axis Rate 1, needing only 1 more point in, but they're not bowing out just about yet. Still hanging on, 1 more kill remaining. And Mila, he pushes forward, giving 1 more point towards Red 1. And that is it. 4 points secured. The Infinity takes the win for Thailand.
And look at MVP Nuzi with 50 elimination points for the side of Axis. It is Heino with 10 elimination points. Now Nuzi, man, he turns up a lot early on in that TDM, so not surprising that he is on top of the charts. Now congratulations to Infinity from Thailand. They will move on to the next round to face off either a team from Vietnam or a team from Indonesia. So we need to wait and see who's their opponent in the next round. But for now, looks like it's Infinity, the team that were the C Championship winners for the last season, and they came out on top with a very, very strong performance here in this TDM. They are proving themselves why they are worthy of that C Championship.
Indeed, and they have continued their dominance in PMPL Thailand. Definitely a great showing coming in from the champions themselves, which didn't see any changes when it comes down to the roster. And you saw them being so in sync when it comes down to chemistry. Axis Rate 1, I think they took really good fights initially, but halfway through the mark, it felt like the pressure was too much being out of Infinity when they were pushing forward with a few members out there zoning off Axis Rate 1 completely. So they all have to go in for a quick reset. But you know what? We still have another matchup here where you have Malaysia taking on Vietnam. So that is going to be pretty exciting to me. Well, although it was a little bit of a close call between Malaysia as well as Thailand, now Malaysia will have to take on Vietnam.
Yeah, so what's going to be interesting is that Vietnam will be represented by D Xavier. So D Xavier, before this in last season, they were runaway winners when it comes to the PMGC point gap. So they basically dominated Vietnam at some point. And now they're going to come up again here, going up against the Infinity, who were the C Championship winners. So it's going to be putting up the best of the best basically against each other. So we can expect a lot of entertainment coming in for the next round. Who will take home the show match winner? I don't know. It's going to be hard to tell.
It's definitely hard to tell here, but hey, at least we are having a little bit of a fun time watching them duke it all out inside an inventory. So heading into the next match itself, I guess that Axis Rate 1 might need to come up with a little bit of a game plan other than just the firepower, because they look very coordinated. You see that they always send one member out there and they have somebody to cover fire as well. So this is how you really want to ideally play even in real-time situation when you move into any maps like Aragel, Miramar, or even Sanaa. So it gives us a little bit of taste of what is about to come when we go down into those 4v4s that will happen in the C League.
Yeah, definitely. So, well, we did see a very, I wouldn't say a very convincing performance coming in from Infinity. They started out a little bit slow. Axis had the upper hand, but it wasn't that far. Maybe by one or by 2
points.
But 2 points max, right? But then at some point they kind of overturned Axis, and they start to widen the gap to like 5 points, 6 points, and then they end up winning by about a 10-point gap, something like that. So it just shows that why they have the mentality of one of the best teams in Southeast Asia. This is basically a champion's mentality. And even when it comes to just a show match, although people say like, oh yeah, it's just a show match and all that, but if you look at the way that they played their hearts out. So even they were behind, they didn't go like, oh okay, we're behind, we're done, we just don't want to play the next show match. They still made a comeback. So this is a championship winning mindset. So you always bring it to you wherever you are, although it's just a show match.
Indeed. Now that we, of course, have a little bit of taste of that TDM matchup there, you guys could, of course, keep on supporting not only the local teams out here for MYSG, you can also take a look at all these other players who have definitely showed incredible performance across this region, because together in C, we're all one big family. Now, of course, family sometimes do have a little bit of feud right here, and of course, with the players needing to settle the scores, we'll get ourselves ready for the next one. So Malaysia has already taken on Thailand as a region, and the next one is going to be Vietnam. So from what I've heard so far, Vietnam, they always, of course, have massive firepower out there, and one team to look out for is the Savior, who has been able to dominate their league so far. So I wonder if this to meet for the very first time ever, how does it going to look like for now?
Well, it's going to be interesting, especially meeting in TDM, whereby things are a little bit different. There's just more of like going ahead at each other and seeing who has the biggest firepower, right? Instead of like, if you play in a regular match, you have space to play with, you play strategically, you can play with the terrain and things like that, and you may have a lot more utilities to play with. But here it's just like everyone carries an M4, as we saw earlier on. No weird weapons or no unusual weapons. Everyone carries an M4, so there's going to be quite a straightforward matchup between those teams. So I can expect the same. M4 is the weapon of choice, so not surprising that everyone carries their favorite weapon. Will be interesting to see how they play it out just on a simple field. And sometimes, we do know that sometimes they spar with each other, and sometimes the format is just like they use the container and then they go 1v1. But this is where it's a bit different, whereby they go like a full team against a full team. So the awareness of who's around you plays a role as well.
That is absolutely right. So it's more of like securing a little bit of a vantage point out there as well. You see, some of them like to climb up those containers out there from the back, and then they get those long range shots. So they always have to watch it over on the left flank as well. I think that this is the most very balanced map to really test the capacity of what a single team has to offer, as we are waiting for the lobbies to be started up. So predictions. Xavier versus Axis Rate 1. Who's gonna take it?
So Xavier versus Infinity. Well, I think that Infinity have sort of proven themselves to be like, they're not only dominating the Thailand league, but also they were able to win the last C championship. So it's like back-to-back sort of thing of a level of consistency, and I think I kind of like that consistency as well that show up. Well, I'm not saying that these Xavier isn't consistent. They also were runaway winners in their own league, but they didn't have a that level of achievement when it comes to the C championship. So if we look at the back-to-back consistency sort of thing, then I would say I'll prefer Infinity over the Xavier.
Well, they are C champions for a reason. Speaking of champions right here, I wonder for Indonesia region, how are they doing so far? Because we've definitely get a little bit of news from time to time. So, of course, we'll see who are the Indonesian champions here who will eventually play. But don't worry, we got you all covered, as we'll be having the next match here to be Malaysia versus in Vietnam.
So there's been a little bit of a change. So there will be Malaysia versus Vietnam. So Malaysia, of course, represented by Axis Grid 1 going up against Vietnam, which is Xavier. Yeah. So we'll see what's going to happen after this. Can Malaysia actually do a comeback for their second game? I mean, it wasn't a big gap between them and Infinity earlier on, right? So they kind of put a lot of pressure, especially when it comes to the early game. They kind of had a little bit of a head start, but it was just after that they got overflipped. But even with the overflip, the gap wasn't that significant. It wasn't that big of a gap. So after this, I think they can put up a big challenge. So I look forward to see how they fare up against Vietnam in this next TDM.
That's right. Last match, we already saw Voki, OP, as well as Micah being the ones to take a lot of all these points back for the team. Now, everybody will have to step up all together to take on Vietnam. Without further ado, I guess we are getting ourselves a few seconds before we jump into inventory for the Savior. I want to take a look at the lineup out there. It's been a while since I cast the C-League, and we've known quite a number of all these big names out there that consistently be the superstars of Vietnam. So, with that being said, the Savior sure is ready to steal the show as well. And Vietnam, they're definitely not going to be giving any easy time against Axis Red 1.
Yeah, definitely. It's not going to be easy. We are talking about one of the runaway winners in Vietnam. So let's go. Without further ado, this is Axis Red 1 on the red side versus the blue side, that is the Xavier.
Rabis, as well as Lamborghini, the two names that we've seen going into the C-League multiple times, but Lamborghini is the one to drop for first blood, going over to Voki. Now it's going to be a little bit of a hop coming in right in, and Frankie getting suppressed as well. Here comes the push. 2 points in. It's Axis Red 1 taking a lead with 3 in the bag.
So let's go. This is a good start here for Axis Red 1. Already 4 in the back as we speak. And now here we go. Voki taking 2 back-to-back. And now it's a 1-6, 1-7. Hey, no, they have basically the Xavier surrounded at this moment.
Hey, no, tries to push forward. He's only down to take of health left. He's got to be careful out there, but he's trying to stop them from proceeding forward. Now that jump shot's going to be able to get one coming from Du. And here comes Voki LP coming to the flank for his own, going for Lamborghini. Transitions over to Gravis. That was a beautiful one. 4 kills in for Voki.
Okay, but he's not done yet. Voki now has someone on top of him, but they're going to go in for the jump shot. Too much for Voki to handle. Voki will be taken out, but they have Kachan Susu on the other side with the revenge coming on the Lamborghini, taking him out. And Kachan Susu now putting fire onto the side of the Xavier. It's 4-13 at this moment. Can they make it a 10 gap? Yes, it will be a 10 gap, and they will continue to widen up the gap now.
That's going to be 9 points of difference being set, and then Axis Red 1 tries to change that scenario. They'll make it, 11 for the moment. Voki having little health. He needs to wait for the regeneration. That's how it works in inventory. And Mika holding it by himself. He has to be really careful. 1 tick of health left. He does secure the kill. Immediately goes in to turf them down. And Frankie saves the day. Now, just behind the box, it's Kachan Susu trying to find a little bit of an opening right there. Frankie finds Mika once again. And that's another knockdown towards Rabis. 20-pointer for Axis Red 1.
Oh, they're at the halfway mark at this moment. Can they continue to pull off? Yes, it will be an 11-point gap at this moment. And now Micah now putting pressure onto Frankie. Frankie now 50% health. Micah 60% health. Hey, Noob still waiting on the left side. Voki is coming out. And wherever he go, he will go towards the right side. There's one that spots Voki out. Voki will retreat through the middle. And at the same time, we can see that Lamborghini will be taken out. But that jump shot coming in. And he will take out one team member from Axis.
They're chasing right back at it. Still a 10-point of difference here between Axis Red 1, but DX, they got to play this slowly though. They should not follow the tempo of Axis Red 1 because they're going in very fast and hard. Lamborghini getting flanked as well. More points in, and Axis Red 1 looking for that big trio. And they are already at 28. Mika now pushes forward. He finds one on top of the container at the moment. Here comes Rabis, trying to move forward alongside with Du. And Kasasusu secures another one. And one more kill will secure that 30-pointer that they need.
Hey, no, but we take it down, and now it's 19:30. So looks like Xavier, they're not going to make this easy for Axis Red One. It's going to be a 10-point gap and 10 more points until Axis Red One hits the goal on the 40-point mark. 31 now. Hey, no, together with Kasasusu, they will move in, but Micah in the middle will be taken down by Rabes, and Volky will move into the right side. Volky spots one, goes left, goes right, plays TDM contender with his opponent, and he takes one now, but Volky will be counterfired by the other side.
Needing only about 7 points from here. Axis Rate 1 continues their dominance. They're pushing forward. They're not happy losing out to Thailand. Now they're taking it out on the Vietnamese PMPL team. Mega now down the ground. He pushes way too far forward. Kasasusu already down to a little tick of the HP. Still 10 points gap. Can DX come back here? Only 3 more pointers in. And Axis Red 1, they're doing it, needing 2 more. And they are on a advantage spree. Boki goes down though. And this 40-pointer in is all thanks to Hayden, Boki, as well as Kasasusu. Well, you know, all of them on board with Mika securing that 12 point of elimination.
Well, interesting. Why? Because we always talk about Mika as well as Boki being one of the top fraggers for Axis Red 1, but this time Heino is actually stepping up. He is crowned the MVP with a 12 elimination point for his name. So, yeah, I mean, this just shows that Axis Red 1, if any one of them goes down, for example here Mika, he only managed to get 7, other teammates can actually step up. So this just shows that the level of dependency, it can go anywhere. So this will translate into the league later on. And on the side of DX or Xavier, so they're quite equal when it comes to firepower. We can see that Frankie as well as Duke both on 8 and Rabbits on 7. So at the end of the day, what matters is that Axis Red 1 takes home this winning in this round's TDM.
That's right. Here goes winner chicken dinner for Malaysia. And we saw they all almost got themselves beautiful kill streaks out there. And Boki, Noob, Mika, they all get about 4-pointer streak. And that has propelled them upwards trajectory against all the players of the Savior. But kudos to Frankie. We saw him taking really good initiations where they definitely fought extremely well for that. So that is all that we, of course, see coming out of the Savior as well as Axis Red 1. Hoping for them to eventually meet up when it comes down to the C-League. It's far from over just about yet because we still got those 5 matches here to see who's the one to secure that C-League spot.
Yeah, that will matter at the end of the day. Who will secure that C-League spot? Who will be crowned league champions after 3 weeks of fighting. And this is super tight because, as mentioned, we have 7 teams that is realistically able to get that top spot. But of course, not to forget as well, the elimination, the bottom spot, it's now between Yudo Alliance as well as Team Bosco. If Yudo Alliance can gather 18 points today, an average of about 3.6, or if we just round it up, it's going to be 4 points per round, they will overtake Team Bosco. Team Bosco, for 2nd season in a row, will be eliminated from the PMPL and will need to start back from the next seasons, whether you call it PMC or PMNC. We'll need to wait and see, but they will need to start back from that stage, just like how they did this season.
That's right. So when we look into all of the things that have happened throughout the PMPL NYSG, I think that this season itself has been so much better as compared to the previous season, where it's not only a 2-way horse race. Now it's about 4 or 5 teams, 7 even, to contend for that number 1 spot for the league. And ideally, we're looking at four teams here with the higher numbers out there. It could anytime transition. And if teams coming from 5th all the way to 7th gets chicken dinners back to back, I think they're definitely set very well for what's about to come here. And you know what? When we were speaking about all of these teams here, let's go on to the predictions here. I guess that my answer still remains the same. I'm still looking at Evo's VIP. I think that they definitely have a shot at this. If not the league, then maybe the grand finals.
Well, we are definitely looking for, I mean, everyone likes a comeback story or Cinderella story, whichever you want to call it, right? So realistically, they are within the top 7. So if you remember Drax's interview yesterday as well for 7-9 Gang, they also mentioned that they are still hunting for the league title. So they are at 7th spot, it was VFP at 6. So if that is how the mentality of these players are, then realistically, 7 to obviously the first spot currently, which is Axis Red 1, every one of them can go for the title. So we will see who will actually be the one at the end of the day. If any of those teams, maybe at 7th place, even 7-9 Gang, even EVOS VIP, even after that SMG, pulls off like a triple chicken dinner or 4 chicken dinners, which we have seen that happen before, they could steal the title away. Because we also remember, yes, the teams on top can move as well, but the teams on top will lose points if they take those points away from them. So there's possibility of them getting closer and taking away the title from the top teams.
That's right. Yesterday, it didn't seem like Axis Red 1 was in that perfect position in most of all these matches as well. Although they did won a chicken dinner to start off inside of Argyle, I think the strength for Axis 1 lies on those maps. So Argyle is where they are looking perfectly dominant, but heading to Miramar as well, Sandhawk, they come in with very different strats. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But Sandhawk is also a gold mine for them when it comes down to playing the healing game, securing this position. They don't go high frag volumes on that particular map. So I think that is been the case or the scenario for the past 3 Super Weekend, having Katsatsu secure those points. Now, we also want to take a look at Team Secret as well as Fire Legend. These are the 2 closest teams to challenge for that #1 spot. So between the 2, who is more likely to take it all the way?
So between those, it's going to be hard to tell, really. I mean, at this point, right, it's super hard to tell predictions because Fire Legends, yes, they were consistent at some point, but this Super Weekend, it hasn't seemed to be their week. So they weren't like what we saw last week. Maybe it's because sometimes it's also because you're on top, right? And a lot of teams will be looking at you. So it's either they look at you because, oh, we want to try and beat them, or we want to try to learn how to be like them. So either way, they are kind of like being counted. So it could be, I don't know. But when it comes to Axis, right? Okay, we make that comparison. If it comes to Axis, irregardless of week after week, they are arguably the most consistent team. And of course, what matters is during the Super Weekend. So even like in last Super Weekend, yeah, they had a little bit of an off day, but even that also, they didn't fall too far. So maybe it's like they could still hold on strongly. I don't know. Sometimes it's so hard to tell, right?
That's right. It's definitely difficult to tell, but you know what? We definitely want to hold that for a little while as the teams will be proving to us who will be the better team to take that #1 spot home. And all of this, of course, is brought to you by PUBG Mobile as well as co-organized by VESPN. And the entirety of the PMPL NYSG Season 4 will not be made possible without our dear partners, your official smartphone partner, Redmi Note 10 series, where you can challenge your boundaries. And we also like to thank our official digital telco partners, Udo. And when you switch to Udo today, I'm talking about right now, as you are waiting for the game to happen, scan that QR code and get yourselves that free in-game items. Doesn't take you UC or anything. All you have to do is scan that QR code, make that switch to Udo, and you can definitely enjoy all the benefits of the #1 most customizable mobile data plan in Malaysia.
Yeah, there you go. Freebies, and freebies. Of course, but when back in the day when we always have offline events, right? There's always freebies. Like if there's a crowd, like freebies will be thrown towards the crowd. But this time, yeah, it's going to be a bit different. Of course, all of us are online, and there you have it. Freebies are online, and the good thing is that it's easier for you guys to grab those freebies. Of course, switch over to Udo and grab your freebies, exclusive in-game content. And talking about in-game, man, I can't wait for the first game to start. We will be seeing the flight into Erangel shortly. And yesterday's Erangel, it was sometimes it was this team side, it was sometimes that team. We haven't seen like a team truly dominate yet. Yeah, 7-9, they had a great first day. The second day was okay, ending the day with a chicken dinner. So I don't know which 7-9 will turn up today. That will also be another question, which I think the 7-9 gang fans will be looking forward to.
That's right. So that said, I guess that we have to look at Sem9's potential here, especially for the grand finals, because they are now showing their true form. They spoke in multiple interviews throughout the span of the weekend, and they say that week one they weren't feeling all that confident, and of course they lost their coach as well. So like, there's nobody who usually supports them back to, of course, lift them up when they need it the most. But now they managed to find that strength, pick themselves up, and they are now pretty much ready for that grand final showdown here against the rest of the team. So before we get into the match, let me ask you this. We may not be able to predict the winner for the MYSG League, but is there a top 3 team that you want to see in the grand finals to make it to the C League?
Wow. For the grand finals, from the grand finals. Okay, I'm a fan of underdog story, right? So if right now probably one of the underdog, like the really underdog team that seems to be kind of rising, VX and FanX. Like,
wow.
Okay, I mean Farang Legends, they did came from PMNC as well, but the difference between them and VX and FanX is that VX and FanX, week 1, week 2, they were when it comes to performance, and they will miss out on one of the super weekends. Imagine the story will be even bigger. They could tell like, oh, we missed out on a super weekend, but we still managed to get a top 3 finish into the C League. It's an even bigger story than Farang Legends, arguably. So I think VX and FanX will make an interesting one.
Wow, that's definitely a very big call out there. So ideally, we have 4 teams to make it to the C League, right? 1 league champion, and there's also 3 other teams out there. So if this is continuing to be the result, I'll put that C League aside, assumingly it's Access Rate 1. I'll choose 3 teams. So the 3 teams that I personally want to see is Team Secret, because they have that sort of experience, Sem9 Gang, and also Evo's VIP. That makes my top 4.
Yep, that makes sense as well. Those are the powerhouses named within the PMPL NYSG League, so they could probably make it to the next stage as well. So we look forward to that, of course, later in the grand finals. But of course, now the first ticket will be given out at the end of today. And also, during the grand finals later, it's not only about the top 3, but it's also about the PMGC points accumulated over 2 seasons who will get it. But let's talk about today. It is the big one, of course. This is game number 1 in El Raigel and a flight path from Yasnaya all the way to hospital. Let's go. Flight path number 1.
5 games remain to conclude the entirety of the league, and it has started with this sort of like that allows teams to get that access into Kamash game. And the team that we spoke about will be Access Rate 1. Currently as it stands, number 1 on the rankings. So I wonder if this is going to be a good rotation for them this time around. They're a very rotation-focused team to get into ideal situations. They won't take those early fights unless if it's necessary. And I'm looking at the block of crowd heading in towards the mid-section of the map itself. While Sem9 Gang, instead of dropping into Yasnaya, it's going to be Team Wills taking over the city.
Wait a second, only Team Wills though, but is that Wolf Arrow as well going to Yasnaya? They normally don't do that. They normally, regardless of the circle, they would try to drop as close as possible to Noble, get a vehicle and move in. And this is a rare circle. We haven't seen much of this circle. It's going to be on the top, more towards the shooting range side. So this is going to be super interesting how they're going to adapt to this sort of circle. Now Yasnaya is being shared between Wolf Arrow. And Wolf Arrow, they're not doing their usual of like, okay, we'll take a vehicle and we'll move on. They want to go into Yasnaya. They will loot in Yasnaya and they will play from Yasnaya, which I think they will gladly do because the circle is way up north. Now, moving over to RSG as Taba NC. Heaven is playing. Interesting. So, Heaven used to be the manager of ESTK, and now he is playing for Taba NC. So, very interesting guy.
Well, I want to, of course, get more of the insight for those teams that, maybe did not qualify or have rebranded in a sort of way. ESDK, from what I heard, has churned out a lot of different talents that are currently playing in the PMPL, Who else from ESTK is currently with a team here in the PMPL?
So Micah used to be from one of the ESDK teams. I forgot whether it's ESDK Ravians or another. I think it's ESDK Ravians. It was Micah. Yeah, I think it was ESDK Ravians. Because at some point I did get the opportunity to go to their boot camp. That was quite a while back, and I remember Micah being there. And on top of that as well, Rush. Yeah, Rush transferred from ESTK Ravians onto Taba NC as one of the main players. So Rush, he's always been that player that I look up to in the tier 2 scene. Like anyone were to pick up any of the PMPL teams to pick up a tier 2 player, it would have been Rush. And I'm very happy to see Matthew play in the PMPL. He's a very talented player and he deserves to be playing at the top league. And so far he's been doing so good with Taba NC. So far they've been a rather stable team with him around. And now Heaven, so here's an interesting one though. So whenever we have those tournaments, right, and ESDK used to play, he would know, and if I'm casting it, he will always text me at the side to give me some fun facts about ESDK so that I can shout out for his team. So I was saying
That's
the other day,
actually
like,
sweet.
he can no longer do that because he's now a player.
Now it's your turn to highlight him. That's what he's trying to say to you. So it's like, you're already doing a good job. Well, I'm asking you for all the details. You managed to provide more than what I asked for. Now, Team Wales stuck on the low ground while a few members of Wolf Araf looking to pin down Team Wales. So far, Wales definitely feeling very comfortable, slightly above sea level, while the Wolf Pack slowly marching right in. And I'm not too certain how this is going for either side because it's a wide spread between the two of them, but I fancy the chances of Wolf Araf a little bit more for the moment.
Oh, but looks like your prediction is starting to become true because the first day did head onto Mamba. So Mamba needs to retreat. They definitely know exactly where Mamba is. And Wolf Arrow, interestingly, they're going to go for the aggressive move. Now, to be fair, these two teams have not that much to play for at this point, but you would still want that bragging rights and you want that momentum going to the grand final. So Wolf Arrow still trying to find their footing into the week 3 because they weren't doing that well. But so far, I want to see if they can actually win this fight against Team Wales.
You know, Wolf Arrow as well as Team Wales have a very similar trait, which is needing to build up on momentum. They're a team that's so momentum heavy that if they don't win games, they don't get the sort of ideal results that they want by the end of the day, right? Like, of course, consistency is another thing, but sometimes these teams, they get a chicken dinner in one go, they can't really seem to translate it all too hugely as compared to Access Red One, Farang, Team Secret for Rivals, Evil's VIP even. So that is a key factor for Wolf, where they just really need those big games to actually feel more confident about the rest of the day. If they have a really bad start, you don't see them coming out as huge as we want them to be. Same goes to Team Wales.
Yeah, that's true though, because I guess sometimes it's about like motivation as well. Like if you go down early, if you're too soon in one round, like how do you pick yourselves up the next round? So that's something really important for these players as well. And generally, we are talking about most of them are young players, so they need that motivation, and that's where the coaches, managers, or analysts, whoever that works closely with them behind the scenes, needs to make sure that it's not a momentum based thing. They need to make sure that as much as possible, it is a new game every round. Because you don't want it to be like, okay, if it goes down one round, you go down all the way.
That's right. Now, as we take a little bit of a huge wide view of Arangel, it's Geek Fam taking a little bit of rotation. All the teams need to figure out this circle. It's not the typical circle that's over on the mainland or the island. It's going all the way up north. So I'm assuming that Sem9 Gang here feeling extremely comfortable. But for the rest of the team, they're still trying to figure out if there's going to be any sort of a great area to secure. Or she's still doing the traditional rotation, heading into the Pachiki Hills. A little bit of a far distance of coverage for RSG. Not inside of the phase one just about yet. Homeboys, they're happy with this because they usually start on the south side of Georgia Pole, and they all just need to cross that bridge, get into the other section, and they're already ready to take on anybody.
Yeah, no doubt. The first objective is to go up north first. But talking about taking up onto anyone, here we have it. Taba NC versus RSG. Is this going to happen here? Olio just got up for his speaker, shots onto Kim. But it will not land on the Kim. Kim will be fine. And looks like focus for rotations for RSG. RSG playing with their main lineup. Their focus is going through school, and it could be a bridge crossing for them next.
That's right. Now, Geek Fam taking over the lower ground. They're already by the shooting range. They have to be extremely careful. They're taking a little bit of widespread here, but it's near towards the western area. While 7-9 have already left 70, they took over the crash site. So crash site is an interesting place to be because you don't really have too much of all these walls as a cover, but you have to rely on the terrain as well as the debris of the broken airplane. Of course, not too sure who have crashed that plane. Hopefully no casualties out there. But we might just be able to see a little bit of an action happening between both RSG as well as Foreign Legend. They get slower approach, and as of the moment, it's kind of like a 50-50. It's not telling us if it's going northwards or even down south. If it's going to be down south, Foreign Legends, RSG, they're in that perfect position.
Yeah, so most of the teams, they seem to be on top. Now, we have seen this kind of circle. I think it was last week or something that Geek Fam did a miraculous winner chicken dinner, miraculous win in that round. The circle from on top, from a 50-50, went down south. So that has happened before. So I guess some of these teams that we can see on screen, like EVOS VIP, they choose to be staying on the southern side because they have seen enough of this kind of circle, which you can't blame them. It's still a 50-50. Having the same thought is SMG, which always happens to be like, they are always very close by when it comes to the any of the standings. So the two Tigers, one is white, one is orange, now just next with each other.
Speaking of Tigers here, this season we got 3 Tigers out there now. Insomnus getting paid a visit by the entirety of Team SMG. He heard all those vehicles crashing right in, and I'm not sure if he knew, but driving around, they're not gonna give too much of information. Immediately picked off. Main fragger for SMG down on the ground, and yet there's not gonna be any sort of help for the moment. SMG needing to win this fight before even thinking about doing so.
Okay. One smoke now being tossed out by the side of SMG, but EVOS VIP, they want to secure those elimination points. The nade will be prematurely lopped onto the side and will be exploded on air. Ziso now right at the forefront, but Ziso can identify good angle. The nade coming in from Ziso. Get a knockdown to Insomnus, but first look for Luxy. He managed to secure the elimination point. Ziso now down to 20% of health. Ziso will recover himself in the first aid, but at the same time we can see that Sam coming in from behind. Sam will be knocked down from the high ground, but moving it takes out Sam. Now it's down to 2v3.
Oh, the grenade thing actually cracked the window. Jenny kind of missed a little bit of the opportunity. He knows that somebody's in there. Abel's VIP now losing this tug of war, and it's only down to the Captain Luxy just about now. It's going to be 4 points in. A full flush of an ace coming from Team SMG.
So they managed to get one elimination point, which is from the life of 6, but man, that's not looking good. So yeah, these two teams, they are just next to each other in the league charts. And by EVOS VIP going out, they have 4 more games to go, and they need to play catch up. So it's going to be a bit hard for them to get that league championship unless they come back with like 4 chicken dinners. That's the only rough chance of getting the league championship.
It's almost close to impossible if you ask me right now. But then, of course, fans can only hope and pray that that's going to happen. Now, I want to go back to that scenario where that compound that was being flocked in by Team SMG. Wasn't really a good move coming from Evo's VIP because they have to push upwards. As you saw, Sam, he appeared on the outskirts of the compound and running into the open area, hoping for a flank against Ziso. They could have actually taken it slow because you saw Evo's VIP. They have Insomnus by the wall. Unfortunately, Ziso was ready with the cooked up the grenade. So no matter what happens from there onwards, you could see that Evos could have actually played maybe a little bit more defensively. Wait for more picks or more peak coming in from Team SME before fighting on. But here comes another fight. Team Secret taking on R2K and Team Secret. 2 members down.
Okay, what just happened here? Team Secret, of course, they're eyeing the League Championship as well. And now it's now down to Kid as well as Mato. Aisha's will be panned by Izane. What just happened here? But Team Secret, good news is that they're still alive and they're still in this, and they can still fight. But talking about fight, it's going to be Geek Fam versus Sam9 fighting for this spot in the hillside of shooting range.
That's right. Now, inside of the crash site, Geek Fam were not the first movers into the scene, but they're taking a little high ground elevation out there. You just got to be worried of all these snipers coming from across. Say now, getting a little challenge coming from Montbarang. Only a red dot sight on those M4. Seemed like a favorable trade between the two of them. Geek Fam, they are the ones to try to gatekeep 7-9 from moving forward, especially with the circle shrinking right in. It looks to be a little bit more difficult of a task, but with the vehicles, they could still go in for a wide wraparound. They don't really have to go directly inwards to face off against EFAM. But look at this. Team Wills just arrived to the scene.
Team Wales, they had to pass by here. And Geek Fam is just behind, so it's going to be a 3-way war. And so now we can see that Isaac will be knocked down somewhere else. Sinbi now on the high ground. He knows exactly where Putra is at. They're going to go in for the chase, are they? Mamba, Putra is actually retreating, and that's actually a good move because he and his teammates, they're not in a good position.
Now they're sandwiched. This is bad. He shouldn't have shot at all. Team Wills, they were driving right inwards as well. And I guess that at the very least, Team Wills, they did not hope for anything else. So Geek Fam on the other side and Team Wills on the heels as well. This is a 3-way fight that I want to see. And there's also another driver coming right by. And that's Team Secret.
Yeah,
pretty bad. Sorry.
Team Secret. Yeah, that's bad, and it's gonna get worse because the zone closes in, and they might not get the circle after this. Matoy trying to pick up Kid, so QB has eyes on them. QB now going to lob out the nade onto the side of Team Secret. Will it land onto Matoy as well as Kid? Will it be a Kobe? No, it's just too far away. But check out this circle, Contra. Now the middle part of the circle is at that small island in between everyone else.
Okay, this is the first time I'm actually seeing this after a very, very, very long while. I'm talking about 2 years back. This circle exists. And this is one of the worst places to play because you don't really have cover. And look at the other teams that do have cover. They're inside ruins. There's a chance that it may go directly inwards to the middle, and that is going to send people by the bridge with that sort of tug of war. I don't know. What's the game plan here for all the teams that are still left available?
Yeah, considering that we're still 15 teams, right? But check out some individuals here. So Kid will be knocked down by the zone, so it's now back to Matoy again. I don't think he'll have time to actually pick him up, but we need to see if he can actually do that. Sam9 now focusing on the rotation, but right in front of Jake Fam is waiting. Putra now with Capital Hell will be taken out by Damru, and Damru will finish up Putra. And now we have 2 more team members from Sam9. Kid will be taken his life by the zone. QB spots out 2 team members of Sam9 gang, 3 team members of Sam9 gang. Shots out, but does not land them.
Homeboys trying to chip right in as well. All the smokes here to block vision. So Homeboys may not be able to pick up Geek Fam just about yet. Utilize cuts right back in. They are already in the circle. But where exactly is the cover? There's almost close to none. And Team Wills at the back as well. We're going to be looking at Yudu Alliance arriving to the scene. AIG R2K will take them down. So far, AIG R2K doing a really good job by taking down players from Team Secret, flush them upwards, and now still secure a really good vantage point against the rest of the team. GateFam only having Dammered right behind that Buggy, and now he's going for a spray. One more bullet will do the trick. Takes 0.9k out of that bike. No cover. It's not possible for 0.9k to survive. Sinby also down and out. So Wales kind of in the pickle right now. Still outside of zone. And the ones playing Gatekeep here, it's GateFab and also Boys. It's a double layer.
It's multiple layers here where Kacang Susu is at, but Zinbi will finally be taken out by April from 4 rivals. Now, Damroot still keeping eyes on to Team Wales. Mamba together with Snipe. Where are they going to go from here? They don't have the zone, but the nade coming in from Rev takes out Drax, and they're going to go in for the rush. April has arrived to the party, and now Pamburu is there somehow. And Dem together with Mampara, they need to fight up against the entire squad of 4 rivals. Takes out April. Pamburu, whoa, they're going to go in. Happy goes in, but Rev is coming in from the other side. But look at this, on top of the hill is Team Wales. Team Wales actually fighting it. 7-9 game, they are still holding on to this.
My oh my, they're only hanging by a thread though. Riff, so little HP, snapping now getting spotted out. 4 rivals, they will secure those points no matter what. This is one of the most difficult circles, so what you really want to do, ideally, is to secure those elimination points. Now, Link sticking out, Riff will not survive. 4 rivals down on 14, while the rest of 7-9 gang, they got the trail of smoke. And immediately when it pops up, they are still taking it as a line of defense. Looking outwards, I think he wants to save that buggy. Well, look at access rate 1. How did they ever get in here?
How did they actually get in there? I don't really know, but look at the split there. Only one person in the small island, the other 2 on the main island on top. But what was miraculous as well was Sam9 gang. They were saved by Team Wales from that top shot coming in from them. But the circle moves way up. Now, there's still a possibility that the circle actually goes down to that small island.
Indeed. Right now, this is going to be the most difficult part. Teams who are on the south have no other choice but to swim or take those vehicles, get onto the bridges, and look at who's already across the bridge. It's access rate 1. GeekFam definitely have the most optimal of angles, while AIGR2K, Udo Alliance, they are in the water for the moment. Hey, now taking on Araf. Mile immediately gets thirsted down. More points in. Access rate 1. If they continue with the streak, they might just be crowned champions of the league.
Too early for us to tell. Let's chill. Let's hold our horses. Let's see what's going to happen here. But definitely access rate 1. They are in a strong position at this point. They have the circle. They have a split there between the big island and the small island. And Izane is still alive. R2K still full squad with the long range shot coming in. Managed to take another elimination point for themselves. Anik will be taken out by the zone. Ziso will be finished up by NSP, and Rex will be taken out by Micah, the first casualty for Axis Red 1.
San still hiding right behind that tree. He's trying to heal up, but there's not much that he could possibly do. Thank goodness it's only phase number 5, and he still have a little bit more to work around with. Maki finds SMG's Jenny. Repo, he gets caught out by Small Boy. That great shot takes him out of that buggy, and Foreign Legends don't really have any other game plan but to hide inside of that shack for the moment. Whatever cover you can take is going to be extremely valuable, but now it's down to Luffy to find that opening against RSG.
Oh, can he actually find that opening against RSG? RSG, all of them, they are in the small island, sharing the small island together with Foreign Legends. Looks like Wolf Arrow is out at 12th place, 1 elimination point for them. And Judo Alliance, let's remember, Judo Alliance, they need 18 points, 17 or 18 points. This way has 18 points for them to secure themselves into the next stage. So they are still alive, they're still in this. And Leslie will be taken out by QB from GigFam. GigFam is still around. Ade Luke spots out Access. And is he going to take any shot? Nope, no clear shot yet from him. He spots out the smoke, but he doesn't know who's behind the tree. So Adilu's just going to keep eyes on to the other side. Small Boy, as well as Batman, the last 2 team members for RSG. The circle, as we can see, actually moves up north towards the main island on top.
That also gives a little bit more room for Drax to play around with, but Access Rate 1, definitely the ones to be able to secure not only the great vantage point. And speaking of Udo Lines, they get shot by Pumice, so Udo Lines here might just be able to pull it right back. Remember this, they need about, 17 points plus to qualify to the grand finals. They're still working on it, while RSG are stuck between both Axis Red 1 as well as Farm Legend. They have to finish one fight after another, so Greases must come in pretty quick as a response. I think Luke spots out the rest of Axis on top of the hill. We'll try to suppress them by that rock, while AIG R2K, they get a big bonus of frag, but they will be taken out. As it stands, it's Axis Rate 1 and Geek Fam with the ones topping the board. But as we speak of Geek Fam, Snipes is the one to get shut down by Sem9.
Oh, but talking about shutting out, but just shut down John for VX and Panax. And now with the long range coming from GG, putting pressure to VX and Panax. Farang Ricky will be taken down as well. GG now 4 elimination points onto his name. Iftar will be taken out by GG. Loopy for Farang Legend will be taken out by Pamis from Yudu Alliance. And Geekfan now in trouble because Farang managed to take one down. So we can see that SMG is now out at 10th place. 5 elimination points for them. The long range are coming for Lex. Secures another elimination point for them. Kacang Suzu trying to take on Batman. Batman now down to 5% of health. Batman, the last stick of health. The name will be cooked up by Kacang Suzu. Toss on the side of Batman. Where will it go? Will it land onto Batman? Batman now secured himself safe from the nade, but Batman is not safe from the second nade of Kacang Suzu yet. Will it land? Yes, it will. Small boy is still alive.
Meanwhile, Kacang Suzu raking as much points possible. It's already 7 in for Axis Rate 1. Now he spots out Team Secret. Matoy still in the water right there. Anybody who cuts across the bridge is still going to be shut down because Yudu Alliance, they're watching on the lower grounds and Pamis slide downwards. He's got to be careful of Kacang Suzu. Spotted over the leg, and Pamis instantly deleted. A little bit of mishap. It shouldn't have actually slid downwards.
Probably it was an accident, not too sure. Maybe a miscontrol.
He's in
but
the water.
oh yeah,
he's in the buggy. He can't play healing. Small boy as well.
Okay. Small boy, does he have a buggy? I'm not too sure if he has a buggy though.
He looked like he had a little buggy as well under the water. So he kept himself alive for quite some time. Yes, he does. Look at that. He's right in the vehicle. But it will remain not to move. And Small Boy, very, very far away from where he needs to be. So if he were to take a swim, he will be caught out by Axis Rate 1. Adik Luke, I think he's still playing around. And Small Boy now getting spotted out as well. A lot of free points indeed for not only Axis Rate 1, but also Yudu Alliance. Now with a single member left, all they have to do is survive to tell the tale. But Homeboys, honestly, has the best of position until Sem9 spots them out.
But who has the best position at this moment? It's actually, yes, like what you say, Homeboys, but let's not forget as well, Sem9 gang, they are still alive. They have a little bit of a high ground that they can actually push it, but are they going to go in for it? They will wait for the right timing for them to do that. But before that, let's keep our attention onto Axis Red 1. Still trying to spot out where Small Boy is. Not going to be easy because he keeps himself underwater most of the time. Small Boy holding up his breath. You can see that he takes in a little bit of a damage. Small Boy managed to go up, but the nade will be cooked up. But GG spots on Drax. Drax will be taken out. So now Sem9 gang only has one more team member still active left.
It's going to be pretty tough. Sandcorn now getting taken out by Lex as well. Great picking. And that's going to open a little bit more room for Axis Rate 1 for their chicken dinner as well. They still have the most players left alive. Meanwhile, the rest of them just having a few of these players scattered up. Matoy's still swimming, but none of them can actually make their way upwards. So their days are pretty much numbered, but Yudu Alliance now getting picked off. That 7th place finish, decent enough points when it comes down to positioning. And I think with the frag volume, they're inching closer and closer to the grand finals.
Well, yeah, they need 18. So now with a surface finish together with their elimination points, it's 8 points. So they really need 10 points more. But now let's focus on who's going to get that chicken dinner. The spray coming in from Micah with M249, and now Small Boy. This is awkward. Exactly. Team Secret, the first one to go out at 6th place, 0 elimination points. RSG, the next one with 3 elimination points. I think Lou is not going to go anywhere. It's a matter of whether he give those points to Axis Red 1 or not.
That's true, and he's just gonna go out to the play zone. Look at all these boxes by the water. Oh boy, definitely one of the most anticlimactic way to end it, but they have to do what they need to do. Now it's 1 versus 1 versus 2. Axis Rate 1, once again, as I mentioned, have the biggest chance here for that chicken dinner. Katsususu as well as Mika OP. They're just by the edge, so they will have to find Psycho first. They have suspected that somebody is right behind of the buggy. So long as Psycho does not make any sort of drastic movement, maybe Axis Rate 1 will not bat an eye, but that's very unlikely. As he slowly prunes his way, his back is already on the ground. That grenade should be able to secure it. And yes, indeed, that's Homeboys already taken out at third place. Now it's only down to them spotting out Manparang, who slowly needs to march forward. Circle in favor of the side of Axis Rate 1. I think this is a slow boiler to eventually have the game handed over to Axis Rate 1.
Yeah, I think so. Unless Mamparang pulls out a miraculous clutch, a 1v2, the circle does favor Axis Red 1. Mamparang still sliding in, and they don't exactly know where Mamparang is. That's the best part. Now Mamparang, without a bag, he's getting ready. If he can spot out one of them, but it's going to be tough. They are still throwing out all the utilities onto the side of Mamparang, but they don't exactly know where Mamparang is at. They can assume that he's behind the airdrop, but they can't be sure. And it looks like they spot out Mampara. They know exactly where he is. 50% of health left for Mampara. Kacha Suzu takes him out. And winner chicken dinner goes to Axis Red 1.
With a chicken dinner here, they will be almost unchaseable for many of the teams out there. Meaning to say, Foreign Legend, Team Secret, whoever else wants to first chase up to them, need every chicken dinner from here onwards to take out Axis Esports Red 1 for proceeding to secure that one slot to the ceiling. Congratulations to them. They are your victors. We saw them in the TDM match, and they are still feeling very confident here to get even more of those points. So, with that being said, let's also take a look at the highlights later on to see what went down on this very, very interesting circle for Game 1 of the Grand Finals.
Very, very interesting indeed, with 12 elimination points and their closest rivals, Farang Legends as well as Team Secret, the top three. They don't even make the top three here. So that just widens out the gap even more for Axis Red 1. Title winners yet? Not yet. Mathematically still able to be chased. So we're going to wait for maybe like 1 or 2 more games just to see how everyone performs. But for now, definitely in a strong position. Axis Red 1, 12 elimination points. This is confirmed. And yeah, let's just check out the highlights just to see how they did their miraculous chicken dinner.
Here you have it, the Kings of Angle here to stay and here to dominate on the very final day of the Super Weekend in PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG Season 4. So far, I think that this itself is definitely a statement game coming out of Axis Red 1, where you think that they're down and out yesterday or the day before. They have here, of course, proved all these other people not only wrong, but to convert them to become fans of their own. So Axis Red 1, I got to say, this team, like you have previously mentioned, had that huge roster shift in order to get into the Season 4 itself. And with Voki here taking all the right calls, they are here to show the world what it means to, of course, to play in the ceiling.
Yeah, definitely. If they do qualify into the C-League, I can say that they definitely deserve it based on this performance. Not only this performance, the entire league's performance. good rotation, good firepower, definitely very all-rounder, and they not only depend on a single player, but every one of them can step up. So these are criteria if you want to take any championship. And of course, one thing that's interesting about this team, and sometimes we may forget, is that they are a refreshed lineup. Only Kacang Susu and Henu, the original team members from back in the day of Pubg Ayam. The rest of them totally new, and they come in from different teams. Like Boki used to be from RSG, Micah from ESDK, and we have Pamis coming from VXM, FatX. So they're coming in from everywhere. So they are starting to show that, hey, despite we are a new, refreshed lineup, we can still prove everyone wrong. So far, so good for them. They are not confirmed champions yet, but they are in a good run.
Indeed, all they need is 4 more matches here with a consistent performance, and they will be set for the big prize out there on the final weekend of the league. So with that, definitely we have to tabulate the result to see what points being secured by majority of the teams. Can they match up against Axis Red 1?
Oh man, it will be tough, but it's still not impossible. But let's talk about for now. How are the other teams doing as well? So we got 7-9 Gang, 6 elimination points. They got a second place earlier on. So 7 elimination points for Homeboys, and we got Parang with 1 elimination point, followed by RSG, 3 elimination points, Yudu Alliance 6. Now Yudu Alliance, of course, is also another team that we want to pay attention, because with this amount of points gathered, they gathered 8 points if I counted correctly. That means they're 10 points away from moving into the grand final. So that's another team that I want to pay attention to.
That's right, 10 points. Now, it's about what? 3 points in an average round here just to be safe, very much safe. Or just 1 good round coming from Yudu Alliance to make the cut. As we go back to our winners here, it's your MVP, Mika. Her time as an MVP for this week itself, as he got in the total of 4 eliminations throughout the battlefield. And it's all about that position that has been able to secure Axis Red 1 this massive win. They were controlling anybody who tries to make it cross that river, and also to take all the fights here safely from those long range. So this time around, it wasn't Axis needing to go 4 versus 4 in any circumstances. They came in pretty late from the corners of Kameshki, Stalber, and this have definitely benefited them into securing that chicken nugget.
Yeah, definitely. Their choice of rotation as well was interesting. Of course, they had a little bit of an advantage because they happened to drop on the northern side, which is Stalber and Kameshki, and it just fell for them to a certain extent. But of course, they worked hard for it. It wasn't an easy circle because of how 50-50 it was. But this is interesting. We'll be comparing head-to-head with none of the team members from Axis Grid 1. Mamparang 5 elimination points. We don't always see him getting a lot of elimination points though, because his team is just full of Terminators, right? So 920 damage as compared to Small Boy 789 with 2 elimination points. Longest distance will be Small Boy 285 as compared to Mamparang 5, 53. Team contribution, I mean, he is the team captain, right? So 63%, he has to lead by example. Small Boy 52%. Damage received, Small Boy kind of tank it out a bit. 315 for Small Boy.
And we'll look at the pulse of the charts right now. Of course, put aside Axis Rate 1 for now. They definitely have those high frags out there. I want to focus at Geek Fam here. Doing 1,800. They only walk away with that 5 frags out there. Kind of tough, I must say. They were initially gatekeeping Team Wales. Homeboys was the one that were taking them on as well, and eventually stopped that streak, while other teams were struggling to make their way inwards. So I guess that Gate Fam just have to ensure that they take one fight at a time, focus fire, clear one sector, and then focus what's right behind them. That's supposed to be the way to go. But Yudo Alliance, look at that, 1,004 points of damage, and also having some good massive performance shift heading into the final day. Now, let's take a look. 7-9 Gang is your #1 team, only for the weekend standings, as BX and FanX will remain unchanged here. 4 chicken theaters for 7-9. That's a whole lot, and Axis only took 2 to make their way into the top 3.
Yeah, followed by RSG, who arguably has their best super weekend so far. 4th place, 98 points, need 2 more points to break that 3-digit barrier. 5th place goes to Team Secret, 90 points. 6th place is 4 Rivals, 80 points. Parang Legends with 80 points as well as 7th place. And we have Gig Fam at 8th place with 75 points. Of course, 4 Rivals, although they have the same amount of points as Parang Legends, but the tiebreaker of a chicken dinner puts them on top of Parang Legends. And here we are, page number 2.
In page 2, we are seeing majority of team leading around the 60 to 50 ratios out there. So we will expect a little bit of position shift. But look at Yudo Alliance. They are going upwards trajectory, now tying the score with Team SMG. While Homeboys have a lot of all these frags, and Evils did not receive any points other than that one kill that they had against Team SMG. They're not looking also hot right now. Wolf currently at the bottom of the standing is something to talk about as well, because it's hard to see this team, who is a veteran team in the league, to fall from grace. Now, this is your overall ranking. Axis Rate 1 with 418. Far Legends 383. It's still very doable for also Team Secret right here. 4 Rivals though will need a lot to really chase right in. Mathematically, is it possible for Sem9, SMG as well as EVOS?
Okay, so now it's okay. Mathematically, it's still possible because now the gap is like for Sem9, it's 68 points. We still have 4 more games to go. Let's not forget that. SMG, it's going to be a 60, 70 point. Oof, with 4 games, and EVOS is definitely going to be a little bit more than that. I mean, mathematically, if they pull off like 4 chicken dinners, they could still do it. Realistically, I'm not too sure at this point. But what I'm sure is Yudo Alliance, we're now needing only 10 points. 10 points in 4 games. It's 10 points in 4 games. I think Yudo Alliance can do this.
I am definitely rooting for them as well. So, with that being said, I really want to hear from them if they ever get a chicken dinner, how this journey has been like for Yudo Alliance, a team hailing from the PUBG Mobile National Championship as well, as compared to Far Legend, who has definitely taken the limelight. Now, let's also speak to Axis Red 1 because they got themselves another big win right here in our first match of the weekend. So with that being said, I believe that Sisjani or Tashmani, I'm not too sure who's in for today, but I'm pretty sure that if there will be a great thing to be shared by Axis Red 1. So let's hear it for them.
Assalamualaikum Mika.
Hai.
Dan kacang susu. Hai.
Ini Kush.
Oh salah. Kush. Nampak je kacang susu. Okey, Tanya menang ayam buat game pertama hari yang terakhir buat super weekend minggu 3 ni. So apa perasaan dia?
Kita orang excited gila-gila lah. Kita orang memang nak gisi lah, nak champion liga ni.
Nampak tu, nampak dia punya, memang dah nampak lah boleh ada chance boleh jadi champion. Okey, apa kata Mika ceritakan tentang rotasi tim awak tadi?
Tadi tu kita orang main passage lah, anggap tu ikut circle lah. Kalau ada luck circle tu, tu kita orang buat yang terbaik lah kalau ada circle tu. So kita hold macam biasa lah.
Sis pun perasan ada macam bila circle tu dah tutup antara pulau kecil dengan air, korang macam berpecah gitu. Adakah itu macam tembak mana satu kena baru kalau dapat survive macam tu ke?
Macam tu lah kita orang.
Oh macam tu. Okey. Apa lagi? Okey, sis okey. Okey, Mika. Sekarang boleh Mika ceritakan tentang situasi air tadi masa kacang susu.
Sekejap. Dengar suara sangkut lah. Macam mana?
Oh ya ke?
Tak dengar gila. Tak jelas.
Oh. Alamak. Okey. Masih sangkut ke suara sister?
Takut-takut.
Alamak. Okay, so tak apa. Kita harap akan berjumpa lagi.
Dah okey.
Dah okey?
Dah okey.
Dah, ya Rob. Connection tu pun nervous agaknya nak menang Liga ni. Tak apa. Okay, sis kasih lagi 2 apa kata Mika ceritakan tentang situasi air tadi, kacang susu masa dia farm kill tu, dia ada limitasi looting ke apa ke? Ada tak?
Rasanya tak ada kot. Masa tu pun dia tak ada bullet lah. So saya pergi backup dia masa tu.
I see. Badan dia macam duduk diam sekejap tu. Okey, Mika last. Apakah Mika nak taunt dekat tim-tim lain? Taunting sikit ni dah last day ni.
So kepada korang, kepada semua tim tu kita orang anggap korang macam bot online je. So hati-hati dengan kita orang.
Seram.
Nanti rata.
Oh, sama macam Bokeh juga ya. Okay lah Mika, thank you so much and sis wish all the best for Axis Rate 1 today. And hopefully korang dapat champion insyaAllah. Alright.
Thank you, Amin.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay guys, let's go to the analyst table.
Hello.
Hai, ada rumput-rumput.
Hello.
Hai kacang pula. I Topcast dengan Khairul. Apa kacang susu. Okay, jom kita cerita sembang sikit pasal circle tadi. Circle sangat-sangat I don't know, maybe Topcast based on your experience awak selalu main game ni dan awak conqueror sekarang, cerita sikit tentang circle ni.
Ya, ni circle yang berteka-teki lah. Kalau kita tengok dia macam dia bagi harapan macam pergi atas, tengah dan juga bawah, tapi tim mana yang ada land area yang paling banyak sebenarnya meminimalkan risiko tu. Axis dia buat benda tu, dia menghantar Voki dekat kawasan pulau tengah. Dan Kacang, Mika dan juga Henum ada dekat atas. Dan itu menyebabkan kalau mereka terpaksa untuk travel ke tengah, ada orang yang dah jaga dekat kawasan tengah tu. Dan itu saya rasa Axis punya chicken bukan luck punya chicken. Mereka adalah calculated punya chicken dinner. Mereka passive on purpose disebabkan itu adalah satu circle yang kita tak tahu dia akan pergi mana. Mungkin pergi bawah, mungkin pergi atas. Dan apabila mereka meletakkan sebanyaknya manpower dekat merata-rata tempat, sebab mereka sampai dulu dan mereka menguasai tempat itu dengan sangat-sangat baik, dan sebabkan itulah mereka dapatkan chicken dinner tu.
Kira decision diorang sangat bijak ya. Okey, Khairul. Tadi kita ada nampak, tak silap sis, circle yang keempat masa For Rivals dia terus masuk tapi tak jadi. Maybe Khairul ceritakan.
Dia mungkin tak jadi sebab kita pun tahu land area untuk circle sebegini tak begitu banyak. Dan kita pun tengok betapa banyak pasukan yang berbaki walaupun circle ni satu circle yang sangat-sangat menyakitkan hati. Ada banyak kawasan perairan, ada beberapa saja kawasan land area yang boleh dimainkan sebagai bunker ataupun ground yang cantik lah untuk para pemain kita mencari elimination dengan lebih banyak. Tapi untuk For Rivals kita nampak dalam grafik ini dia dapat satu kedudukan yang baik. Entry yang kita boleh katakan takkan diganggu oleh sesiapa, tapi kita tahu bila circle hard shift semua akan bergerak dengan pantas. Timing tersebut akan menentukan segala-galanya. Tapi yang saya nak highlight kan, J Hunter ialah seorang ahli nujum bertaraf dunia, bertaraf antarabangsa. Sebab dia awal-awal dia dah cakap dah, zon ni sampai zon yang kelima pun dia masih lagi akan berada dekat kawasan perairan ataupun kawasan daratan, dan benda tu benda tu betul. Jadi lepas ni J Hunter kalau awak nak tips untuk memancing, saya akan PMP lah. Saya akan berikan sekali info lah. Sebab awak memang mengagumkan saya.
Wow. Okey. Habis kalau sis nak tips tentang macam mana pergerakan tim-tim yang di bawah, dekat bawah tu, ada ke cara diorang nak masuk Top?
Ada. Caranya macam R2K lah buat dia masuk awal. Dia sebenarnya macam ni, kalau benda ni kalau ada yang memancing, dia yang memancing tu yang akan menang, bukan yang dipancing lah. Sebab tadi kita tengok VXM yang dipancing sebab mereka bergerak agak lambat. Mungkin berniat nak buat surprise, tapi R-Ikhlas R2K dia dah tahu ada orang dekat situ. Jadi untuk bergerak lambat akan menjadikan anda sebagai satu pihak yang dipancing. Apabila anda menjadi satu pihak yang dipancing, anda sangat-sangat mudah untuk ditembak lah. Sebab pergerakan anda dah dikenal pasti awal. Apa yang dibuat oleh Farang, R2K, Homeboys, nampak je circle macam ni, okey kita masuk, kita jaga dia dari dalam. Sebab yang lain semua akan struggle sangat-sangat nak masuk. Tapi daripada atas, bawah ni saya nak juga tengok kepada yang atas kan. Saya agak kagum dengan Sam9 sebab kalau kita tengok Sam9 tu punyalah banyak halangan dia. Macam mana cara dia masuk ke dalam circle adalah dengan untuk meratakan ataupun melatakan bak kata Boki kepada tim-tim Geek Fam, Wiz, Yudo Lions, Forever. Banyak sangat tim yang mereka terpaksa hadap dan akhirnya mereka mendapatkan tempat kedua. Ini adalah satu prestasi yang sangat-sangat membanggakan lah untuk Sam9 sebenarnya.
Okey. Okey, Khairul, tadi kita ada nampak macam aksi dalam air antara banyak tim yang di dalam tu. Maybe Khairul boleh terangkan buat viewer yang jarang main PUBG sekarang. Ada mesti yang tertanya, kenapa dia tak tembak? Maybe Khairul terangkan.
Dengan update-update terbaru dengan pembaharuan lah dalam PUBG Mobile, dia lebih sukar sebenarnya untuk kita tembak untuk pemain-pemain yang berada dalam kawasan air. Ada waktu kita nampak, ada waktu kita tak nampak. Jadi benda ni memberikan kesukaran lah untuk pemain yang bernama Kacang Susu sebab dia memang dah standby. Dia memang nak jadi macam J. Dia akan suka untuk memancing ikan waktu-waktu musim-musim yang tertentu lah. Dan ni musim untuk Kacang Susu memancing ikan-ikan yang dekat lautan. Tapi saya nak highlightkan pemain yang bernama Mat Toy. Dia bermain secara berseorangan daripada tak silap saya zon yang ketiga ataupun zon yang kedua. Dia berjaya untuk survive sampai ke top 5 jika tak silap saya dan dia masuk ke dalam kawasan perairan tersebut dengan sangat-sangat awal. Kita nampak dekat sini dia daripada luar, daripada bahagian kiri. Lepas tu dia berenang sampailah dia berjumpa pula dengan adik Luke waktu tu sempat bermesra sekejap, tukar-tukar seorang naik kereta hill, lepas tu dia tukar balik, tukar. Tapi benda ni sesuatu pengalaman lah untuk pemain yang dah pun mewakili Malaysia di banyak arena-arena antarabangsa iaitu Mat Toy. Dia berjaya untuk kekalkan diri dia dan juga pasukan dia mengutip begitu banyak mata dan benda ni perlu di-highlightkan lah untuk pemain yang bernama Mat Toy.
Betul tu. Team Secret ni dia macam based on reaction of the situation, dia terus ubah and they somehow consistently get top 5. Okay, pada top cast, tadi kita nampak Geek Fam pun ada bau-bau ayam. Cuba terangkan situasi tu tadi.
Maksud bau-bau ayam ni sebenarnya apa? Maksudnya dia hampir dapatkan chicken dinner ke macam mana?
Dia macam dapat farm kill kot daripada atas tadi yang tempat diorang prime tu. So macam tak jadi.
Oh itu bau-bau ayam. Saya cuba faham maksud bau-bau ayam daripada dulu. Rupanya tu maksud dia. Okey, dia bagi saya Geek Fam choke dekat Sam9. Dia tersekat dengan adanya Sam9 dekat situ. Saya tak pasti dia rata dengan siapa tapi dia dijatuhkan di tempat yang ke-8 padahal dia ada 3 orang. Kemungkinan mungkin tak menjangkakan ditembakan daripada Sam9 dan juga Axis dalam masa yang sama menyebabkan Geek Fam dijatuhkan. Tapi kalau dilihatkan, sebab saya menjangkakan, saya tengok circle yang macam ni, saya ingat Geek Fam yang akan chicken sebenarnya. Sebab kelebihan daripada segi tak ada orang kacau adalah Geek Fam. Kelebihan dari segi manpower pun adalah Geek Fam. Tapi kita punya kamera tak diperhatikan terhadap Geek Fam. Jadi saya boleh assume, saya boleh buat hashtag palatau saja yang Geek Fam dijatuhkan oleh Sam9 dan dikacau oleh Axis dalam masa yang sama dan itu menyebabkan mereka dijatuhkan. Yang saya rasa sepatutnya mereka boleh buat better. Kali ni ada something wrong, mungkin miscommunication yang berlaku di antara mereka.
Okey, baru saya macam faham sikit. Khairul, cuba explain apa yang Homeboys actually diorang tengah buat ni yang dekat bawah.
Pada waktu ni ialah zon yang ke-6. Kita pun nampak waktu ni Homeboys mempunyai kedudukan yang terbaik dalam zon selamat kita dan diorang waktu ni perkara yang sama yang selalu dilakukan oleh pasukan Farang Legend iaitu controlling the circle. Diorang buka dengan besar tapi kita tahu apa risiko ketika membiarkan pemain kita dan jaraknya agak jauh antara satu sama lain. Dia akan menyebabkan kalau satu ditembak jatuh, revival sukar untuk dijalankan dan kita perlu untuk lakukan perkara tersebut dalam masa yang sangat-sangat singkat. Tapi apa yang Homeboys cuba untuk lakukan, benda ni bagus. Cuma jika ia tak berjaya dan benda tu tadi kita pun nampak dia kuranglah berjaya. Dia ada sedikit-sedikit momen yang diorang dapatkan beberapa mata tapi penghujungnya tinggal dengan psycho saja. Jadi pembukaan ini pembukaan yang cantik tapi bagi saya boleh lakukan lebih baik untuk pasukan Homeboys. Tapi nampak macam mana Axis ada kawasan lereng bukit yang memberikan mereka advantage untuk pick and fire. Sam9 juga ada advantage untuk backstep daripada arah belakang. Jadi elemen kejutan tu ada di mana-mana untuk pasukan Homeboys.
Alright. Alright, baik. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, as per normal, let's bring you back into the casters table. BM with OTG dan... Macam nak cakap topcast. OTG dan J Hunter dan BI kontra dengan Serglap.
Well, I guess she played safe this time around, but don't worry, that's definitely some great analysis coming in from our dear panelists. Now, of course, with that being said, we are going to proceed forward with game number 2. All of this, of course, has been hosted by PUBG Mobile and organized by ESPN. With ESPN, it powers esports, keeping you guys all entertained. Heading into match 2, we also want to thank our dear sponsors as well as our partners for the event. And we start off here, of course, giving our thanks to Esports Fight Club as our official media partner. With Esports Fight Club, you can watch and earn exclusively on the platform. So make sure you check that out. Not only that, you guys can also take your time here throughout one free week of nothing to do with competitive PUBG. And next week, you can check out WeTV, where they offer the Asia's best content absolutely for free. So what you can do, head over to Google Play or the Apple App Store to find out more. Download it right now and start watching some great content.
Yeah, definitely. Next week will be a downtime, so make sure you keep your calendars unchecked. But you can check it for VTV, of course. And then we'll be back for the grand finals on the week after on Saturday. But that will be for later. 4 more games to go, Contra. My goodness. After almost a month long, we are now down to the last 4 games. Axis Red One with that chicken dinner one step closer into the championship, the league championship, as well as the slot into the PMPLC league as well. My goodness. And they're not done yet. If anything, if in any case they don't pick up any points at all, they could still be caught up. So let's hold our horses, let's relax, but they are in a good run.
Indeed they are, and this is definitely a great chance for 4 rivals when you get into Miramar. This map definitely is their go-to map. We've seen them getting a lot of chicken dinners. We see them walking away with a lot of all these elimination points. Team Secret still have some pretty good stamina to go ahead to catch up. But we saw many of the teams were swimming by the water inside of Erangel, and it didn't really favor Team Secret having Matoy all alone down there. And early in the game, Team Secret, they got caught up as well. So they need to prevent all this mishap in the early game in order to secure better placement points as well as elimination points. So game 2, extremely tough for teams that are still in the running, but also very good hopes for U2 Alliance to qualify, needing only 10 more points throughout 4 games.
Yeah, 10 more points throughout 4 games. That is what, 2.5 per game. If we round it up, it is 3 points. Earlier we said that it's 4 points after we round up, so now the benchmark has lowered down. So that's good news definitely for U2 Alliance. I'm pretty sure Lona would have been is now looking at this game today somewhere, maybe in Europe, praying for the success of his team. So it's going to be super interesting. It is their first investment though. I mean, Alliance is a big name in the esports world. They managed to get like international titles everywhere, and coming into PUBG Mobile, I'm sure they'll be hoping to get one for themselves as well.
That's right, and from then onwards, if they do make it to the grand finals, they can definitely aim higher to carry on the Alliance legacy across all these games they've invested in. Now, heading into Miramar, this is a flight path all the way down south, heading upwards into the Oasis. So it is relatively even for teams to drop into their respective township. As it stands right now, Appy has the highest record here with 39 frags, and Kid is also catching up closely. We see a little bit more variety this time as compared to all the other previous maps that have been played out. That's 2 members out of 4 rivals, with April coming on 3rd place, Dabru so far being the hope and dream of GeekFab here, and also Evil's Fat Piece and Sadness tying up the score with 30. while we look at the overall rankings in Miramar, this is why I've been hyping up for Rivals. They have a formula, they know how to play all these open terrain, and it seemed like a walk in the park sometimes when they do get things going their way.
No, Sinbi now against the entire squad of Axis Red One. But let's see how he's going to deal with this. So backup is coming in onto the other side. They have a vehicle. Micah now with a Micro Uzi against Sinbi, who has a Micro Uzi as well. But it's going to be a 2v1 scenario. And now Sinbi is low. Sinbi will be taken out by Volky, and Sinbi will definitely be finished off. Axis Red One starting with the first blood. So one elimination point for them. They could get two now. Now that Snappy is up against Kacang Susu, as well as another team member from Axis Red One.
I believe that there's going to be a lot more at hand here. Snappy now trying to toss in a stun grenade. Might have actually blinded Kacang Susu.
Okay,
Drops over the back. He's looking for those kills, but on the outskirts, there's even more that he's looking for it. Now he's only got so little HP. He won't be able to actually run off to tell the tale. That's 2 points in for the leaders of the pack. And a little bit of a sucker punch delivered as well. Never challenge Axis Red 1 in the early game.
Oh, never. Now Mamba might be the next one though. Let's see what's going to happen. Mamba now down to 10% of health. Still at 9k. Still healthy. But yes, Volky to deal with. They are going to go in for it. Wills is not leaving this compound without a fight, although it's only 2 team members left. And then they toss out onto Volky. Volky now down to 80% of health. Stewart cooking under the nade, tossing onto the left side. No one is there. But Mamba, he doesn't seem to have enough utilities to recover himself. So it's going to be Stewart will be knocked out. Oh no. Another point for Axis Red One.
Team Wills kind of stranded right now. They need to bail off from the fight. Stewart won't be able to survive. He's already bleeding out already. 3 points to start things off, making the journey for Axis Red 1 a lot easier as compared to the other teams that need to chase up to them. Mamba all alone, just hiding by the boxes there. I wonder if there's going to be any sort of surprise that will be brought into play. One after another, they're rushing right in. So there's only one more area that he could hide. And there you go. A full flush. And an ace for Axis Red 1.
Well, an ace for Axis Red 1 means that they are getting, again, closer and closer towards the title. Starting off this round with 4 elimination points. Man, the other teams will be looking at the elimination feed and thinking that, hey, Axis Red 1, starting off with 4 elimination points, taking out the entire team Wills. And now just look at the gap here. It's just widen up again between them as well as Farang Legends. Now it's like, what, 35 points gap? Yeah, I know, right?
Indeed.
Oh my God.
I think this is going to be really difficult. Foreign Legends, last game, they did manage to secure a few pointers for themselves. Just that they got flushed over by Axis Red 1 and also were taking up a fight against RSG, which didn't really went all too well. They were all swimming by the waters by the end of it, and of course, taken out by Axis. So, inside of Miramar, there won't be any similar situation where they need to take a swim unless if the circle closes all the way up northwards towards Oasis. That's just a little bit of a kiddie pool, right? Not going to drown anyone now. So, as we currently look at the first phase, it is loitering around the valleys over on the northern region, where Evil's VIP can have a lot of areas to play. I'm not sure if they could actually get anything out in the early game, but if they were to take that center kill, where they could take a lookout point against 4 rivals and maybe eventually VX and FanX, it'll be great. But look at VX and FanX. They have a widespread area.
Wow.
1 player inside of La Cabrera, another in Capo Militar, and 2 others inside of Torre Ahumada. I don't know if this is going to be a best optimal case to win the chicken dinner, but at the very least, they can gather a lot of information by setting Maki just to scout out ahead.
Yeah, this is not something that they're used to doing, or at least not something that we're used to see them doing. La Cabrera very likely to have been the house of Axis Red 1, but they took a risk to send one Maki there. I'm not really too sure what's their game plan, but one game plan that still remains consistent is that they like to play at the far top, so they could still rendezvous together. Looking at the circle, it's on the right side, so it's going to be Maki definitely going to the right side. And it's unlikely for him to be challenged since not many teams go to that area. But it's a little bit interesting to see that they have that kind of split.
That's true. A little bit more variety, a different approach and perspective as compared to the other teams who are slowly making their way in. As we look towards other players here, such as Wolf Arof. This team, I think in the past match we've mentioned, has gone on a very different approach with playing PUBG Mobile. They are mainly aggressors when it comes down to team fights, but they're great in close range combat. But when it comes down to compound defense, not entirely the best team out there. We've seen better performance coming from Evo's VIP, Team Secret, Access Red 1. The list goes on, right? I felt that this lineup here, without Boyka playing most of the games, as much as they survived to play the grand finals, it's far from what people would expect out of Arof.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Arof, frankly speaking, Arof, when we started the season, I would think them as title contenders, frankly speaking, just because of how good they are. I mean, they've been always very consistent season after season. They always ensure themselves at least in the grand finals, right? And whoever who's being handpicked by Boycott to play, they always turn up. I kind of expect a little bit more, but maybe the grand finals is waiting for them. So let's see how it goes later on. Now that they have secured themselves a ticket to the grand finals, nothing much to play for, even for the PMCC slot. I hope to see them turn up in the grand finals.
I think that the meta of the matches have definitely changed when it comes down to how other teams are approaching team fights as well. So, just to, of course, give credit where it's due, Wolf Arof, they usually are the ones to rush in to take on fights against teams when it comes down to that situation. Either it's like a third-party crash to try to sweep the entirety of the scene. That is what they are good at, taking very close quarter fights. But when it comes down to everything else like rotation, and we look at maybe long-range extended traits, they usually lose out. Now we take comparison between Sem9 Gank as well as Team Secret. These two are basically the classic opponents that have met from time to time. Now Sem9 is having the higher average ranking as compared to Team Secret, but more firepower is being shown by TS.
Yeah, but so far in the overall, still Team Secret is on top. But everything may reset. But everything will reset for the grand final, so we may see a different result. Plus, we do see now that Sem9 Game they are on the rise, so it could be a very different. I expect the grand finals to be a very different chart standing later on. Looking at how these teams have started to rise up, like VX and Fan X, like Sem9 Gang, like even the RSG as well. For the first 2 weeks, they weren't doing that well, but coming into the last week, are doing decently fine, I'd say. So I think that there'll be a big change when it comes to the grand finals.
That's right. I feel like RSG are like marathon runners, right? Like maybe they start off really slowly and then they try to, of course, increase their speed as the miles go by. Now, I think that this trend for RSG is looking really good for them to get their mentality, of course, straight into securing very good chances in the grand finals. Now, SMG, though, is the other sort of team. They are more like sprinters than marathon runners. They like to come up huge on week 1, week 2, just like how the other seasons went. And then on the final few weeks, you see them being on a slump. Same could be said about the current form of Evo's VIP. Both of them, they are always side by side each other when it comes down to the scoreboard. And both kind of having the same results for the entirety of week 3. So I don't know if they would be able to recover and find back their winning ways when it comes down to the grand finals, because now very unlikely chase up upon Axis Rate 1 with only 4 more games remaining. But hey, they can only try. At least secure maybe some good prize pool out of that chunk of what the league offers.
Well, you know what? Maybe that calls for a spin of a wheel before the grand finals. I'm just saying. I'm just putting out there. Instead of us like, cracking our head, who's going to be there? Let's just use the wheel and try to spin it out and let the wheel decide first and we'll debate from there. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, not a bad idea at all. I guess the wheel has predicted VXM Fanix to be in a very high rank as well. I think the wheel is pretty much correct. It didn't seem to be too bad of a prediction after all. So if you were to ask me on the week one, yeah, there were a lot of teams that were doubting what VXM Fanix could actually offer. But you saw how confident they went in for the final day of the weekday to qualify into the weekend. And on the weekend, they aren't showing signs of stopping at all. So kudos to them finding a winning formula. Now, Pubg is all alone. Where's the rest of Udo Alliance? They got Ricky from Farm Legends right across. So it's going to be a very difficult area of play for either or. And Access Rate 1 having Mika now being knocked down. The rest of AIG R2K, they're going to be rushing right in, crashing into the back as well. So Haydup's going to be joined into the party. Voki, he's not being able to pick up his fallen ally just about yet. So AIG R2K, they can take advantage.
Yeah, they're going to take advantage of it. The nade will be cooked up by Ziggs. He will toss down to the second floor. Will it land on the Volky as well as Micah? No, not yet. NSP now down to 10% of health. I think there was an accident there with Ziggs' grenade, but that won't be a big problem for them. Toss down the second nade. Oh, it lands on the Micah. Micah was just picked up and now he'll be knocked down for the second time. Volky being the only one to get with Micah on the second floor. But then again, when is Micah going to arrive? The nade will be tossed up, but it will not land on the 6-6 moves in. Volky is now super low. But then again, can he take out anyone? No, he cannot. Volky as well as Micah will be out. Kachang, Susu, and Heino, the last two, to hang up for position points. But it will not be over yet, it seems.
Wow, Zane comes in to pan him up as well. Access Rate 1 knows that this fight is not worth the trading. And do you need the positioning points? Now needing to play as 2. Zane continue that panning spree. Takes out 2. And this is going to be a circle shifting back into the corners of Cruz Duval. So many of all the other teams are currently surrounding the edges of the circle already. Well, Access Red 1 just have to sprint off. AIG R2K has a lot more room to wiggle with if they move into water treatment. RSG now takes on Wolf Arrow. Grenades being locked in. Kim taken out by Anik.
Oh, nice one there by Anik with an AKM. And now we can see that Rex is going to move. It's going to be a 3v4 scenario. Rex now in the building. On the left side, this space Rex goes down. And now down to only Batman. Small Boy will go down as well. Batman, the last team member for RSG. They were going for the rush in, and there you go. RSG is out. Will be taken out at 15th place. And RSG, nothing much to play for. But then again, Wolf Arrow just showing why they are still one of those teams to be feared of.
That's right. And Wolf Aroff now having a little bit of a celebration after that convincing fight. They did lose one member off. Now, Evil's VIP on the low ground. They do have the compound, but Sandcorn and the rest of Homeboys, they have the high vantage point to take on both Team Secret as well as Evil's VIP. Maybe not at the same time, but it will be a favorable trade at the very least.
Will there be a trade? Because we can see that on the minimap, there's actually 3 teams around. Team Secret not too far away. And look at that, up north, there's another team. So in the same area around water treatment, there's 4 teams. So Psycho takes a couple of shots from Razor, 20% health left. Evil's VIP still has this house where they are still holding on to it. Team Secret is nearby, so they're all looking at each other. If anyone makes a mistake, there could be a third party.
Indeed. We look into this current terrain, not really the best area of play, as all of these teams will need to eventually move outwards and look at where Wolf Arrow is, directly into the circle. But there's a flock of crowd that will move in from the northern point, so they have to pull up a perfect defense to gatekeep them from moving forward. Udo Alliance coming into the northeastern side, I think that fares them a pretty good chance at the very least.
Yeah, so far, so good for Udo Alliance. They will have a free entry into the circle. And let's remember, Judo Alliance 10 points and counting. Kacang Susu exploded by Deb. Oh, that means there's only Hayno left. I don't think he'll be able to pick up Kacang Susu. So Hayno is now taking out the blue and he's playing on the outside. Not too sure if he has a vehicle. I think he has a vehicle, but he's going to play this game being the last team member left. Psycho will be knocked down by Sam. Looks like it's going to be a rush in here by Homeboys, but Psycho is down.
Oh boy, now it's going to be a little bit more of a difficult situation for GG as well. He's getting shot at.
Oh.
Insomnus goes back for the refrag. Now it's only down to Sandcorn alone. And Evil's Rappi bounced back from the deficit. They lost one trade back in Argel. And now they are taking the entirety of the squad. No risk for Insomnus, but they're still sane, shooting up onto other players as well. Rip! He spots out Insomnus though.
Okay, Insomnus now playing tango with Riff without holding his hands, of course. Social distancing, ladies and gentlemen. And now at the same time, we can see that Calamity from VX and Panax will be exploded by Sane. And Luxy is going ahead with Sandcon. It's going to be a 1v1, but nope. His teammates are going to come give him some backup. It's going to be a 4v1 scenario, but they all do not have the circle. This is the fourth zone that's coming in. Is it going to be worth it to go into Sandcon? Probably not. EVOS VIP retreats themselves. They will reset. Let's see for how long.
That buys a little bit more time for Sandcon, but he's going on foot as well. No vehicles left for him, so it's going to be very difficult. Maybe he could look for a car from the outskirts to slowly move right back in. Now R2K take out the fight against Team Secret. They're spotting him out by the corners of the vehicle. Smoke subsides. He's still looking for the pixel shot. Connects one onto Fredo. And iShot tries to find those bullets in. Ziggs just making things work for AIG R2K. While Matoy don't really have too much of a vision game going on. And those smokes aren't going to help for all too long. So R2K can continue to go on their pursuit. Well, John takes out QB from Geek Fam. And Sane trades right back, takes down John.
And Kacang Susu succumbs himself to the zone, but frankly speaking, Axis Red One, they can afford to drop one game. So that's okay for them. Plus, they did manage to get 4 elimination points. Not too bad for them. At the same time, we can see that the elimination feed is running. Euro Alliance, only 2 more team members active, but same goes for Sam9 as well. So Drax as well as that, the last 2 team members, they are playing by the edge of the zone. Euro Alliance, they have somewhat more of the zone at this moment. VX and Panax is out, 13th place, no elimination points for them. Insomnus will be taken off by Sandcon. Homeboys actually managed to get that backstep onto EVOS VIP.
Oh boy, shots are being fired at Sam9 Gank. Wolf Arof getting the good area of control like we said early on. Now AIG R2K is going for a full push. They massify 2 members down for Team Secret. Kid on the defense trying to look for 6, but there's so little room for him to even cut across from. No time to even heal up. Molotov, now he catches fire. He catches every bullet thrown at his way. And Isane still finds Matt Boy. And that is not going to be enough. Fredo, the last man standing, but he will have to find an open pick. He will bring one down, but it's not enough for Team Secret. Another game here with not much points to take. It's hard for them to catch up against Axis Red 1, despite having that chance.
11th place is only worth 1 point. So it's only 1 point for Team Secret in this round. No elimination points for them. So now we move on to R2K. R2K is the kryptonite. I believe it was R2K as well from the previous round that actually gave them a lot of trouble. But talking about trouble, looks like Drax is in trouble. He is the last man standing, 50% of health left right in front of him. 3 team members from Judo Alliance. Judo Alliance wants those points. Drax is going to cook up the nape of the zone. Has a arrived on the Drax, and the zone will put pressure on the Drax, but Drax will he be able to land that nade? No, he will not. Tama from Judo Alliance secures the point onto Drax. There is a 3 elimination points already for Judo Alliance.
My oh my, just look at the door point here. So many teams are battling it all out, and this is going to be a really good angle for Promise. He opens up fire. Haven't been able to take them off that vehicle for now. Appy will finish off then, as we currently see Foreign Legend having a little pressure coming from the members of Wolf Arif as well. Ricky now will be able to find that opening shot against Attic. Sam Z gets out of the vehicle, shots being fired, and this is going to be a little bad spot for EVOS VIP. They're not entirely in the circle just about yet, and if they cut across, the crosshairs will be pointed by Team SMG, and R2K doing exactly the same, looking for a Razor.
Yeah, so they still are. They're still outside the circle though. But at the same time, we can see that Therma will be knocked out by Ricky for Foreign Legends, and Geek Fam is out at 9th place, 2 elimination points for them. By with Damn Root being taken off in the zone, Therma will be finished off by Ricky. Pomburu will be knocked down by Raizai. At the same time, we can see that Sam will be knocked down, and Miss EVOS VIP will have one active team member left at this moment. Sam confirmed taken out by Izane, so that's one more Razor, the last man standing for EVOS VIP.
Top NC going into the open plains here, challenging our rivals here. And Appy immediately goes in for that shot inside the smoke, finds one out of Top NC. Goes in for a pickup there. Appy now outside play zone, and Evil's VIP taken out by the zone as well. Grenades coming in from Ricky here to be the grenade eliminator of the moment. Meanwhile, on the PIP right down below, there's another fight going across the corner. But Taba and C, they're getting shot at, and that will be more members lost in that trade for 4 rivals. AIG RTK, the biggest winners of the moment, already securing 7 frag, having the optimal position as well. They don't have to move too far to get that circle, and everyone else is just trying to prone their way across.
But talking about across, Judo Alliance, can they get across into the grand finals? They now have 7 points in total, including the elimination point and also their placement points. Then Nate coming in and takes out the entire 4 rivals, 6 elimination points for them at 5th place. Judo Alliance now need only 3 more points with 2 more games in hand. It's very, very doable for them.
Indeed it is. SMG finally finding a little bit more of a great ground here to play. And Rebel Boy can still slowly burn out the rest of Taba NC, who needs to leave that corner of the compound that they're currently at. So, as it stands, Ricky should be the main man that we should look out for from Foreign Legend. So, Foreign Legend here, this is going to be huge if they can get a chicken dinner, so they can continue to chase against Axis Red 1 and also Team Secret. Rebel Boy looking for those pixel shot. Won't be able to catch anything on this crosshair for the moment. 4 teams remain. SMG now drives forward, challenging AIG R2K.
SMG going up against R2K. It's going to be a 4v2, and let's be together with Izane at the back line, together with SMG right in the front line against Bart, together with Jenny. And now that Molotov is going to stop SMG from moving forward. But do they want to move forward? Not really. They have kind of like the circle. R2K, they are playing by the Asian circle. Maybe don't have the circle, but Ziggs comes in. So 3 team members from AIG R2K. But not all of them are in the circle. So Nate after Nate, utility after utility. Bart trying to keep eyes on the left side. But can you actually spot them up? No, not yet. Jenny with the AUG still keeps eyes onto the side of R2K. And Bart takes down Ziggs. Wow. That will be another thing that they're looking for.
Jenny still inside of smoke. It's going to be Foreign Legends that chip right in. Ziggs though, he's trying to run across. Not much cover for him to hide for now. Now being sandwiched between 2 teams. NSP can go in for a push, looking for Ziso. While SMG, they will lose Ziso in the process. NSP down the ground as well. Izane now being occupied by the member of Foreign Legend. Well, with Echo pushing forward, they don't really have too much help. Echo drops to the ground. This looks bad, but with 2 members, they are here to fend it off. Bart, 1 man remaining. 1 HP, he clutches it. SMG, they survive.
Woo! My goodness, Bart, look at that last tick of health. And Bart managed to clutch this against the entire R2K squad. Wow, what a great showing. And they are rewarded with a circle. Now it's between Taba and Z together with Foreign Legends, who is going to win against each other. Red 4 now with the high ground. For Foreign Legends is a 4v4 scenario to take down Rush. Red 4 take down Rush, and Rush will be eliminated by Red 4. There's only 2 more left that still active. O'Neal will be down. Right side is going to survive this. Can he survive this? Only 1 tick of health left. Can he actually clutch this just like Bart? But he's going to go in for it. It's going to be difficult for him. Loopy now will come in. It's going to be a 1v1 actually. And he managed to recover himself. So 1v1. Loopy together with Banks. At this moment, Loopy now super low. 10% of health left. Banks down with 50% of health. Banks are trying to finish up the job. Loopy will try to rush in on the left side. Banks passes it out. And there you go. Foreign Legends is down and down. But there's 1 more left. There's 1 more left, is it? No more. So it's down to the 2 teams.
Taba NC quickly goes in for the pickup. This is golden opportunity for Team SMG. They've already gone in for a reset. Now everyone's by the corner of the hill. SMG got them all surrounded. They don't have to play aggressively. Taba NC has to find a way to go into the circle. So as it currently stands, SMG have the best chance possible to get this chicken dinner. It's been a long time coming. We've been waiting for this for the week. And without the captain playing throughout the entire week, it felt like may have actually dropped when it comes down to the average numbers, but this might actually change everything to the favors of SMG. Now, with the ANG shot, Jetty does not connect. He drops to the ground. This looks bad. Rise-Eye outside of the play zone, and this match will end. Tawa NC could not proceed forward, and SMG celebrates with the winner-winner chicken dinner with 10 points of elimination being back in this match.
Well, could this mean that they could chase back up? Well, let's wait, because Faron Legends, they got the third place finish, 4 elimination points. That will pull the charts up as well. But let's wait and see, because there's also Axis Red One, who didn't do that well, only managed to get 4 points in total for this round. But Taba NC putting up a fight here. Rizai, Rush, Banks, as well as O'Neal. 4 elimination points, not that much, but this will definitely give them a boost towards the grand finals later on. Nothing much to play for Taba NC, to be fair, but they just want that momentum, because with that momentum, you might stand a chance to get a slot in the C League later on in the grand finals. Congratulations to Team SMG. Firstly, because they managed to get this chicken dinner, and look forward to if they can pull off a miraculous run in this league for the last 3 games.
Right now, let's check out the stats of Team SMG. Your winners, the team of the hour itself, who has been able to take that 10-pointer along with the chicken dinner. So 25 points in. Team SMG might just actually get themselves into the top 4 position, but still, there's still a lot more for us to witness here. 3 more games to go to conclude our Super Weekend. And now, let's check out the highlights for match number 2. Looking back at the replay out there, we see that Team SMG barely survived to tell the tale, but with that clutch coming out of the board, with 1 HP left to reset the whole team, they definitely deserve that chicken dinner with that huge, outstanding play of Bard just surviving and taking out the entirety of AIG RTK. So we definitely want to look at the leaderboards once again on how much have changed in the span of that one match. So, Sir Cloud, I think that we definitely have seen multiple different winners across the span of this weekend here. Is it fair to say that, it's anyone's game when it comes down to the grand finals?
It is. Now with 3 more games left, it is. Yeah, Axis Red One, they can afford to drop 1 game because they have like a 35-point gap. Foreign Legends did fairly well with a 3rd place finish. They do close up the gap, naturally, but they haven't overtaken Axis Red One. But of course, with 3 more games, assuming Axis Red One does a similar performance, then definitely other teams can catch up. But it's Axis Red One. So I think that they can come back in Erangel in game number 3, but we'll see what happens with Axis Red One. That's why I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch yet.
All right, now back to the Euro Lions conversation. I think they did fairly well into this match. So we have to take a look at how much points they've managed to garner. 3 elimination points, meaning to say they need about 7 positioning points, and think that they did finish off at least within that top 10 ratio. This is looking pretty good for Udo Lines. Now back to Team SMG. They did about 1,600 damage out there. Travel just a little fair bit as you compare them to the rest of the teams here to secure the final few spot. For Legends with 43 kilometers of distance, and it's AIG R2K here who's managed to take out majority of the teams coming in from the southern side. While for rivals, Wolf, they've been able to stash in 6 pointers for their own. I think that at least a lot of all these teams have seen significant improvements from the span of this match.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's why I was talking about, like, when it comes to the grand finals, things will definitely change as compared to the leagues. Because you can see that the rise of some teams, like even the R2K as well, actually they've been doing fairly well if you think about it. It's just that maybe some teams are not league sort of side of teams, you know what I mean? As in, like, their stamina is not that long, but when it comes to like the 3-day sprint, they can do it. So it will be very, very different when it comes to the grand finals. But what is not that different is VAR. This guy, 3rd MVP, 6 elimination points this round, has to be hands down the MVP after that clutch.
Indeed, it has to be. Nobody else have come pretty close. And look at those stats. That's 46% on top of that clutching moment out there. So it all started with when Jenny dropped to the ground as well. And thank goodness they have been able to still keep themselves alive after being knocked out. So as we look into this match, 25 minutes of play is a little bit faster than the average mirror round, and teams are just getting more and more aggressive. And you compare it to Olio, who's only got that 1 elimination point, but Stash has dished out at least 609 damage out there. But he's not only a fragger, he looks like a tank. That's 300 damage being soaked by Olio.
Oh yeah. And longest elimination distance, only 12, so he likes his close quarters combat. Olio, no doubt, one of the best players for Taba NC, even from last season as well. And frankly speaking, even before Taba NC became NC and before NC became PMPL NC, when they were in MPX Red Line, Olio was one of the standout performers alongside his teammates that time. And coming into this, he still remains consistent, meaning that this guy individually, he is playing at a pro league ever since back then. And now let's just look at it overall. So Team SMG 10, R2K 8, those are the standouts for this charts.
That's right. I think that AIG R2K goes back to the same aggressive maneuver that they've been taking on without fielding Moscow into the party. And they usually have a little bit of a shift when it comes down to the approaches. I think this has been working well for AIG R2K. They should not be changing this in the grand finals. So when we look into the other teams itself, we have a little bit of a good pair of points there. 3 of these teams, Axis, Red 1, Our Legend, as well as, I believe, Udo Lines have been able to take about 4 points each, as we have a little bit of shift when it comes down to the Super Weekend ranking. Now, Foreign Legends move into the top 5, needing to chase up upon RSG, Axis Red 1, and eventually make it to the top 3. While others didn't really seem too big of a shift, with Team Secret dropping out early, so this is a sign of concern. They need to match up against Axis Red 1.
Yeah, so the Super Weekend rankings, well, frankly, they don't really matter. What matters is the overall rankings. But what's going to be interesting is that can Sam9 Gang actually break Axis Red 1's record of 180 something in week number 1? Let me just fact check that a little bit. 182 for Axis Red 1 in their first week, which is the highest amount of points held by a single team in a Super Weekend. I'm looking forward to see that, since we have this kind of breakdown, whether Sam9 Gang can actually break that, so they are like 30-ish points away. But this is where it all matters. Axis Red 1, they can afford to drop around.
That's right, Axis Red 1, whether it's 1 round or 2 rounds out there, I think they're very well secured, but Foreign Legends is chasing right in. So they shouldn't be all too comfy as well. Maybe an average of 5-pointer for each round at least will further distance himself against Foreign Legends. Team Secret at 3rd spot. And now, look at that. 2 more points to match up against Moscow. If they get 3 or more, their slot to the grand finals is going to be confirmed as the top 16 team of the PMPL MYSG grand finals. It's is going to
My
happen in 2
goodness.
weeks' time.
My goodness, 3 more in 3 rounds. It's 1 point per round. I mean, come on, it's 1 point per round. They can definitely do it. So it's very, very likely at this moment. It's looking very bright for Yudo Alliance. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can actually pull it off. And yeah, what amazing run it has been for Yudo Alliance as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this round. So looks like we just got a cue that there will not be an interview for this round, but we will go straight to our analyst panel very, very soon. But before we go to that, I just want to give a quick shout out to Lala Pachang, who's watching from India since season 1. So shout out to you, have been our very loyal viewer since season 1. And glad to see you back for season 4. But ladies and gentlemen, let's head on to our analyst panel. So Sis Jenny, Topcast, and Cairo, on to you guys.
Hai korang. Okay, jom kita sembang. Okay. Tadi Sis ada perasan lah SMG punya rotations very, I would say a bit passive, tapi diorang macam tahu je game tu. So maybe Topcast boleh terangkan dengan rotasi.
Betul. Team Secret lawan R2K, dia nampak R2K lawan Team Secret dan dia tahu R2K dah meratakan Team Secret, tapi dia hanya melembak daripada jarak jauh je sebab circle dekat belakang dia je. Jadi dia akan utamakan circle terlebih dahulu sebab kita tahu SMG bukan satu team yang got nothing to lose. They got everything to lose actually. They got the chance to win this league. So apa yang mereka buat adalah calculated move untuk mendapatkan semaksimum point yang boleh. Tidak ada gamble yang tidak perlu. Jadi apabila mereka tengok daripada jauh je, mereka dapatkan circle dulu, mereka pertahankan circle dengan bantuan Farang Legend sebenarnya. Kalau Farang Legend Lupi tak ada dekat situ, R2K mungkin akan dapat meratakan SMG dengan sangat-sangat mudah. Tapi disebabkan ada Lupi berseorangan, maka SMG berjaya mendapatkan chicken dinner.
Very good decision making. Okay, Khairul, early masa siang-siang circle tadi kita ada nampak Team Wales gaduh dengan Axis. So maybe Khairul boleh terangkan.
Daripada segi flight path, kita nampak yang dia mengalir pada selatan sampailah ke utara, dan kalau flight path yang cantik sebegitu, kita boleh fikirkan ataupun Wales mungkin memfikirkan bahawa mungkin Axis turun ke La Croberia, dan untuk kita ke Monte Nuevo ialah satu perkara yang bukanlah sukar tapi jauh lah nak dikatakan. Jadi diorang mungkin berniat untuk turun ke second drop spot untuk Axis, iaitu di mana diorang bergaduh dengan lebih awal. Dan tak disangka-sangka Axis pun akan turun di second drop spot mereka lah. Jadi diorang akan bertembung dan diorang telah pun berlawan. Tapi penghujungnya Axis dapatkan 4 mata tanpa kehilangan mana-mana pemain langsung.
Alright, Topcast, cuba terangkan dengan kedudukan Yudo Alliance buat masa ni.
Yudo Alliance pada masa ni dia macam kita tahu dia perlukan beberapa point saja lagi. Jadi dia dia tak nak cari satu tempat yang boleh farm kill macam selalu Forever buat. Forever buat, dia akan pergi dekat satu tempat, dia akan ambil tempat tu dan daripada tempat tu dia akan farm kill. Tapi untuk Yudo Alliance, dia tahu dia kena dapatkan lagi 6 point je sekarang ni. Kalau tengok balik pada point tadi, mereka hanya perlu mendapatkan lagi 4 point je nak confirmkan duduk atas daripada tim bosku. Placement lebih penting untuk mereka. Jadi kalau kita tengok juga movement diorang bukan bergerak 4-4. Mereka bergerak 2-2. Dane dan juga rakannya dekat belakang. Lex dan juga Temah make sure confirmkan dekat depan tu kosong, barulah lagi 2 follow daripada belakang, dan itu yang menyebabkan mereka mendapatkan 3 point pada game kali ini, which is very good. Sebab tujuan utama mereka bukan untuk mendapatkan mata yang banyak, cuma 6 point, dan mereka dah buat setengah daripada kerja tersebut.
Okay, Khairul, tadi masa tengok grafik ni kita nampak Team Secret ada pergaduhan. So maybe Khairul boleh terangkan dengan defense diorang earlier.
Kita nampak Team Secret, diorang sampai ke kawasan tersebut lebih awal nak dibandingkan dengan pasukan R2K. Kita nampak Secret juga mungkin telah pun bersedia untuk mengambil position yang baik, tapi entah daripada mana datang pula satu kaum yang bernama R2K. Dia datang dan dia terus langgar tanpa sebarang knockdown yang dimulakan, tanpa sebarang info yang mereka ada. Dia nampak satu pasukan kat situ dan dia rasa itu kawasan yang baik untuk dipegang. Jadi R2K berniat untuk langgar pada tim Secret. Pergaduhan berlaku dan Secret seolah-olah seperti mungkin kurang aware mengenai situasi ini dengan lebih awal. Diorang punya positioning pun mungkin sedikit off dan menyebabkan mereka terkumpul dalam satu pusat di mana bom demi bom sampai dan telah pun mendapatkan 2 pemain dari tim Secret dan penghujungnya R2K dengan satu pushing yang memang tak memberikan belas kasihan langsung kepada tim Secret telah pun mengeluarkan mereka dengan lebih awal.
Ya.
Okay. Topcast, tengok Farang sekarang position mereka sangat macam mana ni? Cuba Topcast terangkan.
Ya, saya rasa sekarang ni okey, dia adalah sangat-sangat rare untuk kita tahu 4 orang tinggal di last circle untuk satu-satu tim. Tadi adalah satu kejadian yang tak pernah jadi lagi so far untuk ada 16 orang bersama dengan 4 tim. Maksudnya satu tim masih ada 4 orang kekal sampailah ke circle yang terakhir. Apa yang Farang buat bagi saya adalah calculated move. Dia hantar Lupi untuk kacau perlawanan di antara R2K dan juga SMG. Sebaik sahaja R2K dah rata ke SMG, masa tu jugalah tabah NC datang untuk attack Farang. Timing yang cantik dan itu menyebabkan Farang kurang seorang. Dan saya rasa Farang tahu kalau dilihatkan pada head count, dia tahu ada lagi baki 4 orang ataupun baki beberapa orang. Tapi mereka mungkin tak menjangkakan tabah NC ada full squad. Dan itu menyebabkan mereka tersilap langkah untuk menghantar Lupi mengganggu R2K dan juga SMG. Kalau Lupi bersabar 4-4 dengan member dia yang lain, kita tahu Farang Legend 4v4 tak pernah kalah. Tapi tadi itu sebenarnya adalah situasi 3v4. Dan itu yang menyebabkan Farang Legend kalah. Tetapi saya rasa itu berdasarkan pengalaman mereka sebelum ini untuk melakukan benda ni dan mereka berjaya. Jadi mereka just buat balik apa yang mereka buat. Cuma pada kali ini, benda yang sangat-sangat rare berlaku apabila masih kekal dengan 4 orang sampailah ke hujung circle untuk setiap tim berlaku pada match kali ini. Itu yang menyebabkan mereka kalah sebenarnya.
Okay. Khairul, waktu-waktu detik-detik sekarang ni dah last super weekend, apa yang tim-tim harus risau tentang apa? Farm kills ke apa? Cuba Khairul terangkan.
Kalau kita bercerita pasal mengejar champion liga, sebenarnya Axis tak boleh risau sekarang ni. Dia tak boleh takut, dia tak boleh mula untuk overthinking. Sekarang ni dia perlu untuk main macam biasa, seperti mana Axis yang kita nampak pada super weekend yang pertama dan super weekend yang kedua. Ini ada masalah ketika kita berada di atas dan ketika di penghujung baki permainan lah, kita boleh katakan benda-benda ni mula akan datang. Benda-benda ni akan mula untuk menghantui para pemain kita dan dia sama ada membuatkan mereka lebih baik ataupun membuatkan mereka lebih jatuh ke bawah. Jadi benda ni Axis perlu untuk elakkan sebab Axis sekarang berada di tempat yang pertama. Diorang tak boleh untuk risau kepada mana-mana pasukan datang. Diorang perlu bersedia dengan setup untuk draw spot mereka sebab yang kita tahu mungkin ada pasukan yang ingin melanggar mereka. Oh, kita orang nak dapatkan champion, so kita kena kalahkan yang nombor 1. Benda tu mungkin berlaku. Jadi Axis jangan risau apa-apa, just bersedia dan sediakanlah backup plan ataupun plan B untuk mereka.
Alright, thank you Khairul dan Topcast. And guys, saya ada lagi satu segmen dengan Tash Bunny and this time it's rapid fire questions with Farang Legend. Jom kita check out together.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera. Nama saya Tash Bunny dan selamat datang ke segmen permainan Sukaneka bersama PMPL season keempat. Sekarang ni kita nak main game yang dikatakan bernama Rapid Fire Questions atau Tasha suka panggil sesi tembak-menembak di antara rakan-rakan. So bersama saya pada hari ini adalah satu team in the running to be part of the grand finals of PMPL season keempat. Korang boleh teka tak team mana ni? Letak nama dalam komen dan kita akan reveal in 3, 2, 1. Ya, ini dia guys. Sama saya hari ini adalah tim Farang Legend, antara favourites kita ya di PMPL season keempat pada hari ini. Jadi korang, boleh tak korang introduce nama korang dan juga role korang dalam korang PT?
Hello, nama saya Diluk. Saya role sebagai Russia.
Hello, saya Helton dan saya sebagai role support.
Hello, saya Repo Boy. Role saya ialah IGL.
Hello, saya Ricky. Role saya sebagai support Russia ataupun flagger.
Hello, saya Lupi. Role saya support.
Okey, jadi korang tahu tak kenapa korang kat sini hari ni?
Tak tahu.
Tak tahu Okey, kita nak main game sukan neka dalam PMPL Liga 4 ni, dan game ni dinamakan Rapid Fire Question ataupun sesi tembak-menembak, di mana Tasha akan tanya korang soalan yang kontroversial dan korang akan tunjuk kepada each other siapa yang selalu buat benda tu. Korang kena cepat-cepat tau tunjuk to each other, okey? Lepas tu korang kena bagi tahu Tasha kenapa korang rasa dia macam tu. Boleh?
Boleh.
Okay. Bersedialah kita nak end friendship si hari ni. Tasha excited betul. Okay, soalan pertama Tasha. Siapa di antara korang dalam Parang Legend ni yang selalu lambat?
Lambat macam mana?
Lambat dari segi apa?
Lambat datang ke scrim, lambat bangun, lambat semua.
Ni. Ni.
Siapa?
Ni.
Sana, tunjuk kak. Nampak semua orang tunjuk ke adik lu ni, kenapa?
Adik lu
Tak apa display.
Ni paling lambat ni.
Mana ada? Saya awal lah, saya paling awal. Saya lah masuk sebelum ID Pass. Saya masuk sebelum ID Pass, mana ada?
Okay, satu. Okay, jadi kita tanya, Helton, kenapa you rasa adik lu paling selalu lambat?
Dia selalu layan TikTok dulu sebelum masuk.
Layan TikTok. Semua agree ke?
Agree.
Semua setuju? Betul? Oh, jadi kira macam ni lah. Oh, lagi 10 minit start scrim. TikTok lu tiba lagi 3 jam baru datang scrim. Macam tu ke?
5 minit.
5 minit tu
Dia akan masuk minit last tu baru dia masuk.
Aku dah nak fly tu.
Oh, bila fly tu baru masuk? Dahsyat. Tak letak Okay. Jadi tak apa. Dah nampak adik lu tunjuk kat diri sendiri. So, kiranya adik lu pun setuju. Jadi tak adalah kontroversi mana sangat ni. Okay, soalan kedua Tasha. Dalam tim Parang Legend, siapa di antara korang yang paling comel?
Ni aku.
Ni bawah ni. Paling comel ni.
Semua tu cakap Ricky.
Bawah ni paling comel.
Tak tahu
Kenapa
boy.
Ricky paling comel?
Tak tahu lah.
Kenapa kau rasa?
Sebab semalam dia nak jadi comel tau. Dia letak binatang tu kat atas kepala dia. Yang sotong tu. Mana sotong tu?
Bawa. Mana sotong tu?
Semalam dia pakai binatang tu. Dia nak jadi comel. So kita orang bagilah dia comel kat dalam ni.
I rasa adik lu tak boleh pakai. Kepala dia memang dah ada sotong. Sorry Dik Lu. You dah ada sotong sendiri dah. Kasha ingat kan korang pilih adik lu sebab adik lu selalu buat rambut macam tu. Bila Kasha nampak korang main tournament kan mesti ada dia buat macam tu rambut. Kenapa you macam tu adik lu?
Sebab serabut rambutnya.
Serabut. Ingatkan apa tu adik lu punya signature ikat rambut ke apa. Tapi tak apa. Nampaknya dalam tim ni Ricky yang paling comel. Kita tengok kalau kita punya viewer pun agree ke tak dalam komen. Okay, soalan ketiga Tasha Okay, ni yang paling controversial. Tapi Tasha tahu jawapan dia lah sebenarnya sebab Tasha dah dengar banyak benda pasal player ni. Okay, siapa dalam tim Parang Legend yang paling toxic? Tapi Ricky tunjuk kat siapa tu? Oh, situ. Repo? Okay, Ricky seorang je lain. Kenapa Ricky cakap Repo?
Bawa lah Ricky. Tak sayang dengan GL.
Bukan, dia pun kadang-kadang dia kadang tak tahulah, dia emosi sikit kadang-kadang. Sebab
dia
tu boleh
emosi?
maki-maki.
Dia maki je lah.
Oh, toxic team lah.
Ini toxic orang luar. Aduh.
Orang luar yang
Okay. Kenapa adik lu? Adik lu buat apa? Cuba cerita sikit Tasha.
Saya tak tahulah saya buat apa.
Ada
tahu lah dia suka sangat tembak kotak orang.
Dia suka tembak kotak.
Bila dah orang tu dah mati memang dia tak boleh lepas lah. Orang nak tembak.
Dalam PMPL adik lu ada tembak kotak tak?
Ada tapi tak kantoi.
Ada tapi tak kantoi.
Oh, pandai. Jadi lepas lah. Okay, faham. Tak apa adik Lut. Kita orang geng. Sebab kalau adik Lut tembak kotak, Tasha suka teabag. So, sama je. Lebih kurang je. Jadi kita duduk sama toxic. Okay. So, for now. Dalam tim Farah Legend, siapa yang paling degil?
Ni.
Semua orang cakap Ricky, tapi tadi tu adik Lut tunjukkan adik Lut dulu. Kenapa cakap adik Lut? Lepas tu kenapa change your mind?
Saya degil dengan cakap repo lah. Kalau saya nak saya rush je lah.
Oh gitu. Jadi bila you rush pasal repo ignore ke, marah ke apa? Macam mana, apa reaction dia?
Repo marah kalau mati.
Dia cakap apa? Toxic dia macam mana? Dengar sikit repo cakap apa?
Macam mana pun? Repo
Cuba
cakap.
imitate.
Repo yang cakap kan.
Try repo. You cuba imitate sikit cara you marah dia.
Mana? Tak, ni tak ada emosi sekarang ni.
Dia macam
dia kena ada emosi baru datang ayat dia. Uish.
Dia tiba-tiba datang tau, tiba-tiba.
Macam mana? Sabar, aku dah cakap sabar. Macam tak, lebih kurang. Lebih kurang macam tu lah.
Sabar, aku dah cakap sabar macam tu.
Sabar
Okay,
dia.
tapi okay, tapi tadi kebanyakan team member Farah Legend tunjuk kat Ricky. Kenapa Ricky degil? Apa Ricky buat?
Dia sama, dua-dua sama.
Dia tak nak mengaku salah dia ni, banyak ni.
Yelah apa aku buat? Ya.
Kalau nak kemas semua kan, selalu gelak.
Dia suka ngelak. Dia ngelak macam mana ni?
Orang tak kemas semua dia duduk dalam bilik seorang-seorang.
Aku kemas tau. Amboi. Dia tenang.
Nak kena ni dulu baru ni.
Okey, Tasha tiba-tiba ada soalan tambahan. Tiba-tiba ada soalan tambahan. Siapa antara Farah Legend yang kuat merajuk?
Merajuk. Tahu lah. Kita orang kental semua.
Kental.
Kita orang kena marah pun.
Santuy.
Steady.
Okey lah. Ke korang memang semua kuat merajuk lepas tu nak bagi tahu ni?
Tak ada.
Tak. Ni benda betul.
Okey lah. Tasha percaya. Okey. Siapa dalam tim Farah Legend yang kuat curi makanan orang lain?
Kuat curi
Curi makan.
Tak ada kot. Tak ada juga.
Tak ada? Kenapa korang baik? Tak pernah curi makanan
Kita orang
orang
memang baik.
Tak. Kita
Baik,
Kita orang selalu bagi je. Bagi orang. Oi, kau nak makan ni.
Kita orang kongsi.
Selalu
Sharing is caring.
Okay. Sharing is caring Okay. Tak apa. Siapa antara korang yang pemalas mandi?
Ni.
Lupi gila. Lupi mandi.
Ricky tak ada. Ricky.
Dia pernah tak mandi 3 hari gila.
Dah lah lambat mandi selalu ah. Tak ada dah. Ni kan setiap hari kan mandi mesti lambat. Ni bawah ni.
Asal mandi ya.
Dia sikit insiden di mana Ricky tak mandi 3 hari tu, apa jadi tu?
Mana ada?
Malas.
Mana ada? Paling paling 2 hari je.
Berapa hari? Oh 2 hari. 2 hari. Okey, 2 hari.
Jadi bau dia macam mana? Cuba korang describe bau dia kat Tasha.
Adik,
Tak ada bau.
bau tak kisah lah. Dia peluk orang.
Mana ada peluk?
Dia peluk orang?
Oh, peluk orang.
Aduh, disgusting je. Tapi tadi tu
Ricky terbongkar lagi.
Ricky tunjuk kat siapa tadi Ricky?
Tunjuk dekat Lupi. Lupi pun jarang mandi juga.
Kenapa Lupi jarang mandi pula?
Dia kalau malas
Betul ke?
memang malas
Korang
betul.
setuju ke? Korang setuju ke Lupi pun pemalas mandi?
Tak tahu lah.
Betul ni.
Dia macam ni lah. Lupi dia bangun awal tau. Tapi dia mandi lambat lah. Macam tu lah.
Jadi
Dia
tak
tak ada
seteruk
lambat
Ricky
tapi lambat lah. Tak seteruk Ricky.
Okey, Ricky 2 hari ya. Tak apa, kita make sure yang ini akan diketahui orang ramai supaya bila Ricky keluar tak siapa nak peluk Ricky.
Jangan peluk Ricky
Jangan peluk Ricky. Okey, soalan terakhir Tasha Siapa antara korang semua yang paling terror main PUBG Mobile solo?
Adik lu.
Adik lu Memang semua orang ngaku adik lu Tapi itu yang kelakar sikit tu. Semua orang cakap adik lu terror tapi adik lu toxic.
Apa?
Adik lu terror tapi dia
Tak habis lagi. Oh toksik.
Jadi
tahu lah
jadi
sebab
sekarang ni
mungkin
kalau
sebab dia budak lagi.
Oh kena panggil budak. Apa perasaan adik lu dipanggil budak?
Ya, saya memang budak kan.
Dia memang budak 16 ni kan. Tak matang lagi kan.
Sekejap ya.
Fikir apa.
Saya nak tanya sikit. Jadi bila kalau you main solo, you main PUBG Mobile solo, you buka mic ke?
Buka mic all.
Lepas tu you maki orang ke?
Tak adalah, tak maki lah, cakap dia noob je lah kalau mati tu.
Cuba imitate sikit. Noob kena mati macam tu ke?
Mana boleh, nanti. Tak boleh.
Kenapa?
Tak nak.
Kenapa ni? Alah bagi tahu lah.
Terlebih toksik.
Rahsia. Terlebih
Tak boleh.
Tak apa, semua orang tahu. Tak ada beza pun you cakap.
Kata
Tasha. Oh macam tu ke? Jadi kira kalau
Belar. Kata.
Dia rata.
Dah tak apa.
Okeylah. Tasha tambah lagi soalan Siapa di antara player Fire Legend yang kuat mengamuk bila main PUBG Mobile?
Saya kot.
Report dia buat apa bila dia mengamuk tu? Dia menjerit.
Menjurui macam beruk.
Dia kena habis pun dia menjerit macam monyet Sebaris rumah ni dengar.
Dia sini.
Cuba.
Betul serius.
Oh, tapi dia tak baling phone lah.
Tak ada macam.
Tak adalah, dia macam.
Okey, tak adalah toksik mana. Tapi boleh tahan lah mengamuk tu, tak apa. Tasha kalau mengamuk lagi teruk. Tasha tak boleh macam ni. So kira Tasha menang lah kali ni korang. Tasha menang. Okay, tapi for now guys, terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana sudi meluangkan masa bersama Tasha dalam sesi rapid fire ataupun sesi tembak-menembak. Kita telah mengenali Farah Legend dengan lebih dekat. So sekarang kita tahu yang Vicky paling pemalas nak mandi, Tasha rasa itu yang paling controversial, dan Ripo yang paling kuat mengamuk, dan paling toksik adalah adik Luke. Dan tapi Lupi macam tak ada apa-apa lah. Korang boleh tak expose sikit Lupi ni apa dia punya, you know, dia punya
dia selalu kalau support ni dia baik macam Hilton dengan Lupi ni kan. Dia orang baik-baik.
Oh macam tu lah. Memang dia punya stigma kat situ lah. Anak syurga.
Anak syurga lain gila.
Oh ya.
Okey lah. Betul lah tu. Hilton pun tak ada. Tasha baru perasan Hilton pun tak ada. Betul lah tu. Tapi for now guys, inilah sahaja masa kita ada. So terima kasih banyak-banyak korang, dan good luck untuk korang punya grand finals nanti. Bye bye guys.
Bye bye.
Bye. Farah Legend, confirm chicken.
Yap, itu memang sudah pun pasti.
Bodoh terjatuh.
Kita dah pun nampak. Adik lu. Adik lu.
Dalam rumah ke?
Bawah. Adik pandang bawah adik. Adik pandang bawah adik. Bawah kanan. You masih lagi tak nampak di manakah keberadaan pemain tray daripada Four Rivals?
Mana itu orang?
Kalau tak nampak juga. Masih lagi tak nampak. Mungkin adik lu merasakan bahawa
Aku naik lampu tau. Hai.
akan jatuh ke macam mana adik lu?
Kalau dia jatuh dia akan bagi yang itulah dia. Bye bye. Breaking
Dekat saya. Turun hujung rada sini. Sini bodoh kau. Kau bodoh kat sini.
Sangat bahaya. Bayangkan kalau pemburu dapat semua daripada pasukan parang legend. Maka chicken dinner percuma untuk Four Rivals sebenarnya.
Dan chicken dinner mereka yang pertama untuk PMPL MYSC season yang keempat kali ini. Demi dolangkan serbu, cari satu pemain. Belum lagi dapat sebenarnya Foreign namun jatuh. FPV mode mengelirukan mata. Tapi winner chicken dinner.
Ya, tapi sekarang ini ditukarkan pula kepada perspektif Axis Red One dan juga SMG Jenny. Wow. Berbahaya betul daripada Jenny. Hampir-hampir sebenarnya kepala dia kena dekat situ. Tetapi Zizo. Wow. Zizo dapat baris dekat situ. Terkejut ke bang. Terkejut kan bang. Hilang terus 10 tahun nyawa. Tapi Zizo tempat untuk menggunakan persen. Data yang kedua. Dapat dilepaskan. Zizo ada kena dapatkan lagi. Tak dapat. Zizo out. Kita datang ke tempat orang. Of course enemy tu lebih bersedia untuk menantikan kehadiran anda. Betul-betul detect apa-apa pergerakan renangan yang dilakukan oleh pasukan musuh, di mana yang Geekfam pun akan berlalu pergi pada waktu ini. Four Rivals boleh menarik nafas kelegaan.
So diorang tunggu je si NC gerak dulu. Tapi ketika ini Wih satu squad rata bos. NC percaya untuk meratakan Geek Fam.
Hello everybody, I am Sis Jenny and welcome to our segment of episode 1, and this is an interesting segment which is we are covering a mini game. So benda ni sangat fun lah actually. Diorang akan dengar-dengar benda yang dalam PUBG. So kita tengok siapa yang dapat betul. So let's go and head to Steam Secret first. Alright guys, so mini game ni sangat unik sebab dia akan test player-player kita punya how they are hearing it in PUBG. So benda ni tak senang Jadi game dia is actually kita akan production akan mainkan bunyi daripada PUBG. So bunyi dia tak semestinya senapang. It can be anything else. So korang nak kena bilang kita bunyi tu bunyi apa. So korang dah ready?
Ya, ready.
Okay.
Dah ready So production bunyi yang pertama.
Rosa suppressor.
Goza, yeah. Oh.
Wow.
Easy.
Betul ke jawapan tu? Okay, let's reveal the answer. Is it a Grossa suppressor? Yay! Betul! Ada sound effect tak?
Easy.
Easy
Ni selalu je.
Aku lupa mesti.
Bunyi macam M24.
Bukan.
Double barrel tu.
Macam double barrel.
Shotgun double barrel.
Double barrel ke pistol tu?
Apa nama?
Bukan. Shotgun double barrel. Sawit bunyi
Lagi
lain.
sekali boleh? Lagi sekali. Lagi sekali.
Betul lah.
Betul. Double barrel.
Double barrel tu apa nama dia?
Tak, nama apa itu double barrel tu?
S1
Ke DBS?
S18. Asal DBS tak?
S686. S686.
Ya ke?
S166 lebih kurang je tu.
S18 lebih kurang macam tu lah.
S1867 ke?
Okay, S186. Kunci Oh, S686. Betul ke itu production?
Apa betul?
Mantap. Oh,
Terbalik.
close.
Language. S686.
MK.
MK suppressor.
AUG.
AUG ke?
AUG.
Ya, AUG.
AUG suppressor.
Lock 100.
Lock.
Okay, production. Dia nak lock AUG suppressor. Betul ke?
Easy lah.
One down.
Susah sikit.
This is the worst weapon in PUBG history. Yeah, this is a crossbow.
Yeah, betul lagi.
Macam QPZ pakai suppressor.
QBZ suppressor.
QBZ suppressor lah production. Betul ke ni? Betul. Yeah.
Pistol warna biru tu.
P18.
P18 apa tu?
Bukan. Takkan dah. Itu yang biru ni peluru apa?
Itu pistol.
Peluru biru ke peluru apa?
Biru.
P18C. P18C kalau biru.
P18C. Confirm
Lock. P18C.
Aduh.
Weh.
Ada P juga betul lah tu.
P tu ada P.
Aduh, P.
Alamak. Block. Pistol yang boleh spam tu P.
Scorpion dia apa ke MPU?
Scorpion.
Bukan nama lain.
P1911 kot. Macam tu. P1911 kan.
P1911.
Ni WM ni.
Oh, bukan dia nama lain. P18C ke apa dah?
Yelah, P92 dah silaku. Scorpion
Champion reload lain.
Oh, reload lain. Boleh tu. Lock. Berapa tadi?
Kat itu ya.
RM4.
P191 apa entah gitulah.
Itu lain. Itu code.
P18C lock. Oh ya.
P92. Betul ke tu?
Lock 10
So kita lock lah 18C ni. Adakah betul?
Salah.
Ada
betul ke?
Aduh, itu tadi kita jawab tu gila Pi. Aduh, tak bagi saya.
Player for rival tak main pistol. Korang main tembak besar, betul tak? Betul?
Betul.
Main stage je.
Cheese cover
Bunyi dah brand. Baik.
Oh, easy. The indestructible weapon. Yeah, indestructible. It's a pen.
Betul tak jawapan dia? Pen? Betul-betul itu adalah bunyi pen dan dia kena headshot. Guys, power lah headshot dengan Fredo dapat semua betul.
Flagan.
Takkan beracun pula.
Flagan.
Tak ada lah beracun tu.
Beracun apa? KLCC. Macam bola.
Ni confirm lah. Sis pun tahu kot. Okay, betul ke production? Adakah itu flare gun?
Confirm betul.
Betul.
M762.
M762.
Inilah kepala G yang headshot kat Adiluk itu.
Okay, paling easy sih. Okay, M762. Betul ke? Yeay.
Salah memang aku boleh
Okay, alright. Itu je. Thank you so much for Rivals. So, I hope this season is a time for you to shine and I definitely want to see you guys in S4 doing very well, okay?
Alright, thank you.
Okay. Alright, that's all for today, guys. And please support them in the S4. See you guys soon. Bye.
Remember the minds and the rain. We're not born to win. 365 days left stick. That's true, it's following. We never sleep just to give out what I have for the championship. Pick up the weapon and face it. No one stop you, if not you break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, so prove it. Real wrestling, homie. Let's just do what we're best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage when we're fighting as a team. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Stop being trouble, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, 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 we're psycho. Starting from the bottom and stop acting like a hero. Bunch of lagi, take a samurai, jangan sakit hati, pastikan jadi orang begini sampai ke menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace. Jadi ke tak jadi, depends how much effort you put in. Whose face is on the screen, not you. Tapi saya hate, I'm all in. Bukan mula lemah, tapi aku impian besar. Tak kira berapa jauh you berada, aku pasti akan kejar.
We play, that's the team. Doesn't matter in the end who is gonna win. We share the same dream. Dream is big, but think me. Never look down on me. And my word hurry in me. Hancur tapi promise aku akan kembali. Never try, we never know. Ya. Kerja keras hanya sementara. Nothing come but cuma. Jangan takut, selalu pasti kita cuba. Hey, respect for what we had. Today we lost a warrior, haha, cause from Senai gang. He's with a better place, but his spirit is with us and it will never end.
I know it's so hard for us to face it, but we remember his name for all the century. So let us stop all the tears and face it. Let us show the world what we have, starting with a better day.
Pick up the weapon, face it. No, I'll stop it, it won't break it. They're not gonna believe, yes, I prove it. We're rising no way. Let's just do it what we best in. You feel me? Let's go double up the damage. When we're fighting, that's the team. Shout up! Amigo, we're psycho. Stop being trouble, you know I'm a hero. Amigo, we're psycho. Starting from the bottom, stop acting like a hero.
Maju lagi, jangan berani, jangan sakit hati, pastikan lari. Orang begini sampai ke menari. It's not easy, get my trophy. Better quit, testing me. Otherwise, rest in peace.
Together we fight, fighting all night, but we're facing difficulty, we will never run. We pull our weapon down, we stand strong and unite, taking cash out of side by side. Peace.
Welcome back once again. This is the PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG Season 4. And of course, all of this is hosted by PUBG Mobile and also the SPN. With me here is going to be your co-casters here. And of course, starting things off, it's Sir Cloud alongside with me, Contra, and VSPN has been powering all the esports action here in the PMPL. So, with that being said, we are ready for our halfway mark of the day. We've already seen battles happening inside of Miramar as well as Erangel. Is it time for us to pay a visit to Sanhok just about yet?
Not yet. We're going to hop into Erangel before we go into Sanhok. So it's going to be Erangel round 2. And if you remember that first Erangel today, it was Axis Red One netting the set, the chicken dinner, with a booming amount of, was it like 12 elimination points, something like that. It was quite an impressive number. And the circle went up north, which is not a common circle that we've seen in the PMPL. So I look forward to seeing what sort of circle will it be. Will it be the right side circle again.
Well, perhaps so, and this is where, pressure is on for Team Secret Fire Legends, who's still chasing in for rivals, needing to do even better if they want to, of course, come out huge in the next 3 rounds to come. This is going to be very important because every one of them are fighting for that Southeast Asia League spot. So within the span of all these few matches up there, I'm pretty sure that we'll be in for a treat and also surprises coming up. Now, I think it's going to be pretty much of a relief situation already for Udo Lions, needing only about 5 points in the span of these 3 rounds in order to qualify to the grand finals. Meanwhile, the rest of them are still finding all this track here to keep in consistency in order to get themselves a better momentum heading into the grand finals of MYSG.
Yeah, some people would say that Axis Red won, they're champions already, but mathematically they could still be taken over by a couple of teams, including maybe like the top 3 Fire Legends, Team Secret as well, and if maybe a triple chicken dinner with a lot of elimination points, maybe even EVOS VIP or even SMG could do it. So we're just still going to hold on to that. The numbers we don't really know exactly, but what Contra you did mention, the exact numbers that we know of is for Euro Alliance. 3 more points to go with 3 games. 1 point each game averagely. Very, very, very doable.
That's right, 1 point each game. Well, I think just by positioning points itself, it should secure quite an amount. So that's all they need to do. Stay alive, and they'll be good to go to the grand finals. You know what? Let's head over to Erangel first before we talk about that even further. Now, match 3. We're going in back to the classic map of Erangel to see who will take the next chicken dinner in this matchup.
Yes, who will it be? We will start off as usual with the flight path, and just looking at down below, I believe this is a Kuwari flight path. That means from the left side, probably it's going to go towards the right. Yes, so it's going to be from Kuwari up until Yasnaya Polyana. So it's quite a balanced flight path. Everyone can go to their favorite drop spot. That includes Axis Red 1 dropping back into military base, and Yasnaya still a little bit of a wild card. Sometimes it's Sem 9, sometimes it's, well, for the first time we saw Wolf Aerof, and sometimes it's Team Wales. So I really don't know who will drop that at this moment, but for military base it's definitely going to be Axis, but hang on, looks like it's not. They're going to change that drop spot.
Interesting enough, Udo Alliance, despite the shore alliance there, probably trying to reach a very different alternative. But Geek Fam, maybe a little bit late as compared to Udo Alliance here to get that direct drop into its treasure pool. Homeboys will always be inside the container, so they will be able to reach their destination, while Will still takes over the snap on the other side. So Wolf Aerof, they are not going for round 2 at least. So Wolf Aerof, they got themselves a really good position on the past match. All they have to do is just to work on more things to come for that final moment.
Well, I guess there's a reason, or there's a silver lining behind Axis Red 1 not dropping to their usual military base spot. Kameshki will be their destination, and it's because the circle, again, a 50-50 circle towards the northern side. This is exactly the same circle as before.
Deja vu. We're going back in for a little bit of a premonition of what we saw, right? Like that circle heading into the river, proving to be a challenge for many. But Axis Red won. They're going to be happy about this. They won that match. They can do exactly the same. Maybe just refine a little bit more of their momentum of getting those kill points. Now, Geek Fam, solely securing a little bit more of a ground here to challenge Udo Alliance later on.
Yeah, so we'll see if that happens though. But so far, although they have like 3 teams in the same drop spot, which is around the areas of Jogopo, but they never fight early on. Maybe after the next rotation, the next checkpoint, maybe, but never on the first drop spot. So we can expect them to be quite harmonious for now. But then again, 3 more points for Yudo Alliance. I'm looking at you, Yudo Alliance. 3 more points, and Zolly is practicing his fingers, I guess.
Just for the moment, I guess they want to attract a little bit of attention, going back to Novo Robnoe. Classic point of start for Wolf Araf, although it's kind of far from where they need to be. But at least getting enough resources to work with is going to be a lot better for them to eventually play the late game scenario and come in with a rotation similar to Axis Esports. So looking out with DP28, a good weapon for spray and also tapping.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's a little bit underrated because you see that M4 is being used a little bit more, Micro Uzi is a bit more, and nowadays it's M249. DP comes with a lot of ammo. It comes with a very stable recall, and I think it should be it should be up there. It should be recognized a bit more as the weapon of choice. But whenever you see those MVPs, they don't always come with that weapon of choice for some reason. So not too sure why. Maybe it's a good question to ask these pro players in what interviews for these days.
That's right. You see Paraboy, who have made the DP popular, where he puts like a 4 times gold. He could put without whatever you want. I think you go up to 6 times, if I'm not mistaken. So the recall is kind of insane. Instead, you want to go for taps. So with the presence of M249 not inside the crate anymore, you can easily loot it up somewhere. That is the weapon of choice because it has faster rate of fire as compared to a DP as often. Has more ammo to book as well. So I think that's why it has fallen off in popularity as compared to all the other weapons that's being left available.
Yeah, probably. But some of these things, right? It's quite funny though, because sometimes we do see that some weapons they get nerfed and they are not in the patch notes, right? So for the teams, they really need to discover themselves, and that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile. But talking about discovery, well, if that happens on the top left with the elimination feed, we know what's that for. So that means that you'll be able to see us a little bit longer. So, hello. Oh, I'm waiting for the... Oh, there you go. Hello again. Ladies and gents, we're back.
Well, I guess that whenever you see those signs on your left top screen, top left of your screen, when they start dating each other, it signifies that there is an issue in the game that they would like to resolve as soon as possible. So technical errors sometimes come from, some of all these tough circumstances out there that the teams will need to, of course, fix. But that also goes to show that we are going to get a different circle this time around if we go back into Angle. If it third time's the charm, I guess, well, it's predestiny. So this is where we go back to Arankel, right? On how the rest of the teams are performing. So we look back at the first match of the day. So Evil's VIP went to take on Team SMG. That didn't work well. Maybe they might want a round 2. That could be possible as well. But with 4 rivals, it's going to be in the city. It's not going to be all too easy for them to do so. And then if the circle is going to go elsewhere, then very likely these two will not meet at all.
Yeah, there is that possibility. But of course, like what you said, right, we will see a different circle. So it depends on how the circle is. It depends on how the flight path is as well. Interestingly, despite like for Axis Rip 1, the flight path allows them to go to the military base, but they choose not to. They still choose to go to Kameshki, which is a bit unusual because every time we see that, oh, as long as the flight path can go to military base, they would definitely pick that as their first spot. But I guess, this is the thing about being on top, right? Like teams will try to find a way to take you down. So maybe they might be worried about, oh, our checkpoints, our rotations. People are trying to take us down. So they want to do something that people don't expect. And yeah, I guess that's the reason. The only reason why they would drop at Kamishki. They don't want to be the one that's being hunted.
That's right. And when we go to lob all these corners of the map, most likely than not, you will start off very, very safely. The only point of time where you will bump into all these crossfire is when you start to rotate. So on that note, they really have to be careful. But I think Access Rate 1 has already known that sort of the secret formula to get right by, whether if it's going to be inside the island or on the corners of Temeshki. At least they know when it comes down to phase 3 or 4 onwards, the rest of the team, most often than not, likes to book in the center stage. So they have a lot of room to wiggle with. So even if they do meet upon anybody out there, they should be ready to either A, get out of the way, or B, just take the fight head on. So Access Rate 1, they've known to also take fights midway through rotation if anyone fires back at them. So I think that is a very good proactive move that other teams should start to follow up.
Yeah, because they have the firepower. So Voki is a very confident guy. So recently I had a chat with him and just want to know his thoughts around Access Rate 1, how they've been playing and so on. So one of the things that he has shown during that interview is that he's super confident. He's like, oh, whenever he sees someone, he knows they have the advantage, he will go for it. He's like, he upfront, he says that he's not afraid of anyone. So sometimes you can tell that if people are just saying it for the sake of being in front of the camera, but you can tell that from his body language and all that, it's like, yeah, he's absolutely 100% confident of whatever actions that he takes. So an individual that's very confident of himself and his team, and I think every team will need this sort of mentality in their team.
That's true, and of course he's always the goofball and the spark of joy for Access Rate 1 as well. Even back in RSG when I was managing him as a player, I think that he definitely has a razor sharp focus when it comes down to competitions out there. There are times where, of course, it gets a little bit more frustrating when you can't seem to find that formula for that chicken dinner. But I guess that now, having a team that fully trusts him on everything that he does, gives him so much more room to have the freedom of say and also the freedom of decision to go forward to prove himself out there. Especially when you are a team captain, everybody will follow your order anyways, right? So I think that this is something that wasn't looked at when it was in RSG. Well, the captain used to be, you go down the list, there was Iron Pro, and then there was Y2K, and then the new addition of Batman before Voki left, and now it seems like he has grown up so much that it has surprised everybody out there that it's not just the usual King of Sandhawk Voki that you're seeing here. It's basically the King of Angle Voki currently in the top shape.
Okay, so Contra, you did mention something interesting. Well, you have managed Voki before, right? So now we did see that Voki is with Axis, and he's proving himself to be one of the best IGLs around. And this is like almost like his hidden talent. I mean, people see him as a player, but not as an IGL, right?
Agreed.
But now he's proving it. So why was he not given the opportunity before? Was he not spotted, or what was the conversation like at the time?
Well, basically, he's one of the last few additions to RG before they form up as a group of 4, and then with a team with wealth of experience. Like even Y2K previously had played for AK Esports, so he had not joined any pro team before, so he wasn't confident with taking shot calls. He only thinks about fragging, and I think that is the big shift of how he has matured to lead the team. Like seasons after season, you've seen 3 seasons already. Last season was the very first time that he managed to get a grasp at the trophy with RSG. And I think that at that point in time, he's still definitely a player to look out for. And it's just that maybe he wanted to do more as compared to that. But by then, I wasn't managing him already. I went into casting and all this kind of stuff. But just looking at the way that he moved from one step to another is just amazing.
Okay, that's an interesting point. I mean, it's sometimes nice to know like what happens behind the scenes, and it's been a while since we have an offline event that we can actually see what happens backstage. So it's nice to know this kind of stories behind the scenes, and yeah, I guess like what you mentioned, Volky's opportunity with Axis and now being the team captain, being the IGL is just more of not only an opportunity, but it's also because that how much he has matured over the years of playing the pro team, and now he's confident enough to lead the team, and it just shows his growth in the pro scene. And wow, okay, just side by side, honking each other. Anyone gonna stop?
Don't think so. I think Tema is lucky that he doesn't have any weapon that's going to be shot right at him. So Psycho just looking right by. I think they're just gonna give chase all the way through. So let's see this race. How far does it take? Okay, Tema taking the lead right now, racing into the compound, and Psycho should take a checkpoint right here. So hey, another car. Maybe he wants to go for another race as well. Sandcorn continues forward, but it doesn't seem like there's gonna be all too much. Wow, that's a quick weapon pickup coming from Psycho, giving warning shots to Yudo Alliance. Nobody has dropped out of the vehicle, so consider himself lucky. That's only a Bison. No scope, no whatsoever. It's gonna be hard to hit onto something that moves all so fast.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's just trying, and plus Bison doesn't give out that much damage as well, so it's just more of like I just feel like trying, and that's all. Don't expect much of it. And it just so happened that these two teams that drop spot is just like next to each other, like somewhere on the left side of Jogopo and on the right side. But oh, remember Contra? We did talk about like the possible Zarki circle. I think we're possibly getting it now.
Maybe, maybe not. There's still a high chance of it going to Gatka as well. So I assume that teams will love to actually climb up the hill, get some aerial play, and then start to secure that entirety of the section to take a little bit more of a high pressure situation to be put onto teams that are below that hill. So as we look into the rest of the map, the furthest one being away is Bart and the rest of Team SMG. Nothing new for Team SMG, to be honest. They can choose to go direct to Lipovka if they want to slowly loot up even more, and then head over to Serenity. Take that long way route, just like how Access Esports does. So currently, just looking at Team Wales, they've been doing rather okay. I don't really have too much complaints about them for the moment, other than some really sketchy fights that they've been taking. So maybe if they do avoid that top 5 position that they could possibly achieve, is gonna be good. Wow, that's a huge suppressor on the ground, possibly an AR suppressor. Now, I want to ask you, what's your favorite attachment to any sort of weapon, if that's gonna be the case? Nozzle and also grip. Which one do you go for?
I don't know. I don't really have one, to be honest. It's like I'm more like a auto picker. So whichever comes first, I'll just pick it up. It's fine for me. The only attachment that gives me a difference is, of course, the extended quick draw. Of course, if you get that, that's the perfect extension, right? But other than that, I don't really have a preference, to be honest. If even and what doesn't help my choice is that whenever I play TDM, because when you play TDM, you open up that chart, you pick your weapon, you pick your attachment, they give you a graph, and the graph doesn't favor anyone. It's like, oh, you pick this, you gain this, but you lose this. You pick that, you gain this, but you lose that. So at the end of the day, I'm like, okay, if I jump into a regular game, I'll be like, okay, whichever I got, it doesn't matter. As long as I have an attachment, I'm happy.
Well, true enough, rather than not. But if I have no attachments, I like to take things like the DP. All you have to do is just get the extended mags out there, and then you are ready to blow. So, if I do have attachments out there, let's see. Okay, if you were to go with, say, an SKS, ideally, you might want to go for either a suppressor or a compensator, if that's the right word. So that actually helps you with the recoil, and also with the sort of taps that gets untraced if you do have a suppressor. So if you want to attach that to a DMR, ideally you're looking at, what do I see? well, technically you can't put thumb grids and stuff, but you could always go in for, you know, a quick cheek pad alongside with that DMR, and also angle forearm grip, or even vertical forearm grip. I prefer the vertical most of the time.
Alright. Well, at least you can make up your mind, unlike me. You know, sometimes I can't even make up what I want to have for dinner. But for these two teams, how often have we seen RSG against Taba and see it's like almost every Erangel, their rotations almost meet up with each other.
Well, I guess things may not have changed all too much. We're always on the same track as Elos VIP this time, still loitering around the corner here. Are slowly moving in towards the north point of Pachinki. Elos VIP not really in the best shape so far. They cannot afford to drop early rounds anymore, or else number one spot definitely unchaseable. So Evil's VIP, maybe they're just fighting for the grand finals.
Yeah, and not only that as well, of course, the spot for the PMGC is still up for grabs because it includes the points in this round as well as the grand final. So they still have something to play for. Despite them, well, if they can come up with like many kills and many elimination points plus the chicken dinner in all 3 rounds, then it's a different story. But realistically, it's a bit hard. But nevertheless, the motivation is still to go for the PMGC points, and that's where the next destination is after this.
That's right. So there's still a lot here to fight for, and I'm glad that you bring up about the PMGC points, because the PMGC points will still continue to tabulate all the way up to the grand finals, leading to even Southeast Asia League. So that's going to be a lot to consider. 95 frags for Voki, 18 headshot, and you know why he's the boss of Axis Rate 1 when it comes down to how they play in the game.
Oh yeah, huh? He's like what? Can he get 100 frags? I'm waiting to see if he can get it. It is still possible, of course, with 3 games and knowing his capability. He, like you mentioned, he starts off as being just a player, so he focuses on his fragging. He likes to go for those eliminations, and pretty sure with that mindset and his current play style and the team's play style, he could probably hit that 100 mark.
Indeed. And it only takes him, like, what? Within 3 games to hit that 100 mark, so it's going to be good. Now we compare all these stats all together. Voki right in the middle of the top 5. Dabber chasing in alongside with Kit as well. So Kit, on his debut season with Team Secret, honestly has been showing up strong. I like the fact that, you know, he's been able to contribute and take over the place of Yuhai, and that's definitely no easy task to do. So number 1 still gonna be Adik Luke, and Mika also gonna be chasing up as well.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how big Yuhai's shoes are in real life, but definitely in game, that's very big shoes to fill. So it's going to be something of an expectation from Team Secret fans, of course, SMG as well as EVOS VIP. In the first Erangel earlier today, we saw SMG winning against EVOS VIP. EVOS VIP only managing to get that 1 elimination point out of 6. They meet up again, but only for a temporary while, just like my ex. And there you go. They're on their way.
I guess that you shouldn't be meeting up with your ex. Nothing good comes out of it. Unless if you say there is a little bit more spark left in the both of you. I'm not going to judge. But, well, we're not going to go in for a heartbreak situation. Heartbreak situation is only for Team Bosco right now. Looking by 5 pointers for... Okay, I'll hold that for a moment. Yep. 5 pointers for Bosker to still hang on, or 5 pointers for Udo Alliance to take over. So, as we currently see, Wolf Arrow, they want to compound, and they might just run into Axis Red 1. Dropping right in, and Anik immediately goes out. Hey, noob. Just immediately goes in for the pickup. So... I don't know if this is gonna be a sort of response coming in from the rest of Wolf, but might as well just try. They got nothing to fight for.
Not even the PMGC points, if you ask me, because they missed out on 2 super weekends over the course of 2 seasons, both seasons, this season and the last season. So I don't see them actually challenging for the PMGC. So realistically, they might not be going for that. So we can say that for the last day of the super weekend, they have purely nothing to play for.
Well, I guess if that's not going to be the case, they're playing for money.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah?
hooray!
Okay.
Some
Might as well.
extra pocket money is not going to hurt anybody. So might as well just try to climb up those leaderboard. But I think the last we checked, Wolf Aroff is currently at the bottom of the Super Weekend standings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they're fairly bottom. I think they're just like above Bosco at this point or something like that. It's not too far from the drop. But nevertheless, nothing's going to stop them from going to the grand final, so it doesn't really matter for them. As like what we've always been talking about since day number 1 of the final super weekend, it's between Team Bosco as well as Judo Alliance. But talking about Judo Alliance, they have the circle right in the middle of it.
Wow. We're going in for the Hospital Ground Challenge. Now, with this sort of circle, you can see that some of the corners are surrounded by water. That's going to be off limits for a majority of the Team Geek fam. They take a big U-turn. They start from south, went to the north, and now moving right back. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge for many of these teams, including Access Rate 1, which we thought, oh, they got a really good angle to work with. Now on the midway of rotation, Utilize can actually catch them all as if they're Pokemons.
Wow. Okay. Gotta catch them all. Okay. All right. Okay.
I choose you, Bart.
Oh,
I guess not.
Well, definitely SMG would choose Bart after that MVP performance as well as that clutch performance. But talking about performances, Geek Fam's going to put in a performance here. The spray coming on to Wales. And Wales, they lost one team member, Stuart Nike, down by QB. Stampy down by QB. QB gets 2 save.
Oh.
He's insane, but now he's been gunned down as well.
Oh my. A little bit of reset as Sinby managing to pick one member up. As the fight commenced inside of South George, this is where you see many of all these teams take different sort of angles. Doesn't matter if by the hill, inside the city, compounds, or so. We've seen this before in the past season. I think this is the first time we're getting this circle this time in Season 4.
Yeah, it is. It is the first time. I remember this sort of circle in Season 3, somewhere around this area. So it's going to be a first time for Season 4. In fact, indeed, it is a very, very rare circle. And it's a circle that maybe some teams, especially those who drop into Jokubu, wish they would catch them all a little bit more and wish that the circle would choose them. But you don't get that very often. But what is interesting is that at least the circle chooses Judo Alliance, starting off with that one knock onto Team Secret.
Both sides going in for a reset. Team Secret on the lower ground kicker. Should be making a move right after picking up the fallen ally. A very classic standoff between two top organizations here. GG finding one on his crosshair as well. For rivals, they can take it slow. They don't really have to rush into things. Well, that's another shot coming from Bart. Wait, Bart was on the low ground. How did he actually seek out the ones on top of hospital and now? We gotta call in for the medic. The doctor should arrive in any moment for now. Jenny probably will be able to catch another if he does hold the angle, but instead he went back in. So, kind of missed that opportunity to secure the kill onto Yudo Alliance. Now, I guess the circle wants Yudo Alliance to earn their 5 pointers here.
Well, but talking about earning points, Volky will be knocked down by Mael, and Mael will finish off Volky. But Mael will be counter-fired from Haino with a long range shot coming in. They have the circle though, both of them, and Axis Red 1, they are in a better position. But looks like they're going to go in for the aggressive mode. Now we move over to RSG versus EVOS VIP. Small Boy is going to go in for the rush. And there you have it, Sam. Where is he? Is he far away? Not too sure. Yes, He's far away together with Insomnia, so they will hang on for positioning points to be the last two team members for EVOS VIP.
The fight will continue from Axis Red 1. They will take on Wolf Arrow. They're only down to 2 members though, getting outnumbered. Not outgunned just about yet. Grenades being lobbed right in. Not going to be able to seek out Zuli. It's going to be a little bit tough. April now gets to take on to Rebel Boy while San goes in for a big wraparound. They're going to be playing by the corners of the wall. That grenade's going to be connecting eventually. Now, it's just a little bit decoy with the smokes as well. So this is where that Nate chips a little bit more health. Mika already down on the ground. It's a fair 2 versus 2. Zuli needs to start to rally up alongside with San. And now with that toss, it's looking rather convincing for Wolf Arrow to be able to win this fight.
Oh yeah, it is looking convincing because you can see that they're going in for the wraparound. Hayduk exposes himself. Zoli is on the second floor. They try to find out where Kacang Susu is at, but he cannot get the shot on the Kacang Susu. San will go in for the rush. Kacang Susu moves himself, and now the second floor. Hayduk is there. It's going to be a 1v1 on the second floor. Can actually Hayduk do the clutch here, but backup is going to come in. Hayduk will need to finish this off quickly. 2v1 at this moment. Hayduk gets one. Can Hayduk get a second one? No, he will not. But Zoli is now the one against Kacang Susu. It's going to be a 1v1 in the same compound.
Down to that 1v1. Hey, it seems like they managed to pick up Mika, though. So it's going to be bad for Zuli. Kacang Susu now with the push. No time for her to pick up, so they can go in to flush them all out. San, right down below. They do have a grenade being cooked up, and I don't think that's just about time, just about yet. He's not going for the rescue. His teammate's going to bleed out, though.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be enough time, and time is definitely not on their side. Wolf Arrow, the first team to be eliminated, managed to take 2 back home with them, but Axis Red 1 again, so now they have a total of 4 elimination points, and it's still in the game.
That's right. Now, VXM FanX. Falling off from that consistent run, as we last saw them celebrating chicken dinners, going into top 3 for many times. Today didn't seem like the perfect run for them. Now that they do have the circle, maybe things could be better for VXM FanX. Just across, it's Homeboys. Well, Tabansi just by the outskirts. Gonna be noisy neighbors later on if they need to make a move. And look at where it's at. Directly into Hospital, the home of Yudu Alliance.
Man, I mean, the game just wants Yudu Alliance to get something out of this, right? Okay, so no points yet for them so far, but they have the circle, so this is a good advantage for them, Yudu Alliance at this moment. The high ground just beside them, so far no one's there yet. I mean, someone could go there later on, but as long as they can hang on to this, this is a good location. I mean, this is a hospital compound. It's not easy to actually intrude into them. But what's going to be not easy as well is going to be some 9 and Gig Fam.
Look at this. Samzy still driving all alone. The only member there from EVOS VIP that's going to be passing by, I'm not too sure about the other one. Drags now on the ground. Gig Fam now trying to rush forward. He's inside of the washroom. And, well, take a seat, my friend. Geek Fam now. Only 2 corners in. And we'll be crashing out early.
But it's not done yet. The fights here is still happening. We can see that Rex will be knocked down. At the same time, we can see the elimination feed is running. Iftar will be taken out. EVOS VIP and Sounders will be knocked down by Din from Yudo Alliance. But now on screen, we move over to Team Secret versus RSG. The name will be tossed up by Prado on the side of Small Boy, as well as Batman. Batman will be down. Small Boy, the last man standing for RSG. Small Boy, 1 tick of health left. What can he do? Can he recover himself? No, he will not. Yes, he is. He's still alive, though. Small Boy managed to use the first aid. Can he actually clutch out to iShot? iShot's just right from it. Small Boy with the FPP coming out to iShot. Small Boy, can he actually do it? iShot's down low. Jump shot coming in. Small Boy thinks on iShot, but Fredo moving to high ground, taking out Small Boy.
He managed to drop a player right there and almost to get out Kit as well. What a spectacular play by Small Boy. But it was too overwhelming, and same goes to EVOS VIP out there. They crashed out 12th spot. So, currently as it stands, I don't think that EVOS VIP will be in the running for that top contender spot for the wrap-up of this weekend. But look at the kills. It's Homeboys, AIGR2K, Axis Red 1. They're kind of separated right now. And everyone's having bullets fired all across the corridor. And they're still not inside the circle.
Oh yeah, they're still not in play, but the edge. Oh! Whoa! Access Red 1 is out at 10th place, 5 elimination points. So that means for this round, they managed to get 6 points in total. Still able to hang on to the first spot, regardless of what happens realistically, of course. Judo Alliance already 4 elimination points. Contra, Judo Alliance is through to the grand finals.
Congratulations to Yudo Alliance. There's still more work to be done. Can they actually get the chicken dinner inside this match rep where SMG pushing forward? Homeboys, they've got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And the rest of the Tigers pounce upon them. Only one more player left inside the smoke, but they don't really see where exactly he's at. Nope. Pops a little bit of nade there. Not really connecting though. Bart's gonna be able to clean up this whole mess. Homeboys now 7 pointers in. They crash out relatively in the middle of the pack. I guess it's a decent performance, judging from the area where they have managed to farm a lot of kills in South George. Now, Hospital Ground's gonna be flocked, and I think that they're losing patience for the moment. A little bit of a doctor's joke, I guess. So, 4 rivals. Now, on top of the hill, challenging Team Secret, and Team Secret now getting happy. Team Secret still fighting for the title out there. Kid now on the ground, not looking all too hot right now. Well, Team Secret, they need to quickly go reset, and Bart's gonna chip in. They're losing Fredo.
They're losing Fredo. They could lose more if this continues on. Considering that they are not in the zone is closing in at this moment. 4 rivals, they have the high ground. Team Secret, they need to push on, but Team Secret, they will recover Fredo. Fredo will be recovered by eye shots, and they will continue to push on into the circle, but they need to get past 4 rivals who's currently in the circle, though SMG is somewhere around it, so SMG currently on the outside. 4 rivals, Red will be knocked out by Matoy. Red, they toss up the nade. Lupi now will be knocked out by Cindy from Wales. Lex, keeping eyes on the other side. They have the circle still at this moment. Hospital is somewhat within the circle. Bamburu will toss up the nade. Will it land nicely? No, not yet.
And it kind of bounces back to him right now. Team Secret pushing down the hill. They want to take on SMG. And that's where they get caught where RSG used to be. For now getting accompanied by Kid, they should be able to clean up. But 6 points already. This is their only chance to chase upon Axis Red 1. As they already bow out from the game. 6 somehow getting a little bit of reset. But here comes the NATO. Fredo looking for that golden opportunity. The rest of Team Secret, they can't advance forward. It's only going to be 6. It's going to be having enough health to challenge. And with the circle approaching closer and closer, I don't think that the SMG can survive, but they will try to get more points.
Yeah, can they actually get more points though? It is of course important for the PMGC slot later on, but Judo Alliance is not stopping here, netting themselves their 5th elimination point in this round. Judo Alliance, can they actually secure their first chicken dinner? But will be finished off by Lex. Judo Alliance eliminates the entire team SMG, and Judo Alliance currently they do not have the circle. 4 rivals have the circle. Judo Alliance for the first time in this round, they need to move out of their comfort zone.
Well, I guess that 4 rivals is just yelling, bring me to the horizon. And this seems to be the hospital for soul. That lob of the grenade, though, from the top of the hill. And it somehow lands perfectly. Now Sem9 getting halted back. This is going to look quite rough for them to move back up. Thomas instead gets another frag drop to him. So an eye for an eye. And currently, it's going to be a Riv. It's going to be holding the line for 4 rivals here. From right behind that stone. He's not going to be able to get killed too much. Random spray coming in from Matoy. Only 1 clip of a bullet onto his vest. Not going to drop any more coming out of 4 rivals. This is the game for Team Secret to take. Will's now out at 5th position. Now only 4 more remain. But Sem9, they're a little bit far too wide. But they can definitely make a play here. With Brew having that perfect optimal angle to take on the entirety of Sem9 gang, while Kid gets another one.
Oh yeah, he's getting another one by one. The same goes for Drax as well, getting another one for himself. Kid, can he actually finish off Rev? And yes, he will! Team Secret still managed to survive. Contra, how did Team Secret survive after all that? It just baffles me.
it's perfect positioning and also great teamwork. We saw a lot of pressure coming in, knocks after knock, and yet it didn't clear them out. Unfortunately for Yudo Alliance, they were forced to move outwards from the hospital ground, and they only have 2 more surviving members out there. So they can play it slowly, but both Team Secret as well as 7-9 Gang looks to prey upon them. And well, this is not going to be all too great for Yudo Alliance for the moment, but they will still try. Only down to bandages. Might as well don't even heal and fight right back. Drax now with the LMG. Advances forward into the smoke, but instead, it will be Lex to bring him down to the ground. The Groza spray looks to be buildable, but now it's only down to 7-9 as well as Team Secret. The El Clasico happens here. Who will get that together? 3 versus 3, and there's no time for that pickup yet. At that point, still holding into the corners here. Mamparang now tries to push for it, then that's going to be 1 kill secured. 7-9 only having 2. Now that's another pick. Team Secret, all they have to do is overwhelm them in strength of numbers. So, with that, it's all about how they play out this final moment. It could still be a lineup there for 7-9 to punish them all across. Now they proceed forward. Drax now holding across. 2 versus 1. Very doable for 7-9 still. Now they are not getting too much information. One hiding behind a crate. Dab now getting pressurized, but Batsoy doesn't really have help. He will eventually drop. 2 versus 2. Now they're looking for more. Drax on the ground. 1 more for Team Secret. And now they're chasing in against Axis Rift 1. Can they get the shot in? Dab now tries to play this one now. Kid is the man on a mission. He doesn't have that much health, but the push does not allow him to do so. He goes down as well. This looks pretty bad. I shot down 1 HP. He will go over a little reset. And Dab, he only has 2 kills, but this will make it big for 7-9 if they can get the chicken dinner. Now receiving a lot more information there. Dab, he's gonna throw the ban. Baiting it out. What? He got a bad kill. He got a bad kill.
What?
7-9 with chicken dinner.
What?
That is the most insane chicken dinner I've ever seen in my life. 7-9 Gang wins the El Clasico with a pan.
What? No! Not like this, Contra. Not like this. Not like this. What is that? What? Somebody explain this. Why, Dad? Why? You just made the headlines. That is arguably the most insane finish of a chicken dinner ever. Beat that.
Throwing a pan straight to the final member of Team Secret. This is supposed to be Team Secret's game. We look back at this replay later on the highlights. I'm very sure this clip will blow up. All right? Doesn't matter if it's English or BM. I know it's gonna be a Malay segment for sure most of the time. But damn, that is the chicken dinner of the entire season. 7-9 Gang.
This is going viral like right now. I'll be looking at, I don't know, all my social medias. This is going viral for sure. I mean, come on, Deb, not this way. Your first PMPL, and you disrespect iShots in this manner.
I want to listen to the interview. I want to hear that. What is going on this kid's mind that he thinks that the pan is going to secure him to win? And he made it. And that pan add up to the 1,006 damage. Well, okay. You just gotta hold it up for a second, right? Just hold it up.
I need to.
Okay.
Can we throw it to the replay?
7-9 was on the lower ground. 7-9, I repeat, was on the lower ground. And they're not supposed to survive all the onslaught that was happening inside South George. Somehow they did. They marched up the hill. They took the favorable fight against 4 rivals. And then slowly waited for that final moment to retaliate against this very hungry Team Secret. Was it Team Secret's fault that they didn't get the chicken dinner, or it's just Team 7-9 here who's actually doing all too well? Now let's check out the highlights for this match. absolutely love it. Did you just see that final clip? Slow motion pan directly to the head of iShot. I see you covered your eyes. You thought you've seen it all. And now we finally see it. The chicken dinner, 1 versus 1, with that throwable pan to secure it all. I at least expected this. And this is Sam9. Not only are they feeling great, they're here to also play with their food. And that's how the apex predator of Tigers of Sam9 rolls with it. So, what can we make out of this? This itself is going to be possibly the chicken dinner of the whole year. Possibly. Doesn't matter if you're playing the PMPL in NA, in the rest of the region, or MENA. I don't care. This clip should go out wherever it needs to. It's supposed
You know what? Our parents always tell us, have respect to your seniors. And that is absolutely disrespecting to iShots. That is the most humiliating end to a round.
Humiliating way
And
to
what do you
lose
want?
out on the chicken dinner right there. But then again, it's also the highlight. I don't think it's a disrespect. At that point in time, okay, imagine if you run out of bullets, right? Just imagine. No bullets to play. That's the only way to go. I think we've seen a scenario before, once upon a time, that one of the players ran out of bullets, and all you have to do, throw everything you have. And there was that moment as well where I remember back in the PMCOC league itself, Sam9 did run out of bullets in a very crucial moment, and they survived to the top 3 for some reason. But that time, there was no throwable plans. The melee weapons were not throwable just about yet. This is why this feature is added. And you gotta use everything. You don't throw kitchen sinks at them, you throw that kitchen pan, and it's perfect. It was that perfect flip right there and then. So, put every predictions or whatsoever aside and just digest that we have just witnessed a legendary moment right here.
I don't know how else to react to this, right? Like this is like the most insane. Okay, now that's from the perspective of depth, right? Like that is the most legendary thing ever, probably ever. Like top that, right? But from the perspective of iShots would have been like, are you kidding me, dude?
I want another replay. I wish I could get another replay. Well, just give it a few minutes, right? Just give it a few minutes. It's gonna be on social media. I bet. So we just have to wait. We just have to wait for this clip to come out. And then this is where we will just look back at the charts. Yes, Team Secret may have had the highest of points, but style points, nah. It's all over for them because Sam9 has got the best style to end the night.
Yeah, they deserve points for that. Like just give them like 50 points for style, just for that. Like yeah, there you go, bonus points. Take it home, take it away. But other than that, of course, okay, I just gotta move forward with this, right? So I have to say congratulations again to Yudu Alliance. They have confirmed themselves into the grand finals. So unfortunately, that also means that Team Boss Crew will be dropped out of PMPL for the second season in a row. So, yeah.
It definitely is heartbreaking. They're always that team so close to the grand finals, and always in the final hour, they did not make the cut. And we saw that they've definitely tried very well, but you know what? Well, it's no time to be sad because we just witnessed the most epic chicken dinner of my life. Our lives. At least.
About 10 lives or whatever it is.
I'm never going to be able to witness this ever again, but if there is, well, I guess that you know who started the trend first. It's them. Put that aside, put everything else. This guy has started a revelation.
You know what? After this, if in any classic game or if in any other amateur scrim or whatever, if everyone starts just wielding pens and throwing them, you know it's this guy's fault. That's for sure.
There's just no words to say, man. It's just Deb. Deb doing Deb things, and I don't know who else can potentially pull out that legendary chicken dinner. But let's have a look. Udo Alliance is the team that has qualified to the grand finals. So we congratulate them as we look at the stats coming from both players, Dinex as well as Lex, having some good score lines here. Both having 800 damage to book out of this match and also securing 3 eliminations each. You see their stats are almost identical, with one covering the long range and the other coming into the close quarter combat. So I guess that they just have to work in tandem very well in order to secure themselves that grand final championship.
You know what? This should have been the highlight for this round. Like, Udo Alliance should have been like, yay, we're cheering for them. They managed to get into the grand finals and they got the circle and it was a good game for them. A third place finish, yada yada yada. But yeah, it has to be Deb who steals the limelight with our Udo Alliance, right? Like, we were supposed to be like celebrating with the fireworks and all that for Udo Alliance, but then again, Deb just have to show up. Just have to.
That's right. I guess this is the perfect time for us. I think that 2 great news in one match. I can take it. I'll take it any day. Nuke there with Lungs Limb, Matoy with most trouble use, while most knockout coming in from Thomas. I think unfortunately he got taken out by a grenade coming from 7-9 as they managed to lob it on top of the hospital ground, finding him, and it was really difficult for Udo Alliance to go in for a pickup. I think no matter what, the Udo Alliance here so far, now that they secure that spot, they still have to fight for more. So I'll keep an eye out for them, and I'm glad on their debut season here, they have managed to climb their way into the grand finals where even veteran teams have not been able to do such a thing.
Yeah, you mean veterans like iShots have not been able to evade the pan?
Nah. Completely different story.
No,
Completely different story. It's Bosker, it's anti-circle, but yeah, back to the pan, right? Versatility is key. Look at M9. 5 chicken dinners, undoubtedly the champions of the weekend. Nobody's gonna be able to chase up to that. You only got 2 more matches left. So I guess congratulations to M9 before we of course celebrate this. But that spot for the top performance of all the Super Weekend here. Team Secret 2nd place though. Now they're on 3rd spot. They knocked out Axis Red 1 with slightly more points, but it does not really mean anything too much because they still have to chase all these points that is going to be for this league title. So champions of the league directly seeded into Southeast Asia League. So it's going to be extremely vital. And look at this. Evo's VIP now slides all the way down while Udo Alliance, they just skyrocket their way up. Now they're at 11th spot. Will survive much longer. Now ties it with AIG RTK. And Homeboy is doing much better this time around.
Yep, so Homeboys, at least this is a decent week for them as compared to previous weeks, right? So this is actually okay-ish for them. But are they really on the hunt for the PMG spot? Not really yet. But let's check this out. This is where, again, it all matters. So 28-point gap between Axis and Power Legends with 2 games left. Technically, Power Legends as well as Team Secret with a gap of 30 points with 2 games, it's still possible for them to catch up. So Axis, they can't relax yet. But look at this. 7-9 Gang moving up to number 5, 375 points, tied up with 4 rivals, 375 as well. SMG, 4th place, 381. And then we have EVOS VIP still staying put at 7th place, 340. Number 8, ARG RTK 291. Number 9, Taba NC 289. And number 10, Gig Fam with 281. So if you want to talk about the race towards the top, I would say that maybe 1, 2, 3 still with 2 games.
That's the only teams that can actually contest. Now, we look at Team Secret, the one on the third spot. They need 32 points, so that's like an average of 16 pointer per round, and that's also if Axis Red One don't get any points at all. Now we already got the top 16 teams secured. YSX as well as Team Bosco will not be playing for the weekend. So whoever that's here throughout this super weekend, everybody gets a shot for the title. Congratulations to all the 16 teams out there. And we've already seen that tremendous effort being paid off here for Yudu Alliance. So with that, I guess that all you have to do is to wait out to see anyone from the 4th place all the way to the 16th to contest on the grand final stage.
Can I say that I'm just not over the pan yet? Like the pan, okay. I'll just be like that. Like you can take over the show from now.
Okay, I will be taking over the entirety of the show just about yet, but I guess that our dear interviewers and interviewees are going to be very enthusiastic to actually speak a whole lot about that very incredible moment. So let's pass it over to Sis Jenny to talk to Sam9 Gang.
Hai.
Ya, kita memang tak boleh lah. Macam memang, aduh. Okay, cerita. Saya rasa bukan saja saya, tapi banyak viewer-viewer dan caster-caster segala lah. Satu dunia akan kontenkan benda ni. Rasa benda ni jadi kat Pro League tau. So, Deb ceritakanlah pasal pen tu dulu. Apa yang buat Deb nak keluarkan pen awak tadi?
Saya menyebabkan nak keluarkan pen tu sebab saya nak suruh dia pick, sebab dia ada cover kan, so tak adil lah, so saya nak dia pick. Lala dia pun keluar, Lala kena pen macam tu je. Aduh, I shot. Buat apa shot? Macam tu lah cerita. Kenapa kau keluar shot? Kenapa kau tak pick kanan shot? Tiba.
So memang Deb dah aim lah tu? Ke memang saja je buat sembarang?
Tak adalah, saya sebenarnya memang dah predict dah dia akan keluar. So saya memang nak macam nampak dia mati macam tu lah. Mati kena pen. Nampak saya tak siap aku.
Tak apa. Benda tu memang jarang lah sekali dalam tak tahu berapa kali. Tak akan berkali lagi kot. So
Deb, saya seorang yang boleh buat. Siapa yang boleh buat bagi tahu? Tak ada apa.
Oh, dia dah taunting sis belum tanya lagi soalan tu.
Siapa panggil lah player-player dunia? Tak ada orang boleh buat.
Oi. Okay, jap. Cik cerita Deb, waktu korang kat atas bukit tu, Deb tahu tak, tu sebenarnya OTG cakap kan, El Clasico gila-gila tau. Pasal dia ada team Sam9, dia ada team Yudu dengan team Secret. Jadi maybe Deb ceritakan macam mana korang masuk tu semua dekat akhir tu lah, 3 team tu tinggal.
Oh, kita orang decide nak settle kanan lah, sebab kanan tu ada better high ground. So kita orang nak high ground tu, kita orang settle kanan. Lalas yang kanan tu pun kena pin dengan 2 team. Kita orang dengan TS lah. Lepas tu rata. Lepas tu kita orang pula fight secret, macam yang ditunjukkan dalam live tadi.
Tapi bila fight secret tu korang macam ada berkali-kali reset tau. Lagi-lagi bila drag seorang, dia pergi batal balik. Cuba ceritakan part tu. Siapa yang buat call tu semua macam mana?
Saya buat call. Saya suruh main pressure dia orang. Main tu penakut unsur pressure. Dia pergi pick. Lepas tu knock. So saya pun sempat kat drugs lah. Dia pun sempat reset. Lepas tu kita orang back 2v3 lah.
Okay. So macam tu memang epic sangat tu because lepas di secret knock korang yang knock. Macam dia, kita tak akan tahu siapa yang akan menang ayam masa tu lah. Dia memang sangat-sangat epic. buat masa ni pun saya punya jam tak habis-habis vibrate, phone saya pun vibrate. Memang benda ni auto content. Banyak group chat tengah berkontenkan barang ni. Jap. Masa last moment tu kan, itu adalah call Deb ataupun call siapa-siapa kat situ. Sultan ada bau-bau ke suruh keluarkan pen? Tak ada?
Tak ada, saya memang nak keluarkan pen tu sendiri.
Oh, terbaik lah Deb. Macam ni sis bagi. Okay, so last. Awak nak ton apa dekat team mana lah? Awak nak taunting sikit, trash talk sikit.
Saya tak suka taunting. Saya nak taunting for rival lah. For rival. Jaga-jaga dengan final. Kepada pemburu, jangan takut kita akan langgar korang kat Rozok. Kau ingat kau dapat ke PPNGC tu? Kita nak main C, kau halang season lepas. Lepas tu kita akan langgar kau dek ke mana?
Memang marah budak ni. Okay, Deb. Alright, so
lepas tu dia halang kita orang main C season lepas. Bapaklah. Sorry.
Tak apa, faham. Keluarkan lagi, ada lagi tak nak cakap lagi?
Tak ada.
Ni memang
saya tak boleh lebih-lebih.
So memang lepas ni kalau Sam Nai dapat last circle memang pen lah weapon korang tak?
Saya seorang je.
4-4 keluar kuali.
Tu boleh tak? Tapi saya kena praktis ajar dia orang dulu lah.
Okay, power Deb. Alright Deb, thank you so much dengan congrats lah dapat ayam buat Sam Nai hari ni. InsyaAllah kita jumpa lagi dan sis yang terbaik buat tim awak. Okay?
Okay, terima kasih.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Bye-bye. Okay guys, jom kita borak lagi lah dengan analis kita. Let's go. Hai.
Hello.
Okay, tahukan Skyrul. Okay, tak tahu mana satu. Okay, sis actually dah tulis tau notes semua. Tapi pasal pen tu, I totally just like, okay, what happened in that game? Totally forget. Okay, tak apa. Kita akan ceritakan pasal circle atau rotasi Sam Nai buat masa ni. Stop.
Sam Nai, this is a cliche rotation daripada diorang sebenarnya. Apa yang diorang buat ni memang apa yang diorang selalu buat sewaktu scrim. Tak ada apa-apa yang berubah langsung. Dia tak macam game yang mereka chicken sebelum ni yang dekat Rozok tu. Itu lain daripada yang lain. Tapi kali ni memang boleh dikatakan mereka ikut SOP mereka. Kalau circle dekat sini, dia akan pergi dekat sini. Memang dia akan lepak dekat tempat ni. Dan kemudian bila circle tarik ke situ, dia tanda kat situ dan dia pergi dekat situ. Dan macam Dad cakap tadi lah, last fight tu mereka memang nak ambil high ground. Tapi dan Judo Lions ada dekat situ dan ditekan daripada dua pasukan. Mereka dapatkan the bigger advantage. Dan akhirnya saya akan Aishot akan mati lagi awal. Tapi mungkin Dab dia saja delay kematian Aishot tadi tu untuk menunjukkan yang dia boleh pakai pen. Sebab Aishot tadi dah lu teruk dah. Saya kan dia akan push je. Cuba dia bagi Aishot healing. Dia bagi fake hope lah kat Aishot. Kau boleh healing tapi kau akan mati dengan pen. Maybe.
Itulah memang something yang kita susah nak lupakan Okay, Khairul, jom kita bincang tentang Yudu Alliance sebab banyak kali circle kali ni menunjuk yang dia daerah circle tu. So Khairul boleh terangkan.
Basically ni memang circle untuk Yudo Alliance kita boleh katakan sebab circle ni betul-betul pergi dekat kawasan drop spot mereka iaitu perkarangan hospital daripada zon yang pertama sampailah ke zon-zon yang terakhir dan diorang pun melakukan satu tindakan yang bijak untuk tidak bergenjak ataupun tidak pergi langsung ke mana-mana. Diorang just stay, sabar, penantian yang berjaya ditukarkan kepada mata yang sangat banyak dan telah pun orang kata menjamin slot mereka untuk ke Grand Finals musim yang keempat. Jadi Yudo Alliance tak perlu untuk risau mengenai apa-apa lagi. Diorang mungkin akan kembali kepada satu performance atau prestasi yang asal mereka, cara playstyle yang sama. Dan tak tahulah kalau Yudo Alliance sepatutnya akan mengganas untuk dapatkan chicken dinner ataupun diorang akan main macam biasa sebab diorang dah confirmkan slot untuk ke Grand Finals musim yang keempat.
Betul tu. Top, alright. Kita akan beralih kepada Wolf Aerof yang diorang crash dekat air axis dekat grafik ni sekarang. So maybe tak boleh terangkan game style tu. Siapa yang push yang cantik?
Actually dua-dua buat kerja yang bagus sebenarnya. Tapi dalam kekalutan yang berlaku tu, call out sangat-sangat penting. Dan tadi kita dapat tengok Axis Henuk, dia kacau, dia buat satu decoy untuk buat macam seolah-olah dia dah buat benda. Kalau kita tengok daripada mata kasar, kita nampak macam dia sedang buat benda yang tak bijak lah. Dia naik seorang-seorang, dia 1v2 dengan kedua-dua daripada pasukan Wolf Arrow. Tapi kesempatan tu diambil oleh kacang susu untuk angkat Mika, dan itu akan menyebabkan, actually kita tahu Mika adalah MVP untuk pasukan ini banyak kali, dan itu adalah satu option ataupun satu trading system yang bagus sebenarnya untuk Axis. Walaupun sebenarnya saya rasa Axis boleh menang lagi awal apabila mereka push satu side, clear dulu satu rumah dan sebagainya. Tapi mungkin kurang information. Tapi apa yang berlaku akhirnya memberikan sedikit kemanisan kepada pasukan Axis. Tapi malangnya selepas itu mereka kena bergerak agak jauh sebab zon terlalu hard shift ke sebelah timur. Itu menyebabkan mereka akhirnya dijatuhkan juga. Tapi push itu adalah calculated move daripada kedua-dua pasukan sebenarnya.
Okay. Alright, Khairul, boleh cerita sedikit tentang Geek Fam? So, buat sis macam diorang cuba, tapi apa yang buat diorang gagal buat masa ni?
Kita boleh kata juga yang Yudo Alliance ni dia berjiran dengan pasukan Geek Fam. Kawasan looting yang lebih kurang sama. Tapi satu masalah untuk Geek Fam sebab waktu tu zone memang dekat area diorang mengawal kawasan jambatan. Masalah berlaku lebih besar apabila scene terlampau terbuka dan apabila banyak kereta lalu dan banyak orang kata pasukan yang telah pun berhenti dalam kawasan Jojopol. Jadi dia berada dalam satu kawasan choke point untuk ditembak jatuh dan benda tersebut berlaku. Diorang kehilangan scene dengan agak awal. Kemudian berbaki dengan 3, Damroot, QB dan juga Snipe jika tidak silap saya. Kemudian perjalanan untuk mereka masuk, yes, diorang satu jalan yang sangat-sangat terbuka, jalan raya yang sangat-sangat luas, tapi kena nampak juga Homeboys, Will, Sam9 telah pun orang kata dapatkan satu kawasan yang baik untuk menembak ke arah diri mereka, dan keputusan Geek Fam untuk melangkah ke rumah kawasan Sam9 ialah saya boleh kata keputusan yang memang agak tepat sebab tak banyak ground yang boleh dimainkan di perkarangan kawasan high ground ataupun kawasan low ground yang berada dalam zon kita yang baru saja dibuka ini. Cuma masalah berlaku apabila mereka jatuh satu demi satu, di third party, di fourth party oleh beberapa pasukan dan menyebabkan mereka terkeluar dengan lebih awal. Jadi good decision, tapi cara mereka execute tu mungkin ada sedikit kesilapan.
Okay, Topcast, alright. For Rivals memang dah masuk dahulu. Selalunya diorang yang menang kalau orang yang crash kat tempat mereka. Tapi buat masa ni, diorang yang jatuh dan Team Secret macam bawa ayam sebelum Sam9 masuk. Tapi apa yang kejadian yang cantik dan tak cantik yang terjadi pada time ada For Rivals, Team Secret?
For Rival, bagi saya apa yang berlaku adalah bila dia nak masuk ke kawasan center, kita tahu kedudukan For Rival memang dia adalah satu pasukan yang nak farm elimination, farm kill untuk memaksimumkan point. Dia tak macam tim lain untuk survive dulu, last circle baru farm kill. Tapi For Rival berbeza, dia akan cari high ground dulu, dan daripada high ground tu dia akan conquer high ground tersebut untuk make sure dia dapat farm kill terlebih, yang banyak. Tapi apa yang berlaku pada kali ini disebabkan apabila dia naik ke arah high ground, kita ada Team Secret yang nampak, kita ada Farang Legend pun nampak daripada satu rumah, kita ada Waze pun nampak daripada rumah tersebut, dan itu menyebabkan mereka kehilangan 2 orang sebab tu mereka cuba untuk naik ke arah high ground tersebut. Dan sebenarnya walaupun adalah satu kerja yang bagi saya agak mudah untuk mempertahankan kawasan tersebut, tapi mungkin disebabkan mereka salah pilih ground yang menyebabkan mereka terlihat ataupun dilihat daripada pasukan Farang Legend dan juga Waze dalam masa yang sama, menyebabkan mereka kekurangan manpower. Bila kurang manpower, nak hold high ground, boleh berlaku trade system yang mana Team Secret buat, knock one, and then walaupun mereka knock, mereka push, dan akhirnya For Rival dijatuhkan dengan bagi saya sangat mudah disebabkan 4 orang ataupun 3 orang daripada Team Secret yang hidup berjaya menjatuhkan 2 orang daripada For Rival dengan satu trading system yang sangat-sangat textbook, dan akhirnya For Rival dijatuhkan.
Khairul, so kita dah ceritakan sedikit sebanyak yang apa dah jadi tadi. Sis nak tahu juga, awak sebagai player kan, kalau awak AGL, player awak keluarkan pen last circle tu, awak marah tu macam mana?
The situation yang sangat-sangat membimbangkan lah bila kita mula untuk pegang pen ataupun segala jenis parang ke crowbar ataupun sebagainya. Benda tu dia boleh berikan damage, tapi masalahnya kena ataupun tidak. Tapi apa yang dilakukan oleh Deb tadi, saya rasa benda tu berlaku secara tidak sengaja tapi benda tu menjadi, dan bila dia menjadi, dia akan menjadi satu bom nuklear kepada semua konten-konten kreator kat luar sana, sebab ini akan jadi content of the year. Ini akan menjadi satu bualan hangat untuk beberapa hari, sebab apa yang Deb telah pun buat. Kalau ada award untuk best chicken dinner untuk PMPL musim yang keempat, dia akan pegang award ni. Dia akan jadi satu legenda pen yang paling dikenali ramai, sebab jarang dan rasanya tak pernah pun berlaku benda ni untuk chicken dinner. Dan situasi 1v1 yang dikawal dengan begitu baik oleh pemain yang bernama Deb, pemain yang sangat-sangat muda, berkeyakinan tinggi, dan masa depan dia sangat-sangat cerah untuk jadi one of the best player untuk Sam9 Gang dan juga untuk PMPL musim kita yang keempat.
Betul tu. Apa kata Top Cast pula, kalau awak yang ada player yang begitu, lepas game ni awak nak marah ke macam mana ni? Macam mana? Cuba cerita.
Dia asalkan you get the kill kan, no matter what you do lah kan. Kalau baling pen ke baling bandage pun boleh knock orang, dia tak jadi masalah. Bagi saya, it's a calculated move daripada Deb. Dia nak memancing eye shot untuk keluar. Mungkin dengan bunyi, sebab kita tahu baling pen tu, ini kalau kita cakap dari sudut statistik analytical lah kan. Apa yang Deb buat tu adalah untuk memancing eye shot untuk keluar daripada cover. Sebab eye shot ada cover. So kalau dia tak ada bom, tak ada smoke. Kalau dia ada smoke, dia akan baling smoke. Dia ada bom, dia akan baling bom. Tapi throwable yang dia ada sewaktu itu hanyalah sebuah kuali, sebuah pen. Jadi apa yang dia buat pada masa tu adalah untuk memancing eye shot keluar. Kalau terdengar bunyi apa kan, macam pen ni ada bunyi, tapi dia tak bunyi macam grenade. Cumanya kalau eye shot terkeluar, okey, dia akan tembak. Itu sebenarnya yang dia nak. Dan kebetulan saya yakin sangat bukan eye shot saja nak keluar bagi tadah kepala kena pen, tidak. Tapi memang sangat kebetulan eye shot keluar on time, betul-betul waktu Deb baling, dan akhirnya kena. Menjadi, saya rasa, bualan hangat satu dunia. Saya rasa benda ni.
Betul tu. Okey. Apa lagi hangat adalah casters-casters kita dari dekat BM dan BI. Jom kita patah balik dekat diorang.
Well, I guess everybody is in awe, in shock. You name it, every reaction was there. I was just watching back on the Play segment cast, and they were already squealing, screaming like, well, they've never seen such a shock before in their lifetime. And guess what? We're in for even more chicken dinner. And I hope to see something as legendary as what Deb did. This is the PMPL MYSG that is hosted by PUBG Mobile and organized by VSPN, as VSPN powers esports. And also, we got to thank all of our official partners here for joining on board to make legendary moments like that happen. To thank, first and foremost, it's our official smartphone partners with the Redmi Note 10 series. You can challenge your boundaries. And also, we got the official digital telco partner, Udo, where if you switch to Udo today, you can get yourself some free in-game rewards by scanning on the QR code that's just popped up on your screen.
Yeah, and of course, freebies, and free entertainment. Okay, now we're moving into Side Hard, right? I don't know what can top that, regardless of whatever map, right? Like, okay, let's just imagine for a moment. What can top that? Can you think of a scenario?
Nothing at all. That's just nothing. That's nothing. Unless you're telling me that a grenade takes on both players for that chicken dinner, and then it's like, you know, a very odd scenario where you just don't know who the winner is for the chicken dinner. But still, nothing beats that pan finish. Nothing beats that pan finish, hands down. This is the best way to close out the game, and the only person in the world, I do believe, in a professional level setting to be able to not only take Secret out on a 3 versus 2 scenario, but to win that 1v1 trade by the end of it with that pack. Now, let's move forward as we are going into our only standout match of the evening. So this is going to be match number 4, the penultimate round of the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend. We've already got the 16 best teams of MYSG locked in and ready to go at it once more. So, inside of stand-up, what are you expecting, Sir Cloud?
Well, I definitely don't expect another pan throw, that's for sure. Not like that. just not like that. No, that's not gonna happen. But what I can expect is that now that we have locked in all 16 teams for the grand finals, technically, for the past 3 days, these have been the teams for the grand finals. Like there will not be any more changes. These have been the team for the grand finals. So for some of the teams, they can consider this as like the rehearsal for the grand finals, right? Especially for those teams who have nothing much to play for. This basically now their scrim, if you kind of think about it.
Kind of, but not exactly for Team Secret because they're still chasing upon Access Rate 1. Same goes to Foreign Legend. As we're currently looking at the stats right now. Somehow top elimination points here from so many matches that we've played. I think every weekend we are only getting about 1 match each day. So a total of 9 maps to be played out throughout Super Weekends, right? And currently, it's a tie on that top 1 position. You got Mika OP, Jimmy OP, as well as Evo's VIP Samzy, who are racing for the Terminator in Sarasana.
Yeah, so that's gonna be interesting. And of course, besides the Terminator as well, Mika, of course, he's racing for that top spot still with 2 more games to play. They cannot rest yet. Foreign Legends still behind their tail. If they can come up with something big, they could probably still catch up. So, so these teams, especially the top 3 teams, like what we mentioned earlier, they still cannot let their guard down. They still have something to play for, at least in this league. So we will still see the best out of them. And now when you talk about the draw spots, nothing unusual. Axis goes back to their regular draw spot. And it's going to be all okay for now. Circle's going to be fairly kind as well in the main island. Majority of the times you do see the circle there. So it's going to be a repeat of what we see most of the times in Sandhawk. But the only thing will it be a healing game Sandhawk or will it be a barbaric Sandhawk?
Well, yesterday was more barbaric, if you were to ask me. It was an interesting scenario where Yudo Alliance was playing Kingmaker, and I think that was that particular game that they have been able to not only gather more than enough points for what happens today to qualify for the top 16, they were the ones to take out Evil's VIP, lasted into the top 2, almost taking the entirety of Team Wales, although it was Team Wales who got that chicken dinner. So everything all adds up together for what happens today in this penultimate round. I guess that, yeah, the top teams out there, they might play the healing game. The rest just goes for a good showdown, you know, like who's the stronger team to get that chicken dinner, if that's the case.
Yeah, that's one as well. And of course, like what you mentioned, right? Who gets that chicken dinner? Taking home that poster in the PMPL is a good glory by itself, right? Like right now, it's out of everyone that I see, roughly, if I remember roughly, only Yudo Allies haven't got a chicken dinner in the PMPL yet this season. So they haven't got their own poster yet. So I'm pretty sure that can be a fairly good motivation, despite them having nothing to play for right now. They can always go for that poster. I mean, the poster is priceless, right?
True enough, but then again, this isn't the only few chances left. Grand finals, even more importantly so, if they can do exactly just that. So, other than that, you just gather the most points. Sometimes you can even win the league without chicken dinners. I mean, maybe a league is a little bit too long of a shot. I'm talking about grand finals moment.
I
So
thought you
long
were
as
talking
you
about
keep
eye
consistent
shots.
points. I mean,
sorry, I just had
we
to.
leave that aside. We leave that aside. We don't talk about that here. Okay. So back to the point. We've seen teams like Access Rate 1 or Evil's IP on the first week. They have shown us that sometimes without a chicken dinner, you can still dominate on the top of the standings by securing at least a top 3 finish all the time, high frag volume. That's gonna be more valuable than securing the chicken dinner in a way or another sometimes.
Yeah, definitely. So, well, let's see who's going to get that chicken dinner in this round. it's been switching around a little bit, although there's some consistency when it comes to getting maybe like the top 5, top 3, because some teams, we know for sure, they like to play the healing game. And that team is currently on top, which is Axis Red One. If they manage a second place finish with maybe some kills here and there, by playing the healing game, it's possible they will be crowned champions after this game.
So, Axis Red 1, if they win one more game right here, right now, it's all over. Nobody can come even close. But we saw it in the past 2 games. They haven't been able to actually get the biggest of rewards. So now with a very neutral circle, it will go back into the mainland, more towards perhaps the Bravo section out there. Now, Evil's P will have to guard this section very well. There's like what? 7-9 Gang, Udo Alliance, all grouped up together by the corners of Quarry, and they are ready to take out one another.
Oh, and that's a very quick rotation by 7-9 Gang. They're already around the areas of Ban. That's quite interesting from them. Oh, one more point I wanted to point out is that since Bosco isn't playing, so Axis Red One, they would have the entire area. If we see that they're on the southern west side, they have the entire area to loot. That means that they will have a lot more first aids this time. So there's a big possibility that they can get that healing game in and getting that second place that they must need.
That's actually really scary. Like, imagine every round in South Sana, you get this huge advantage. Honestly, if you ask me as a caster for so many seasons, I've been wanting for this pro circuit to increase the damage of the play zone. Not because I want teams to suffer, but we're supposed to see fights happening. And I think there was that past season where everybody's just playing the healing game, which, was kind of counterproductive. In Sana, it's the smallest map, you're supposed to fight it all out. But apparently there's a way to go about it in such a way that it benefits you not having any confrontation. So teams will definitely go in, no conflict, get the most points, and book out. Right? You might not get the chicken dinner, but that's a solid 12-pointer. That's what Axis Esports been doing.
Yep, and it's been working out for them. But will it work out for Udo Alliance now? On to 7-9 Gang. Udo Alliance playing the patience game. Shh. But I do agree with you. If we were to keep Sandhawk as part of the official matches, increase the damage because we want to avoid those endings. But so it's going to be a start here. Therma getting on the tracks, and Baby Kim will finish off tracks. And 7-9 Gang, they didn't know what hit them, but now Mampara is going to go in onto Baby Kim. Managed to get one. Dab is going to come in here. The Pan Man, Dab gets one. Therma been knocked down. Putra now managed to get another one for himself with the QBZ. And Putra will be knocked out by Parmes. Udo Alliance will need to reset with one team member left.
It's only going to be Manparang on the other corner here. He might just be able to actually go in for the pickup for Dev. So Mr. Panman is not going to be taken out just about yet. Oh, look at Razor!
Oh.
Long range shot, and he punishes Udo Alliance.
So Evos will be kind of trying to get the revenge of the Udo Alliance because Lex disrupted their chicken dinner possibility yesterday. Udo Alliance, now they're resetting. We can see that they pop out the smoke. Lex now will need to heal up himself. Therma, a little bit too far. That will also be recovering himself. Evos VIP, they can see them from afar, but not that clear. At the same time, we can see that with the long range shot coming in, the bomb is down. Baby Kim also down as well. And now the last person, hang on a second. So it's a clutch coming in by Lex, finish off the entire 7-9 Gang.
Yeah, but they didn't really walk out there without anything going on. They lost 2 members already. And now playing with 2 is not going to be all too easy. Razor is still occupied with the smoke. But the rest of them are already inside the compound. So Evo's happy. They managed to change the scenario, but it was 7-9 Gang that secured these 2 kills. So will be a little bit of a long-range trading between the 2 of those teams. Meanwhile, going back to Team Secret, they're still taking their time. They're over on the hills of the cave. Taba and C's across the corner as well. This is going to be a very interesting section here. There is a lot of wide angles to cover. Well, just to correct myself for a tad bit, this is somewhere across Mongnai, if I'm not mistaken, or Nakam. So just by the edges here of the northern shorelines, it seems like Taba and C is just hoping to hold on for the moment, and I got both wrong. It's Tatbok. Some of the names do confuse me from time to time, but Bax letting go of the entirety of Team Secret, although he does have the angle.
It's okay. I understand how does it feel like to be confused. I had that moment during the chicken dinner from the previous round. I was very confused, so it's fine, absolutely fine. I know how it feels like. Now talking about being confused, eye shots. Yeah, I hope he's not confused yet by now. Now Banks trying to get him down. Eye shots going in for the dance, but nothing will hit eye shots. What a good dancer he is.
Not with the drop of a bullet. Now he's reacting a lot quicker. He could dance all this up, but he couldn't dodge the pan. Now, as we carry on forward, this is going to be the next zone to be played out. Wills is going to be pretty happy. He's back in the center of it all, on top of the hills of Quarry. But Archie is pretty close by. Meanwhile, Farm Legends coming from the edge. Access Rate 1 slowly moving forward, still outskirts, and so much room of play, like you mentioned. It felt like the entirety of the island belonged to them.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. Just because there's no Team Bosco. If Team Bosco is there, it's going to be a different story. But let's check out the story. It's going to be Gig Fam story against R2K. Starting off with Sane now onto the side of R2K with an M249. It does connect one shot. Sane will get into the building. NSP caught him by surprise. But Sane is still alive there. NSP with the Sane. And Sane wins the fight against NSP.
Beautiful drop shot coming in from Sane, just to dodge a few more coming out. So that's 1 point being secured, but Geek Fam, they're still trying to drop those nades. Coast is not clear for R2K. No Team Wills, no RSG here to contest, so this is going to be pretty much all right. A 3 versus 4. While this goes on, Zix will be safe for the moment. That grenade will be able to take him out just about yet. Geek Fam. What does it take for Geek Fam to become crowned as champions again? To be crowned as champions again?
They need to fix their fragging department, but that's going to be almost impossible now that we don't have a transfer window towards the grand finals. So it's either they buck up on that fragging department, or it's going to be tough for them to get that championship during the grand finals. I think that is a problem they should have solved during the transfer window, but unfortunately they didn't take their chances. But maybe they're going to take their chances now, starting off with Snipes at the forefront.
There's a lot of rumors out there that say that Geek Fam wanted to take Voki, and so many of the teams wanted Voki. Voki went to Axis, now having that glory moment. As they're now dropping the frag, he will be able to actually chip in some damage. That's going to be looking pretty good. Breaks on the wall, but he will be taken down by Snipes. Preemptive shots being fired. That pre-fire looking pretty good. Echo now takes down one more member from the side of Geek Fam. It's a 1 versus 1. And I think that QB definitely does have a better area to play, but he's not going to be able to see anything for now. And not crossing the street is going to be tough for him to actually keep them all safe. But QB now also has a little bit more of a moment to go in for a pickup, so resetting S4. AIGR2K should bail out of this fight.
Yeah, I thought so as well, but as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water, so he doesn't want to leave his brother there. Ziggs will still be picked up, but after that pickup, Geek Fam, they know that they have the man advantage. They can go for the push in. So this is not going to be good news for R2K. So R2K now 2v4.
Dammer with a really good push, but that's going to be an overwhelming shot there for AIG R2K to handle. 4 points in. Geek Fam having a really good start to the run inside of Sanok, while Team Secret is outside of the blue zone, needing to deal with 4 rivals. Now they are starting to utilize a little bit of their boosters just to keep themselves afloat. Well, 4 rivals now getting shot by Matoy. I don't think this is a good scenario. Team Secret needs to chase in for those points. And they're over on the outskirts. They shouldn't actually take this approach. Maybe cut over to Paradise Resort if they can. and slowly move right in because I'm looking at the northern section to be absolutely cleared out.
The
Oh, it's
northern
actually
section
them
only has
zoning. Oh, they're the ones zoning out for rivals. It looked as if they were the ones in the blue zone.
Yeah, it looked for a while. Well, they're still there technically for 4 rivals, but the team that actually took a little bit damage from the blue zone, Axis Rip 1, they are now inside the zone. Trust me, if the observer goes to any of their maybe Kacang Susu, I'm looking at you, we may see like 20 over first aids. Just wait and see. Now, Micah, he's not holding any first aids. This is a sus moment now. Where are those first aids? Faris is not holding any first aids. Where are those first aids? Volky is not holding any first aids. Where are those first aids? Kacang Susu, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. The only one team member we haven't seen yet, and he's not on screen. He's waiting behind in a clear area. He's waiting to play the healing game.
That's right. The field medic probably will drop every bullet he has and just stock everything that needs to do with healing. Foreign Legends now suppressing Yudo Alliance. Yudo Alliance have not left ban. I don't know where Evil's VIP is. They left that section. Now Foreign Legends take over. And a little bit of a good angle out there to actually catch people out. Attic Luke playing by the staircase, not being spotted out just about yet. A very cheeky angle to work with.
Yeah, it's a very, very tight angle. If Adelu shows himself, he could be gunned down or he could still go back in. It's going to be a bit tight. But same goes the tightness here for Volky. He's going to go up against Homeboys. So it's going to be a 1v4 at first. So now what they're trying to do is this. Volky is going to try to open up room. He's going to try and scout out. And then he's going to try to open up room for Kacang Susu. He's definitely going to be the field medic. But now we move on to Team Secret. Mata with a little bit of a peek there. He'll finish up on Buru first, securing the elimination point. Mata will recover himself. But Appy knows exactly where Mata is. He will move in, going for the flags.
Appy slowly covering ground. Now this time it's Team Secret that's on the outskirt. This time I assure of it. Rift still outside of the blue as well. So these two teams is having a little bit of struggle. Remember this, 4 rivals was in contention for that top spot. Now it's kind of you can't undo some of the mistakes of the past matches. 4 rivals have dropped those numbers. Now it's unchaseable against Axis Red 1. Homeboys are the ones that consistently track the footsteps of Axis Red 1 most of the games when they play in South Sanak. Now I finally see Kacang Susu is on the opposing end, and it's 4 rivals here having Appy to take down Fred.
Yep, and Appy now is being pressured by the zone. No, his teammates being pressured by the zone at this moment. But Appy, a little bit of an overpeak there. He didn't expect Kid to be on the high ground. So Kid, with that flank, taking out Appy, and now it's Riff who's taking out the zone on the other side. Kid will be reforming back with his team. But Riff putting pressure on the Kid. He knows exactly where he is. Matoy together with Fredo is just across Riff. Riff with 1 first aid. April, he has 19 first aids. 4 rivals. The team that likes to go for an aggressive play is playing the healing game.
It's still very early to utilize all the first aid kits for the moment, but at least they have a game plan going on. As we move towards VXM Fanex, you're still on the outskirts. It feels like everybody's a medic for the moment. 12 first aids for Jimmy OP. He's getting all the resources. Volky now taking 2 members off the side of Homeboys. Axis Red 1 cannot be stopped. What?
32. I told you. This is sus. I told you, nobody's holding first aids except Kacang Susu. That's where all the 32 first aids are at. Homeboys out, Sidecon taking out 1. They don't really matter, but Sidecon now with the counter fire coming out there. Kacang Susu, he cannot lose this. If Kacang Susu loses, he will drop 32 first aids, and he will drop it to Psycho.
Oh no, Volky now to the rescue. He needs to win back those first aid kits. It's not about Homeboys right now. He's got the LMG. With the grenades, it's going to be pushed, and I don't think it's ready. Now, Psycho catches fire, but it does not matter. Axis Red 1. Now the game is blown wide open for Team Secret and also Foreign Legend.
Yes, the game is now open. The fact that they failed to defend their 32 first aids, The game is now open for Team Secret and Foreign Legends, but Ricky being knocked down, so that's not a good start to whatever that's happening. Master being taken off at the zone at the same time, and we can see that Yudo Alliance falling apart to SMG. Yudo Alliance, Thelma trying to get away, but the further he goes, he's going to bump into another team that's Wolf, Arrow right in front of him. Rift still not done yet with Team Secret.
Right. This is taking a little bit far too long. Fredo only down to bandages. I don't think that Fredo can survive. They are a little bit too far off the radar. Meanwhile, Riff is going to be the personal medic for rivals. Now, just sprinting his way off. Can he make the cut, though? I'm looking at Kid, who's also outside. Now, grenades locked in. SMG in trouble right now, one man down, and that's where Banks move forward. Jetty now taken out, and Bart is also needing a helping hand. 6 coming for the flank. They see all these members coming right at them, and there's not much that he could possibly do. Rizai now tries to pop in the first aid kit for himself, and that is the entirety of Team SMG. Now 12.
And Taba NC, they managed to win that fight, but they need to find a way into the circle next. Now we move over to Foreign Legends against EVOS VIP. EVOS VIP, they have 4 there, but the long range are coming from Mamba onto Haikal. Mamba just had to butt in. Oh no, EVOS VIP losing one team member just like that. But then again, Sam managed to get one knocked down with the Vector. Sam now getting cover with a smoke. How long can he last here? But the nade coming in. 2 nades immediately knocking Sam.
A very dire situation for Foreign Legends and EVOS VIP. Hoping to take Foreign Legends out. There were times that these two teams kept on contending that grenade lost perfectly on top of the player right there. Samzy couldn't really get any help. Ricky decides to drop Rebel Boy out of this equation. And Fraser now holding the line. The same goes to Insomnius. Now here comes this rush. But it won't be mattering all too much for EVOS VIP. They're all crushed on the way out, and it's a 10th place finish today. Doesn't seem to be a White Tigers day at all, but look at Kit though. He heard all the footsteps coming from Wills, and he's the final player remaining for Team Secret. Now he's coming with the footsteps. Oh, Senbei catches him out. Team Secret only 2 points, not enough against Axis Red 1. Meaning to say, final game for Team Secret must be about 30 points to get their way into #1 spot.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. Now we can see that still one managed to get 2 knockdowns back-to-back Team Wales. Actually taking out Taba NC one by one. Taba NC now with only 1 team member left. At the same time, we can see that Psycho managed to get 5 elimination points. Jake Fam is out 8th place, 6 elimination points for them. Still at 9K, is still alive here. He's part of the team that actually took out most of team members on Taba NC. Oleo, the last man standing, 21 first aids held by Oleo. They are going to play the killing game. This is the 6th circle. It's about time they're going to do that. Foreign Legends now still in the running to take over Axis Red 1.
Axis Red 1 probably was overwhelmed right there. Now look at Sandcorn.
Jimmy
enjoying that 32 first aid kit. Now circle goes to Wolf Aroff. Yudo Lance also in there. And Jimmy's gonna play exactly the same. How many first kits does Jimmy have?
I can't wait to find out. I hope the observer goes there. But before that, we can see that Ricky trying to put pressure onto Team Wales. Team Wales, we need to make a move in together with Foreign Legends as well. But Wolf Arab, they are in the circle. They have all 4 their team members still intact. Ade Luke now being spotted out by Anik with a long range. But Ade Luke still managed to recover inside the smoke. Will be popped out by Ricky. Ricky will go towards Ade Luke at behind the stone. And now move that to the tree. Ade Luke will be knocked out by Sinbi. And looks like Foreign Legends, they are in trouble. But they have 1 team member, Jimmy, can play the healing game. Before that, we can see that Damn Cutie takes out 1. And there's a couple more that they need to take out. There's actually 6 teams left. So look at his homeboys, Taba as well as VX and Fat X. They are playing the healing game. Wait a second. Jimmy is out as well.
That's right. That's what I've been trying to point out. Now it's only between Yudo Alliance, Team Wills, as well as Wolf that's inside the circle. And I think it's very highly likely that Wolf Aroff here will be getting this win. So it's been a very tough bout for sure. And down to the final moment, I wonder if those 30 over first aid kits going to be just about enough to actually last all the way in. So now Snappy and the rest of Team Wales still finding it difficult to actually advance forward because they are just overwhelmed by everybody else that's currently on the outskirts. I want to have a look. How many more first aids is there? Just saying a little bit of hello right there. Grenades now tossed towards the side of Yudo Alliance as well as Team Wills. Anik now getting spotted out. Sinbi needs to make a move, and Millie goes in for the catch. Blue Zone is already here. So somebody's got to play the healing game too from Team Wales.
Well, I'm not too sure who's holding the most first aids from Team Wales. At this moment, we need to pan over and see those players. Snappy, maybe, because he's the last one standing. Our Mamba is down. So Snappy looks like he won't be the one to be the healing game. But homeboys, who is that? That's Sandcon there. How many more first aids does he have? But there's one more player somewhere. So Therma is playing the first aid game as well. So all these three teams, I can say pretty much nothing much to play for. Samcon will be out at third place. Therma managed to heal himself up to second place with 3 first aids left. And Wolf Arrow definitely will go home with this chicken dinner. All 4 of their team members still intact. And there's no way they're going to get Therma with this kind of distance.
Well, they're just having a little bit of dance off right now. They know that this chicken dinner is undoubtedly secured. Just waiting for the final first aid, and then this is going to be Wolf to take this win.
Okay, San. I think Sam was playing with a buggy and then he kind of jumped off at full speed or something like that, and that's how he got knocked out. But okay, so here's another healing game towards the end for some of this team. So Wolf Arrow, 7 elimination points, chicken dinner. It's been a while since we last saw their posters, so it's nice to see that they're back in the chicken dinner charts on the poster. Judo Alliance, where have they been? Again, putting up a second place finish, a good placement. Homeboys with a third place finish. Psycho, 5 elimination points, and that healing game again brings them to third place.
That's right, Team Secret fall out on 9th spot, so this is going to be a little bit more tragic for them. I want to see how many points did Access Red 1 gather, because I would say that they've actually gotten at least a kill. Indeed they have. That's on Voki. So only 1 point in for Access Red 1. How much more does it take for Team Secret, for Rivals, and Farm Legend to chase up?
Well, okay, we'll need to tabulate the points later on because it's just because there were a couple of movements, right? So we need to see like how many elimination points exactly and what placement again. We need to review that again later on. But what I can say is that coming into the last game, could Team Secret be in contention? But we'll check that out later. We'll check out the highlights first before we get to that. Let's go highlights.
Pretty much a free game for Wolf Arrow out there, and now there's only one last match remaining here in the Super Weekend. Thank you guys for tuning in so far, and we will be looking at the scoreboard to see who is the closest to be crowned champions here. Access Red 1, although they crashed out there, 32 first aid, didn't matter all too much when Homeboys took them out, and it was Farm Legend who have also lasted quite a significant amount. So if there's going to be any sort of chase, I think I'm keeping my hopes up high for Farm Legends as well.
Yeah, I'm still putting it maybe the top 3, but I want to see what's the gap here after tabulating all those scores. Team Secret, obviously, they went out earlier than Farm Legends, and Farm Legends a little bit later, but I don't think it's that many placement points. I need to review again what placement did they got. they got decent amount of elimination points, but if you remember the gap before this, there was like what was it, a 20-pointer gap or something like that. So for sure, Axis Red One still hasn't lost that top spot, but because of their mistake earlier in Sanhok, they just blew up they just blew open the competition again between the top three.
That's right. Team Secret having an astounding performance inside of Erangel last round. If they can replicate that, but with a chicken dinner, I think they are all set. That should be a good move in order to secure that #1 spot. Now, we give the highlights over to Wolf Arrow here with that 7 elimination points as well as 15 points for that chicken dinner. And it's Team Wills who have been playing fairly consistent in South Sanhok. Last time they played Sanhok, got chicken dinner this time. #2 with 9 frags. But in the match itself, they were on #3. Udo Alliance outlast them, secures #2 spot at least. While Homeboys, not only did they take out Voki and the rest of Access Red 1, they got themselves that #4 spot. So as you look down the list, it's another quiet day in South Sanhok. As you see, Geek Fam the one out to party, and everybody else was just getting 1 point or 2 pointers each.
Okay, I'm just looking back at the numbers before we started the Sanhok game. So there was a 28-point gap between Axis Red 1 as well as Farang Legends. So if Farang Legends, if this serves me right, if my memory serves me right, I saw that they got #8, and with 3 elimination points, that means they gotten themselves 4 points in total for this round, meaning that the gap is still 24 points. And for Team Secret, because for this one they got 2, so it's a little bit more. It's maybe 26 points gap, yeah, thereabouts. So it's still, they still need like a chicken dinner with a significant amount of elimination points, and they need to hope that Axis Red 1 bows out early for this last round.
Expectation being set out there. Dan Cutie, the player of the hour, as he becomes the MVP of the match. He wills with the highest amount of damage, meanwhile everybody else failed to make it more than 8,000 other than Geek Fam. So it seems to be a very typical Sanhok meta for the Malaysian and Singaporean region team. So I guess that we will have better action coming into Erangel.
Yeah, definitely. The meta for Erangel is, can we say it's back to normal to a certain extent. So I look forward to the Erangel matches. Now, for this round, of course, if we look at this chart, interestingly, that Team Wills actually got the highest elimination point. They are not a team that likes to play the healing game, like what we've seen in previous weeks, previous days, and so on. Same goes for Wolf Arrow as well. So not too surprising that they top the elimination charts, since most other teams, they like to play the healing game. Teams like Farang Legends, Axis Red 1, even like Taba NC, they like to play the healing game. So not too surprising that they took advantage of this, so they get more points in total plus the elimination points. And yeah, this eventually goes to the overall PMGC, though it's a little bit far for them to catch up, but why not? Just play for pride. And like what we said earlier, play for the winner chicken dinner poster for Wolf Arrow.
That's right. So far, we'll be speaking to some of these players out there. So we're looking at the limbs for the moment, as the screen is telling you all these sort of numbers. While we take a look at the overall stats, it is Iftar who's been the top marksman for VXM FanX to cover the longest of distance. This time, 6 headshot has been covered up throughout the span of the match, and there's only about 48 total elimination, 123 total being used as well. But look at the healing. It just tells you that everybody wants to be a doctor.
48 is not the lowest, that's for sure. We've seen lower than that, but 48 is fairly low as well. So again, this is Sanhok. It's really starting to be the Sanhok meta. So like what you mentioned earlier when we were casting, right? You wish that from a caster's perspective, we could like up the damage for the zone when it comes to the later stages of it, so that we don't see as much healing game and we get more excitement as viewers, as casters. I do agree with that as well. But here is the current rankings for the Super Weekend. So 7-9 Gang, of course, on top. 5 Chicken Dinners, explosive performance for them throughout this 3 days so far. 174 points. VXF Panics, breakthrough performance for them as well. 140 points. Second place, Team Secret, number 3, 118 points. No chicken, no problem for them. Axis Red 1, number 4, 113 points. Number 5, 4 Rivals, 105 points. RSG, number 6, 103 points. Farang Legends, number 7, 102 points. Homeboys, 100 points. Number 8, all of them with their own 3 digits.
That's right. And now this is where we look at the second half of the table here. Wolf Arrow, who got that chicken dinner, they tied the score with AIG R2K. With the chicken dinner, they are above AIG R2K. Meanwhile, the other teams here are taking a little bit of shift. SMG now moving downwards, and look at Yudo Alliance. Wow. They're at number 9 spot, and remember them, starting off the week, they were at the bottom of the standings. Now they look good. They secured about close to 100 points within the past 3 days, or including today, of course. Within the span of the weekend here, they improved so much, and if they bring this form to the grand finals, that will be great as a starter. Like, of course, in the grand finals, you'll probably need more than 150 points.
Okay, so this is where it all matters again. So now we will take a closer look at this. Axis Red 1 is 24 points ahead at this moment for our Legends, and for Team Secret is 24 points, and for Team Secret is 29 points ahead. Realistic for them to catch up, they need an explosive performance, like a chicken dinner together with let's see, so it's 28. That means they would need, I'm trying to do the math here, 18. Yeah, 18 at least for Farang Legends. But then again, they will go to a tiebreaker. So 19 is the safe spot, not considering the tiebreaker. And for Team Secret, it's like 4 more from that. So Team Secret is going to be a bit tough because they need like 24 or 25. But for Farang Legends, it's 19. If they can do that, and Axis Red 1 goes out early, no points, they will overtake as champions. If not, then Axis Red 1 is crown champion. So if we want to simplify it, if Axis Red 1 survives longer than Team Secret as well as Farang Legends, the closest competitor, then they are crown champions immediately.
That's right. It's down to this very final game here to see who will be the one to sit on the throne as the league champion so far. And I think the chances for Axis Red 1, they cannot mess this one up. Like,
no.
It definitely takes an overwhelming amount for Farang Legends as well as Team Secret. The question is, how do they even get to those 30 over points that they need to secure? But you know what? We'll definitely get some questions being asked first as we head over to the interviewer's desk. Let's go, Sis Janet.
Assalamualaikum Anik.
Hai, Waalaikumsalam.
Tahniah dapat pandang ayam tunggu lama kan?
Thank you. Lama.
Lama. Okey, jom kita sis tanya soalan sikit. Wolf Arof, team mana yang korang asyik-asyik terjumpa time Super Weekend?
RSG. Sebab kita orang selalu ration tu memang mudah tersempat dengan orang.
RSG.
Asyik.
Okay.
Kita asyik take fight dengan orang. Paksa lah.
Paksa. Rotasi ke apa tu?
Rotasi lah.
Rotasi, okey. Tapi kadang tak rotasi pun ada juga tau terjumpa RSG
sebab
kan?
Diorang pun selalu macam sama checkpoint kita orang dengan diorang.
Faham.
Mudah jumpa.
Okey, Wolf Arof, tadi gameplay, apakah mindset korang?
Mindset korang macam biasalah, dapatkan million chicken dinner. Dan
sentiasa bersemangat setiap match. Walaupun pemain pernah baik untuk minggu ni, tapi kita orang tak bersemangat.
So senang kata semua match Wolf Arrow selalu nak target untuk dapat ayam lah. Tak ada macam nak tukar dapat survival ataupun dapat kill point ke apa tak?
Memang sangat target. Ya.
Terbaik. Okey. Pada season ni Wolf Arrow ada kesukaran ke?
Kesukaran daripada circle tidak memihak kepada kita orang, itu je lah. Daripada segi macam tag fight tu tak ada, cuma circle lah banyak scam. Banyak lari daripada kita orang. Tak tahu lah kenapa dia tak suka sangat dengan kita orang. Tadi baru dia memihak pada kita orang. So chicken lah.
Boyka ada tak kasih kata-kata semangat walaupun circle tu tak ada kat korang? Ada lah?
Ada. Dia selalu buat yang terbaik lah.
Sentiasa. Okey, Anik, last sis nak tanya Anik buat Wolf Arrow ataupun Anik sendiri nak berikan ucapan pada viewers ataupun ucapan kepada tim-tim.
Ucapan pada tim Sam 9 tadi dah syok-syok kan pen orang. Okey tak tulisan tadi.
Aduh.
Kepada peanut pula, thank you kerana support kita orang. Kalau tanpa korang, siapalah kita orang kan, untuk memberi boosting untuk semangat-semangat kita orang. Thank you.
Walau apa pun kita tetap akan nampak Wolf Arrow ke grand final, betul kan?
Betul.
Ya, okeylah. So tu je, harap-harap awaknya mindset masih sama dan reset untuk grand final nanti. InsyaAllah kita jumpa lagi. Thank you Anik. Okay, bye-bye. Okay guys, jom kita pergi table analytics. Dia pun nak buat juga. Okay, hi guys. Right,
hello.
Let's talk about the rotation. Okay, satu benda yang sis nak tanya tentang Wolf Arrow, gameplay diorang pada game Sandhawk ini. Cuba terangkan. Maybe kita go Khairul dulu.
Wolf bermain dengan kita boleh kata agak santai sebab diorang hanya perlu keluar sedikit saja dari kawasan perkarangan bootcamp, di mana itulah memang asal usul untuk Wolf Arrow. Dan gameplay kali ini untuk Wolf santai, diorang pun admit mengenai keberadaan circle memang favor kepada mereka, ataupun kita boleh kata memang rezeki itu jatuh daripada langit dan circle ni untuk Wolf Arrow chicken dinner.
Ya. Okay. Tapi apa yang kelainan bagi Wolf Arrow game yang kat Sandhawk ni dengan game-game yang lain? Kenapa game-game lain macam tak sama dengan diorang tahap diorang dapat ayam tu? Maybe Topcast boleh terangkan.
Macam yang Khairul cakap tadi, memang ini adalah circle Wolf Arrow. Diorang pun ambil last fight je actually. Kalau kita tengok elimination diorang pun 7 je. Maksudnya ni memang circle Sandhawk ni, kalau kita tahu lah kan, kalau nak dapatkan chicken dinner satu benda je. Yang penting circle datang kat kita. Kecuali iShot lah yang pernah buat, circle tak ada dekat dia, dia datang daripada luar circle dan dapatkan team daripada Bluebirds dan sebagainya, dan akhirnya mendapatkan chicken dinner. Tapi untuk Wolf Arrow pada kali ni, mereka memang sifir dia mudah. Mereka dapatkan circle, mereka dapatkan chicken. Sebab tu juga mereka dapatkan sedikit elimination, sebab tak banyak team yang mereka perlu hadap untuk mereka eliminate, untuk mereka masuk dalam circle. Dan mereka hanya pertahankan circle sahaja, dan itu yang mereka buat. Dan saya rasa dia tak banyak benda yang kita boleh bincangkan lebih sangat, sebab ini adalah game yang sangat mudah sebenarnya untuk Wolf Arrow.
Alright. Okay, Khairul, tadi kita ada nampak Axis Red One rotasi dalam Sandhawk ni. Maybe Khairul dengan Topcast boleh terangkan dengan dua pendapat.
Satu rotasi yang memang biasalah dilakukan daripada Axis, tapi dia jadi mengejutkan apabila Homeboys datang daripada entah mana melanggar kawasan compound. Kemudian Cun-Cun pula waktu tu diorang tak bersedia. So biasanya kita akan nampak kacang susu dia punya positioning ataupun dia punya kedudukan tu memang sangat-sangat jauh antara 3 player yang lain. Dan pada waktu tu memang kita boleh kata Axis memang tak bersedia langsung. Homeboys datang dan dengan satu firepower yang mampu untuk jatuhkan 1 demi 1. Kacang jatuh, Inum jatuh, semualah jatuh, dan itu menyebabkan punca terbesar ataupun core player mereka untuk Sandhawk itu kacang susu jatuh, dan diorang tak mampu untuk dapatkan placement point yang diidam-idamkan. Seperti kita tahu Axis Red One begitu konsisten untuk map Sandhawk dari segi main healing.
Ya.
Apa pula pendapat Topcast? Tadi ada nampak kelainan dalam perpecahan antara Axis Red One players Axis Red One.
Ya, saya rasa ini adalah satu kesilapan. Untuk Axis Red One, sebenarnya circle ketiga, selalunya kacang susu akan ada kat blue zone lagi. So that yang 3 orang tu akan mara ke hadapan untuk make sure mereka masuk ke dalam circle. Make sure tempat tu clear dulu. Clear and then barulah kacang masuk. Dan selagi mana boleh main dekat blue zone, dia akan main kat blue zone. Saya tak pasti apa yang berlaku pada game kali ini apabila mereka tukar sedikit strategi. Untuk nak kata macam mereka kena bersedia lah kalau ada pasukan yang lain. Tambahan pula ada airdrop berdekatan. Jadi saya tak merasakan ini adalah perancangan konspirasi Homeboys. Tidak, Homeboys melakukan rotasi, tapi mungkin sedikit kelainan berdasarkan circle. Cumanya yang silap bukan, yang maksudnya sekarang ni silap Axis bukanlah disebabkan Homeboys. Silap Axis adalah apabila mereka masukkan kacang susu ke dalam safe zone terlalu awal. Selalunya senjata ini akan ditinggal jauh macam Jimmy OP, lepak dengan Farang Legend. Dua tu yang akan masuk ke depan, yang lain akan ada kat kawasan belakang yang confirm memang takkan ada orang. Sebab safe zone dekat Sanhok ni mesti akan ada punya orang, disebabkan circle yang terlalu kecil dan ini adalah map of third party. Dan saya rasa kacang susu pun mungkinlah ada miscommunication lah berlaku untuk Axis.
Alright, baik. Okey, kita rewind sikit. Walaupun dalam grafik ni tidak menunjukkan, tetapi kalau Khairul ingat tadi pada circle yang satu, Yudu Alliance, diorang dah jadi ulat bulu dan ambil tempat Sam Night. Cuba Khairul terangkan apa yang sebenarnya dalam apa yang diorang nak buat lah sebenarnya.
Pada pandangan saya, sebenarnya bukan Yudu Alliance cuba untuk dapatkan kawasan Sam 9. Sebenarnya Sam 9 yang datang ke kawasan Yudu Alliance. Sebab kita tahu Sam 9 diorang turun ke kawasan Rumah L di pesisiran pantai untuk perkarangan Kepulauan Camp Alpha. Dan kita pun tahu Yudu Alliance turun di bahagian Mong Nai. Dan Ban ialah salah satu kawasan yang memang menjadi checkpoint untuk rotasi daripada Yudu Alliance. Jadi pertembungan tersebut bukanlah di plan ataupun apa. Dia memang satu kebetulan yang berlaku. Yudu Alliance hanya melakukan rotasi yang biasa. Sam 9 melakukan satu rotasi yang luar biasa untuk terus, tak kisah langsung Wolf kat bootcamp, R2K dekat Painan, RSG dekat bahagian rumah-rumah kecil. Dia orang tak kisah dan terus bergerak sampailah ke perkarangan Ban. Kemudian terjumpa pula dengan Yudu Alliance dan pertarungan tersebut berlaku dengan agak mengejutkan apabila kita tahu Sam 9 dia tak perasan ada pemain daripada Yudu Alliance yang merangkak senyap-senyap, kemudian dapat culik satu. Knockdown demi knockdown berlaku, trade dilakukan, tapi dekat penghujung sekali Sam 9 gagal untuk mempertahankan kawasan compound tersebut dan telah pun diambil oleh pasukan Yudu Alliance.
Guys, dengar tu. Inilah kelebihan analisis kita. Sebab selalunya kalau Pubg ni, memang lak bulu, cacing game dulu. Tapi pasal diorang tahu, tim-tim ni, diorang terangkan korang. Including Sis lah, Sis pun tak tahu cerita. Sekarang dah tahu. Okey, kepada Topcast, maybe Topcast boleh terangkan NC. Tempat dia macam open tu. Kenapa beliau ataupun tim dia tak boleh masuk, ataupun memang apa yang penghalangnya, ataupun kenapa dia tunggu sana belum masuk lagi?
Saya rasa pada ketika ni mereka bertempur dengan pasukan Wales yang cuba untuk masuk dalam circle dan akhirnya Wales yang menang fight tu kalau tak silap saya. Tapi saya tak pasti apa yang berlaku untuk tabah NC, sebabkan mereka ada ground yang lebih tinggi dan mereka ada orang yang lebih banyak. Sebab kat situ tak silap saya high ground. Kalau mereka hold daripada luar circle dan mereka masuk dapatkan Wales sikit-sikit, mungkin ini adalah battle of firepower yang mana Wales menang. Dengan tabah NC is very clear yang kat sini memang Wales menang bukan sebab ground, bukan sebab apa, tapi memang battle of sheer firepower dan tabah NC just kalah lah fight 4v4.
Okay. Alright. Pada pendapat Top dengan Kai, adakah tim sudah penat? Diorang dah main 3 super weekend dan ada kelainan tak dalam cara mereka main?
Bagi saya, ya, physical, mental di penghujung super weekend yang ketiga. Kita pun dah tahu ni dah last push untuk pasukan-pasukan yang bermain. Meta memang akan berubah. Diorang akan mungkin bermain yang lebih pantas. Diorang mungkin akan force fight dengan lebih banyak. Sebab mereka, bagi saya lah, bagi pasukan-pasukan yang kita dah tahu, kita memang tak akan dapat kejar kejuaraan pada waktu ini. So kita main untuk for the sake of fun, untuk enjoy the game. Kita cuba lakukan yang terbaik dan juga sedikit sebanyak preparation untuk ke grand final. Jadi benda ni, faktor-faktor inilah yang akan merubah sedikit gameplay di saat-saat akhir ataupun pusingan-pusingan yang terakhir yang kita akan saksikan iaitu lepas ni kita akan tahu Irangel akan dimainkan. Mungkin perlawanan di awal permainan akan lebih banyak berlaku seperti yang berlaku di season yang ketiga. Tapi benda ni perlu berhati-hati jugalah sebab Axis dan juga Farang Legend, dua pasukan ni kita boleh kata jurang mata antara dua pasukan sangat-sangatlah rapat. Jadi Axis perlu untuk berjaga-jaga dan tak terlampau force fight jika mereka tak mampu untuk menang.
Betul tu, tepat. Okey, Top kasih soalan yang susah sikit lah. Okey, tempat Yudu Tema ni sebenarnya tadi Wills dah dapat masuk sama dengan Wolf Arof tapi tak ada orang nak masuk rumah tu. Kenapa? Rumah tu ada penunggu ke?
Dia bila Temah tu dia tak buat langsung step kan. Itu menyebabkan Wills dia tak menjangkakan ada orang dekat situ. Dan sekarang ni kita kena faham pasukan-pasukan yang ada dekat sini yang ada stakes yang tinggi hanyalah Farang Legend. Ya betul. Farang Legend sahaja adalah satu-satunya pasukan yang akan bermain like 100% guna otak. Yang lain bukan saya tak cakap tak pakai otak, cumanya mereka dah tak ada benda, nothing to lose dah. Dia orang menang ke, chicken ke, kalah ke, that's it. Macam okay, kita lagi 2 match impossible nak kejar Axis, tapi tidak untuk Farang Legend. Jadi mereka kalau Farang Legend buat benda yang pelik-pelik kita rasa macam something else. Tapi untuk Wills, untuk dia tak check dalam rumah, dia main santai-santai, itulah perkara yang bagi saya biasa. Wolf Era pun tadi dia tak kejar lagi satu kill tu sebab dia tahu penambahan satu elimination, satu penyingkiran pun takkan berubah apa-apa dalam carta. Dan sebenarnya inilah game of santai kecuali untuk 3 tim ni, Farang Legend, Team Secret dan juga Axis Red One. Saya tak tahu apa yang akan berlaku untuk next game. Apa yang akan berlaku next game ni akan menentukan sama ada kita ada drama baru ataupun tidak lah.
Alright. Okay, ni belum dibuat lagi tapi sis akan buat sekarang. Buat tim-tim yang akan main last match kita hari ini. Kata-kata semangat ataupun advice from our both analysts. Maybe kita mulakan dengan Khairul pada tim-tim.
Kepada semua tim, kepada semua pasukan, kalau diorang dengar sekarang ni, just buat yang terbaik. Sama ada anda sedang mengejar kejuaraan, sama ada anda sedang pun mencari placement yang baik untuk menutup liga, bermain dengan apa yang anda ada. Jangan terlampau terburu-buru sebab kadang-kadang apa yang kita tutup pada liga, kita mungkin akan terbawa-bawa benda ni ke grand finals. Jadi jangan lakukan habit-habit yang tak patut untuk dilakukan.
Apa pula, Tok?
All the best.
All the best. Very sweet and simple. Alright. So, harap kita dapat kata-kata motivasi daripada caster-caster kita yang mantap, iaitu OTG, J Hunter and of course Cloud and Contra. Let's go.
Let's go.
And here we are, the final moment of truth. Who will it be to be crowned as champions of the league in the PMPL NYSE Season 4? All this hosted by PUBG Mobile and organized by ESPN. We'll also like to thank the following sponsors for bringing us all these excitement, and that definitely includes our official media partners, Esports Fight Club, where you can watch and earn with Esports Fight Club. On top of that, we also have to thank our official media partners, WeTV, always more, as you can watch Asia's best content for free. Yes, I said it, for free on WeTV. From drama series, variety shows, and more. Download it now as it's available on Google Play and the Apple App Store. You can even watch it on your browser. I've tried it once. Absolutely relaxing, so go ahead, download it right now. As we are waiting for our game here to, of course, resume. This is going to be the very final match. Sir Cloud, I think this is definitely an honor to be casting the final match of the season with you before we head to the grand finals here. A lot can actually happen in the last match. There are a lot of teams with nothing to lose, nothing to gain, and there are also those here to prove that they will be the ones on top of the throne. Axis Red One still on the lead, Farm Legend now on second spot. So this is going to be all eyes on these two teams, and also Team Secret, who's currently on third placing at the moment.
Yeah, so just to recap a little bit, now the gap between Farang Legends and also Axis Red One is 24 points. So the bare minimum is for let's exclude any tiebreakers. So the bare minimum, that means they need to get a chicken dinner together with 9 elimination points. That is the bare minimum, assuming that Axis Red One goes out early with no points at all. Now, of course, like what I mentioned earlier, if in any case Axis One survives longer than Foreign Legends as well as Team Secret, the closest rivals, they're crowned champions pretty much immediately. So this is the simple theory that we'll be looking at.
That's right. Now it's definitely down to this very final moment here, and I think I've enjoyed a lot of all these Super Weekend. There's a lot of drama going on sometimes here, there, wherever, and there's also a lot of all these teams that have shown that tenacity in order to prove that we're pure. So in this very final match, it is all decided by high frag volumes from the other two teams that are chasing against Axis Rate 1. Even one good fight coming from Axis Rate 1, like that 4-pointer could have actually changed everything. Meaning to say that somebody has to stop Axis Rate 1. And not only that, the other two teams, Team Secret, Foreign Legends, have to close up this game here with flying colors.
Yeah, they need to play their minds off, in other words, right? So, Axis Red 1, Foreign Legends, Team Secret, the most realistic teams to be able to take the title at this moment. So, Axis Red 1, 2 rounds in a row, they... okay, the Erangel round was kind of like in the middle, but the Sandor round was a total disaster for them. If they manage to play that healing game, we can say that they are clear champions, but like what we mentioned, it just blows up the competition again between these 3 teams. So all eyes will be on these 3 teams. The bottom Judo Alliance, they're done for. They're moving on to the grand finals. So all eyes strictly on these 3 teams. And of course, this is the last game here, ladies and gentlemen. The flight path will be shown to us, and I believe this is somewhere from Severny, going down south to Novo Repnoye, whereby Axis will have options, whether it's Kameshi or military base.
Either one still works fine for them. So I think ideally they'll drop into the military base for now, since they get a direct passage into the island. So nothing too much has changed over here, as teams are slowly moving into their respective township. The problem is for teams to go into the far west, which this flight path doesn't seem to allow it. So as we look at the teams that usually go into the far west end, it is going to be AIG R2K, as well as maybe Team Wales, who like to play around Gatka region, so that's still very much doable. So as we keep our eyes here on 7-9 Gang, as well as Youth Alliance, it's Palmas who have paid a visit to Severny. Now goes in challenge 1-on-1 against the ex-players of Euro Gang. Good shots, 1 HP left, and Palmas goes in, secures first blood.
And he will punch with the Godzilla just unlocking it. Keep it in the right time though, Godzilla. What good timing is that? Give that Godzilla a race. So Judo Alliance now with that first lead, also getting the first vehicle advantage for them. But check this out.
Wait a minute.
Look
at Wolf
wait
Arrow.
a second. What is Wolf doing in Rosal?
This is more. You remember what happened in the last season? They have a beef with Bamburu and the rest of them, especially with Iron Pro intact. There is a long rivalry between the two of these guys. And you know what? Wolf is not happy. They will continue to hunt. The thing is, Iron Pro is no longer here. So the drama goes way back in PMCO Season 1 on C Champs, when Iron Pro, as well as Boyka, Small Boy, they all have a fallout. They go separate paths. 2 of them went to RSG, right? Then we go into this scenario here, where last season for Rivals, they definitely had some interesting plans. And from that point onwards, it felt like the side of Wolf Aroff. They tried to stop them on their tracks, tried to kill them off early, because they just don't want Dingo's MPX to win, which is now for Rivals. Now the problem here is, why are we taking this here on to the Season 4? Like, I thought it's supposed to be long overdone with.
Well, as long as you know that the old man is still there with Arof, right? Boyka, obviously from back in the day up until now. So, and both of these teams have nothing to lose. So, if they still have that rivalry between them, let that be settled in the battleground, right? Nothing outside of it. I'm pretty sure there's nothing. I'm pretty sure everyone is fine. But inside the game, it's competition time. It's like I'm not going to give you any opportunity. So what better moment to try and do it in the last game when none of these teams have anything else to lose but just the bragging rights.
Indeed. Now, with Wolf Aroth, who has dropped into Rozak, Access Rate 1 have the entire island by themselves. We're looking at highest headshots here coming from Damrud. This guy is just a fake support. I'm telling you this because like he's a top rank team. So far, only they have had Damrud to be extremely impressive, and this guy's doing everything right. Being the captain, I'm not discrediting the rest of the players out there, but I just say that he's just simply the best.
That suddenly reminds me of the song like "Simply the Best." Okay, now going retro now, but I have to agree with that absolutely. I mean, Damrud, just look at this. Even the total knockout rankings, he shows up as well as the triple-digit 100 total knockouts, right? So they need to hang on to him. They need to hang on to him like a lover. Like they must love Damrud because with this kind of performance, he could be scouted by other teams in season 5.
That's true. Speaking of a moment like this, there's definitely no Madonna here singing alongside with us, but Pamburu will be able to actually take down one member of Wolf Arof, so I guess they're definitely not welcome right here. April gonna be challenging San eventually. I don't think San knows that there is somebody by the building. So easily, one good nick coming from April, San's gonna be gone. Now Appy going into deeper parts of the city, Wolf Arof, they're just holding by the corner. This is one of the worst place in Rozak to play. I mean, I always, whether it's in PC or in mobile, I always drop into Rozak. This far corner where Wolf Arof currently has is not strategically defensive. Also, not having the highest of elevation to fight against everyone else. So, I think 4 rivals definitely fancy a chance to push.
Well, yeah, they starting to get both arrows surrounded, right? So they have the advantage right now. They send someone onto the high ground, so they kind of got them locked in. The good thing is that they have the circle, so they got some time to play, but they can't spend too much time if not, moving on and taking prime positions and looting and so on will be a disadvantage to those two teams. So they need to finish the fight fast. So if they want to do it fast, it does look like 4 rivals they do have the advantage because of how they've already opened up. It's just a matter of closing it.
And they now looking into Team Secret. One out of the 2 teams to challenge Axis Rate 1 in this matchup. And they cannot afford to drop a single member out there. They cannot afford to take too much of a risk involved. Taba and C, they're looking to set their sights, and this might just be the first pick. Oh boy, they're looking pretty tough here. Hit, getting shots fired from Olio. Last season, it's also Taba and C that stopped Team Secret on their track. Are they going to do it exactly the same way this season round?
Well, it could still be a possibility, but let's see what's going to happen. Taba and C, they're not the type of team that likes to rush in and take out teams in their own compound, especially during the early stage of the game. So I don't expect them to do that. If they do that, well, you can say that they're just having the nothing to lose mentality. That's all. So Team Secret, they still have somewhat the championship to play for, and of course, no doubt the PMGC points is still on the side of Team Secret. So either way, whether they're eyeing for the league championship or not, they still need to collect these points for the ticket to PMGC, in which they are still at the top spot. Let me just fact check that for a little bit. Yeah, they are still at the top spot, so they want to maintain that.
That's right. Eva's VIP and Team SMG usually collide. This time, not really so. There's still PMGC points to play for, actually. for those teams who have played in the past season. So I won't exactly say that there's nothing to play for other teams out there, because grand finals, like we always say, anything could happen. If RG can make it from 16 all the way to number 1, anybody can.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. And plus, we do see that they're starting to get up to speed in terms of their overall performance, RSG being one of them. VX and FanX, who knows? The underdogs actually can pull off a surprise in the grand finals, looking at how they've been playing throughout the last Super Weekend. And yeah, those are the couple of teams that perhaps we'll look forward to their performance. But for this round, of course, we're still looking forward to their performance. Most of the teams that are on the main peninsula, while just a few teams on the northern side. So it's starting to be a little bit packed, as we can see here in the map. But our top 3 teams, we should keep eyes onto them. So where is Axis? Axis Red One still on the military base island. Parang Legends, they are still in the Waterhouse, and Team Secret, they move outside particularly a little bit. So they're all still out in the clear for now.
That's right. Team Secret now having Matoid driving by. Bart's going to be going out of his vehicle, so he's going to be having a lot of bullets sent towards his way. Matoid navigating, and now he drops his vehicle, though. That's one of the worst places to be. Matoid, is he sure about this? Frendo somehow, somewhere, finds that opening shot. Team Secret now at least providing a little bit of cover. Remember this, Team Secret needing those points. Not only should they actually go in for high volume of kill, they need to survive. Now 4 rivals committing towards Wolf Arrow inside the same compound. Somehow they move into the middle. Appy might just be able to actually hold on for a little bit longer just by the corner of the broken wall. No members to push right by it. But Bro now with the initial lock, this is looking pretty solid. Sad drops from Brewer. And now down to Appy.
And now Appy as well as Apo on the other side. But Apo's a little bit too far. So Appy maybe left all alone. Let's see what's going to happen here. Mile is going to move in. Mail will jump onto the other side. But the nade almost knocking Mail down to 50% of health. And now bandage will be used by Mael. He'll reset himself first. Appy will toss out in a utility onto the left. But the nade coming in for Sun takes down Appy. Apo, the last man standing now for 4 rivals.
Mathematically impossible for 4 rivals to be up in the contest at all. So I guess Wolf Arrow will celebrate a little bit of a win, but that's one grenade lobbed towards Mile. Not going to be able to catch him though. April just doing whatever he can, but he won't be able to revive Bumbaru. So make this a 3 versus 2 still. San now proceeding forward. The rest of Wolf Arrow are chasing right in. Axis Red One, all they can do, play as passive as they want. Wait for the right few teams to drop. They might just actually secure a few pointers from positioning itself. No needs for kill. Not a single need for that. Now here comes April though. Going for a little push. He goes in for the hot shot. How did he actually get that? Wow. Now with a push, it might just actually connect. But that's April down on ground. Grenades being lobbed right in. Zuli, he has a Molotov right across, and this is Maburu. Charging right back. San, the final member remaining. That's a drop shot to secure it. 1 HP. A few more left. Now comes the celebration from Wolf Arrow.
Oh, the celebration with a little bit of gunfire onto the box of Pumburu. But I must say, I like the way they used the smoke as a decoy. We saw that Apu actually threw it to one of the buildings, the top floor, and that kind of confused both Arrow for a while. 2 of their team members went to that building. So I kind of like that tactic, and I think that's a tactic that many other players can actually practice as a team coordination. So gotta give big up to that. But then again, I thought that they would win that fight because they got Wolf Arrow surrounded. But at the end of the day, looks like 4 rivals, the first team to be out, and that would hinder their performance when it comes to the race for the PMGC slot.
That's true. And now looking at the rest of the team, moving into the school compound, into Rozak, and everywhere else. Somewhere inside of this corner, we still see a little bit of water intact. Going to be a little bit of a challenge for many of them. And currently, as it stands, Wolf Arrow, after celebrating that chicken dinner, they're feeling rather confident. They took out the entirety of 4 rivals. Now it's going to be QB that opens fire onto Pamis. Milady secures the kill. 2 points in for the side of Geek Fam, make that 3. For Team Secret, they managed to find 1 point. Out of where though? I think that's one pickup against Udo Alliance. Could be Seb9, could be Team SMG. I think at this point, it's just the first pointer, and there's still a lot to work on. Meanwhile, Far Legend, they're just about exiting the water tower. Dabber goes into for a challenge. They're dancing it off, and that is going to be the final player that will be taken out by Dabber here. Udo Alliance goes out early. 14 teams still remain.
Interestingly, so Geek Fan, they choose to go into the northern side, which is a normal rotation for them, frankly speaking. They've been liking the northern area a lot more ever since that NSP hasn't been playing. So they've occupied the northern side for now. But this is a team they want to keep eyes on. Farang Legends, Wolf Arrow, they are going for them. Farang Legends cannot lose this fight, Contra.
Oh my. It's one of the worst timing to actually lose a member right through. Ricky now getting shot as well. I think Luke now holding in the grenade. One member down, but that grenade will be eventually connect. San has so little HP. Look at Wolf though. Trying to be the huge disruptor between some of the big teams out there. And over the other corner, Axis Rate 1 taking on RSG. They're trying to find that lead. They're ditching Small Boy for this.
All the two teams that we really want to keep eyes on, and now Micah is going to move in at the forefront. Micah still scouting where exactly RSG is at. Micah just going round and round and round and round. But Micah, Small Boy is down. Okay, if they can secure more elimination points, that means they will widen up the gap right now. So RSG, are they going to give Small Boy onto them? But at the same time, we can see that Sam will be knocked down by Ricky. Are they actually getting the elimination? And Kim, with their long-range scope, Wolf Arrow tried to push Farang Legends, and they were eliminated. Farang Legends only missing one team member from that fight.
Mika trying to bait the rest of RG right now to save Small Boy, but I guess that's kill secured. Small Boy will not be able to be rescued. So here comes our dear vehicle eliminator. Mika still chasing as the Terminator of the league. I think Luke currently holds that record. Well, Geek Fam blocks off the entirety of the bridge though. Or should I say, Seb9, the one who wants to stop them from moving inwards. And Geek Fam, they have a lot of things to work with here. Ziggs now goes for a run over, another vehicle kill, while DD goes in for the straight down there, trying to connect all the shots. Got a 6-time scope, and now realigning. That will be a kill secured. Nope, with the sharp shooting. And it's going to be Ziggs here to secure the kill. Ken Sanko, Evo's P now taking out. Double barrel shotgun.
Wait, what? Okay. All right. That sounded like a DBS though. It said it was holding a DBS at the stage of the game.
That was a DBS. He was holding a DBS in that moment. Sounds like the Blue Bees meta, the team hailing from Japan region. And they absolutely love their shotgun. But I don't know. It's a rare occasion to see people carrying that one around. Circle now moving back to a place we all are familiar with. Over on the outskirts of school, as well as Yasnaya. Evil's VIP in South Forest have already lost one. VX advantage tries to move right in. This might just be points for Axis Rate 1.
Oh, so close. They're going to try it again. Faris now going to try for a different angle. And Micah managed to get along down the Calamity. They haven't secured the point yet. It could be killed still away, but now Faris going to go in for a second try. Faris looks like he gets one. And Micah managed to get a knockdown to Rush. And now Ifta, probably the last man standing together with John. And now they will secure 3 elimination points in total. While that Bard actually kills this away. Ifta been taken away by Bard from SMG.
I don't know. The XM Fanatics might have actually gifted Axis Rate 1 right here the championship title already. We're looking at 3 points in, and now there's only 12 teams left. Unless if Axis Rate 1 crashes out here, then maybe they're only going to get that 3 points in. If there's more teams that drop, it's going to be trouble. Ricky now driving towards RSG. Not looking good for Far Legend.
Oh yeah, not looking good for Far Legend. Just RSG, they want to be in the hunt for the for the points as well to the PMGC. So they want to give themselves a hold. They definitely want to win this fight. So it's going to be Foreign Legends versus RSG. Kim now right at the forefront with about 40% round. Breaking now, cooking up the nade. Can he land it onto Kim? We're not too sure, but it looks like it will bounce out and it will not be a nice toss. But Kim will be not, will be taken out. Then Rex cannot save him. Rex now down to 50% help. The grenade eliminated for QB somewhere else.
It's all down to how well Adik Luke plays this one now. You need to rely on him holding the performance of his lifetime here. And now that Axis Rate 1 is not making anything easier, they're also by the hill. They can also third party their way in. Grenade slopped. Geek Fam tries to stop Mount Baron from camping out here on that ditch. But Geek Fam probably knows that this is going to be advantages for them. Circle now pushes everybody else over onto the corner. So Evil's VIP has got a lot of work to do this time around. Team Will's going to be doing exactly the same. So 2 drops looted by Evil's VIP, I assume. That might just actually help them a whole lot. While Team Secret, they are into the wheat fields already. Great positioning, but they have to survive though.
Yeah, they have to survive because that's such an open position as well. But okay, let's see what's going to happen here. So Jimmy from Foreign Legends managed to get one knockdown to Team Wales. Have not secured the elimination point just yet. So we're going to hang on for that for a moment. But Geek Fam, a 2-2 split here coming in for Geek Fam. 2 on the right side, 2 on the left side. 7-9 gang right in front of them. Drax has the sniper tower. So QB cannot show himself. QB kind of locked down there unless he goes back into Dam Route. Mamparang on the other side. They're doing a 1-1 split here for 7-9 gang while trying to kick Geek Fam outside the zone.
Very difficult spot to be at least for Team Secret. There is a little bit of a hut that they could still hide while Geek Fam will be joining alongside. Wow!
Whoa.
Drive and gun! You know, why run and gun when you can just hop on that buggy? So, Drax now losing out. 7-9. Having so many members taken out. Cycle now going on. Evil's VIP. Heikel already taken down low. Adik Luke now takes down Rex. Evil's VIP out for the count. And this is what we were talking about, right?
Yeah. It was a home ball push there.
It definitely is a very tough place to hold out from. That grenade looking pretty good. Drop Maparang to only 20%. GG with the M249 finds Taba and C. The kill feed's running well. Now I don't believe there's enough players left alive for both Team Secret as well as Foreign Legends to actually get it all, but Foreign Legends already got 5 at least.
Yep, they already have 5 at least, so they still need more, and they need that chicken dinner. Chicken dinner is must, according to my previous calculation. Kacang Suso will be down by the zone, so looks like, let's see, Axis, they're going to play with 3 team members. Foreign Legends, they're tanking out the zone with 3 team members. You can see that Axis now, they're playing by the open fields. Where are they going to stop here? So Ricky will be taken out by the zone, but then again, Team Secret, this is the target that they want. They want to take out Axis, and they managed to take out Faris.
Unless if they secure the kill, then they will not know this is going to be Axis Rate 1, but they are marking them down. Every one of these players already getting chipped off. Ricky falling outside of the play zone as well. Axis Rate 1, they crash out!
Oh! Okay, 4 elimination points. That gives them a little bit of a hope to get that chicken dinner together with that win. But Foreign Legends, they only have 2 team members. It's going to be super tough for them. Team Secret, yes, still all 4, but they only managed 1 elimination point at this moment. So they need a lot more here to secure that win.
Lies on both of these teams still. SMG rolling out on the outskirts. And if there's any time that they should pop off, it's just about now. Just about enough players still left on the field. And Jimmy OP goes ahead, finds Rizai. Good start here. Jimmy gets the kill. Now Foreign Legend, 2 men left. Save goes to Taba and C. If they win this, that's 4 points added for Foreign Legends. And that will count 10.
Yes, Foreign Legends, they're going for 6 right now. So can they get more? They have already 6 elimination points, but it's only 2 team members left. Sane now gunned down by Manfarang. Taba and C against Foreign Legends. They are very close by each other. Manfarang now is in trouble. He's the only man standing here for 7-9 gang. Geek Fam knows exactly where he is. QB now trying to finish out Manfarang, but Manfarang finishes out Sane as well as Snipes. is still down. Same moving free job by Mampara. QB considered the last man standing. There's no way he's going to be able to pick up Damn Root together with Snipes.
That's right. Somehow 7-9 gang kind of won this war. Now everybody push into the open grounds. So whoever still is in the forest is going to have a little bit of the opening there. And I'm speaking about Odic, Luke, and Far Legend. They're still being the gatekeepers out there. All they have to deal with is Taba and C, but they have all reset it, so it's going to be a lot more difficult to secure those points that they need.
Yeah, they definitely need more points here, so let's see what's going to happen between SMG as well as Team Wales. How are they going to fight this? SMG, how are they going to get into Team Wales?
The whole compound being surrounded, but then again, Snappy doesn't really have that angle. But Rizai, he's on this corner here. I think Odic spots him out already. He goes in for the shot. Goes to take down Rizai. Millie blows him off of cover. Two more members remain from inside of Top INC, though, still inside of the smoke. Jamie drops his back. And now it's down to Olio as well as Rush. Grenade does connect towards Odic Luki. Has to run away because they're not exactly inside of the area play. Odic Luki goes down! Now looking for Jimmy. He gets flushed out as well. All these smokes may not be able to do too much for our Legend. They need to save the game right here, right now. The smokes are not there. And now it's only Rush. They're taken down. Jamie still some flush. Jamie now looking for the target. Jamie taken down. For our Legend, they're out at 6. The only hope surviving is Team Secret.
Yes, that's it. That's it for Far Legends. They will not be able to get that championship now. It's down to Team Secret. Okay, quick count here, Ken. If Team Secret takes out everyone, is it enough for them? But then again, let's hold that thought for a second. Now Zizo is down. The name will be tossed up by Matoy onto the side of SMG together with Team Wales. They're trying to get as much as possible. Mamba now putting a lot of pressure on the 6-6. Can get out? But Mamba will need to move as well because they are not in this circle.
Now with a lot of all this pressure inside of the corner of the cubicle, this is where Mamba goes down the ground. If Team Secret rush right in, this is a perfect opportunity to capitalize. That grenade flies right through. Team SMG down off for 5th place. SMG, of course, had a good fight. Now it's down to Kid. He's dropping all those nades. He does chip a little bit more HP bars. Matt Toy knows this is the team that he wants to take on. And if they clear the sector, they should be able to win this chicken dinner. Taba and C over on the other corner, but I don't think it's enough kills.
No, it's not enough kills because we must consider as well the number of eliminations that Axis Red 1 just got. So according to calculation right now, so they need 19 eliminations together with the chicken dinner. It is impossible at this point for Team Secret. So we can safely say Axis Red 1 is our champions. But before that, let's get on with the action. Mampara now trying to get on the side of Team Secret, but they know exactly where it is. His old teammate Fredo takes him out. 7-9 gang, 4th place, 4 elimination points.
Well, it doesn't stop Team Secret from trying. At least in such a scenario, if it happens in the grand finals, they can work their way out. Team Wills, 4 members inside the hut. So if they deal with Taba and C, take 2 of them out, all they have to focus is going to be Team Wills, which they already received all the vital information. Now grenade pop perfectly on top of Rush. Only 1 player left. Now the rest of them are hunting it out. Team Secret, they're looking for this chicken dinner and they are desperate. Olio now outside of the play zone. And with Olio shooting back, they're going to be trailed up. Simpy, he brings out the MK14, ready to take them on. The Kid holding them back as well. Ferdo needing a little bit of a helping hand. Eye shots will go in for a little bit of revival. Now, Olio goes in for another snap onto Snappy. And more of these shots coming right in. Olio by the corner right there. Steelwork 9K. Trying to do all the dirty work out there while Team Secret is going for a little bit of reset. Team will still have all these 4 walls to work with. But I think that the grenades are all depleted already by this point of time. So Matoy is going to be looking who's exactly right behind those heels. So with all the shots, it's going to be Team Wills with a little bit more information. Mamba, though, does he still have anything left in the bag? He should utilize it now.
Yeah, now is the time to use everything, including Olio, whatever that he has. It's time to use everything that he has. He has the high ground advantage, but he doesn't have the zone. not too sure. Okay, I think you can just move in just nice without being spotted on. But then again, now focus between Team Wales as well as Team Secret. Team Secret, they're going for the high ground a little bit. Will they bump into Olio? But then again, on the right side, looks like Kid trying to go in for the flag. But then again, Snappy spots it down. And Snappy will snap him back into a box.
That's going to be Matoy there trying to hold the fort. Leo still playing Kingmaker. He does have the elevation though. Stewart 9K almost dropping down to the ground. Fredo trying to fight right back. Matoy finds Stewart 9K. Now Snappy cannot really climb over. He will be spotted out by the rest of Team Secret. Leo still crawling right in. It doesn't seem to have any sort of leeway. Simpy takes out the kill. Now it's between Team Wales as well as Team Secret. 2 versus 2. Only one member left. Team Secret gets the chicken dinner.
Whoa, 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 finally Team Secret gets that chicken dinner, and here we have it, Team Secret closing it off with 9 elimination points. This will not be enough to actually catch up on the Axis Red One. Same goes for Parang Legends, only managed to get 7 elimination points with a 6th place finish. Again, not enough, so Axis Red One, I can assure you, my Einstein calculation will tell you that Axis Red One are your PMPL MYSG Season 4 League Champion.
Well, we congratulate them later on. Focus is still on Team Secret right here. You look at them with every blood, sweat, and tear fighting for this chicken dinner. They finally got it though. But even with that chicken dinner, it most likely wasn't enough because they needed to take on more of all these fights. It will be very difficult for that. And speaking of which, of course, Team Secret have fought it all out. At least coming up top 2, that's good enough for them, as they will still have to race on for not only the PMGC points, but also the Grand Finals of MYSG.
Exactly. So it's not over yet for these teams. The points still do matter for a lot of these teams because of the PMGC points. And of course, we have to congratulate Team Secret for racking up the points. They are still in the running for that precious PMGC slot. Now, everything still matters. Every single point still matters. That's why you can see that Matoy tries to kill. He tries to get as many elimination points from that fight between, from the Team Wales fight. Yeah, so they still try to do that. Try to get as many points from that scenario because they know it still matters and it's still carried forward onto the Grand Finals and for the fight for that PMGC slot.
You know, Axis Grade 1, if they didn't get that 4 points in when it comes down to elimination points in this final game, most often than not, the chances out there is still going to be so high for Far Legend, and it's really down to those sort of scenarios that they took. I felt that Foreign Legend, they had a little bit of a window of opportunity to take out Tabayan C. And easily after taking out Tabayan C, that's a top 3 position for them to contest against Team Wales, Team Secret as well. But to get that chicken dinner against Team Secret by then is not going to be the best case scenario as well because they are just absolutely outnumbered. But not to say that I think Luke couldn't do anything about it. I felt that this match could have gone either way still. And Axis Red One, because of their consistency throughout the entirety of the league, it has definitely paid off in this very final moment to secure it.
Yeah, definitely. That's what's happened. That's the thing about being consistent early on, right? Like their first week, they managed to get like 180-ish points, which is the highest points gathered by any other team in a single super weekend. And then on week number 2, they didn't manage to bring out the same level of performance, but then again, it was okay-ish performance for them, and it's an above average standard title performance. So through those 2 weeks, they come into week number 3, that's where they can like, okay, if we drop 1 round, it's still pretty okay. It's not that bad. So they gave themselves a little bit of a safety net, and then at the end of the day, whatever happens on that last game, almost whatever happens on that last game, they're still crowned the league champions of PMPL MYSG Season 4.
That's right, and now I guess it's all down to the very final moment here to calculate all the scores here. Yes, we may actually have our answers, and sorry for giving you the spoilers all too early if you guys were actually waiting for the results, but hey, we couldn't keep our eyes off of those numbers throughout the whole match because it really did matter for either one of these teams to really catch up upon. but it goes to show at least on a high pressure situation, both Foreign Legends as well as Team Secret can do the job right.
Yeah, can do the job. Definitely. Even when it comes to the last game, and like Foreign Legends, they would be in the they wouldn't be as much as in the running for the PMTC slot because they didn't play the last season, obviously. So, but for Team Secret, they would still have that drive and that motivation. Despite having a third place finish, they would still have that PMTC points to collect for. So, with this chicken dinner, they'll definitely carry on forward. But here it is, confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, and as what we have mentioned, PMPL Season 4 MYSG Super Weekend Champions goes to Axis Red One.
It's definitely a great tale to tell right here. Vogue OP, Hey Noob, and everyone else. Mika, all the list of players that you're seeing before your eyes come into the season. Some as new names, unknown players, and this is what PUBG is all about. Glorifying those who has a story to tell, and here they are. Voki will be leading the team all the way in the C Championship League.
Yes, so it's going to be a second showing for Voki in the C Championship League, but our full MVP for the league is Ade Lu with 62 elimination points, 14,771 total damage, and of course a lot of survival time there, and 30.1% average team contribution. I mean, this guy, he's one of the breakthrough performance. It's almost every season we get to see one new kid on the block being a breakthrough performance. If you remember, season 1 was it was Yuhai. Season 2 it was arguably Rift. Season 3 it was arguably Harm. And now it's Adelu stepping in and a new face taking the MVP for the league. I'm very happy to see that the growth of the PUBG Mobile scene has brought us these new talents.
That's right, and the 62 total elimination is over the span of Super Weekends only. When you add every number on the chart, he's done more than enough. He's got over 100 overkills, and I think that he potentially have the highest amount of eliminations in comparison to every other season possible.
Yeah, I think that's possible. That's possible. If we want to total up everything, including the weekdays and so including the weekdays, I think that is possible. The last we did see him is it's already 100-ish. So he could probably have broken the record, Harm's record, maybe even Yuhai's record, and so on and so forth. But here's our top 3 eliminators. And I believe this stat is only for the Super Weekend stats. So Micah is the top eliminator, 64 eliminations, Adelu 62, and Voki 60. I'm in Axis Red One having 2 top eliminators. My goodness, who's going to stop them?
Well, nobody is sure to stop them on their track because they got potentially the best players possible already in their own team. And I'm going to be keeping my eyes out for Axis Red One when you go into the C League itself, because they definitely have the most interesting of strats to offer on the table as your league champion of MYSG. Interesting enough, Mika OP has been utilizing the UMP 45 throughout the weekend here to secure those kills. And who goes to say that smaller rounds can't get you all those numbers? He's here to prove everybody out there wrong with the M416 on both Adeklu as well as Voki OP. Now, I think this definitely is the best way to wrap up the entirety of the league itself. Well, we are not overdone with. I believe that later on, we'll have a little bit of a session there alongside with our league champions here, Axis Red One.
Yep. So we'll be waiting for the interview to start, but before that, just a little bit of comment on the UMP, right? So the UMP used to be a meta weapon, and then at some point it kind of went missing. And actually in recent time, just very recent, maybe for the past month or so, the UMP starts to show up again as one of the weapons of choice. So now that it's been proven to be held by Micah as one of the top eliminators liking the UMP, I think we can see that in casual games. We'll be able to see more usage of the UMP from our casual players.
Indeed, I definitely feel like it is definitely one of the best SMGs available in its class. Back then, it was more of a micro Uzi meta, having the highest firing rate as well as a really good damage, very good range. With every patch, there is going to be nerfs as well as buffs. That's why you see changes almost every single season. So now that we already have so much of that shifted, it's time for us to crown our brand new league champion. Last season, it was Dingo's MPX, and Team Secret 2 times in a row might have actually secured those second place. But it doesn't matter. It's all about that grand finals right here, right now. And these are your grand final teams that have qualified throughout the Super Weekend. We congratulate all top 16 teams to make it all the way there. With your league champion, Axis Red 1, Team Secret on second place, War Legends coming in with a bronze finish. And there goes 7-9 Gang, Team SMG, 4 Rivals, Evos VIP, Top INC, Geek Fam, AIG, R2K, RSG, Homeboys, VXM, FanX, Team Wills, Move Arrow, and last but not least, welcome on board Yudu Alliance.
Yep, welcome on board Yudu Alliance. Loda, their CEO, will be very, very happy with this performance all the way from Europe. I believe we should be there at this moment. So, yeah, congratulations to our top 16 grand finalists. It's almost like this Super Weekend is like the rehearsal for the grand finals to a certain extent, because it's the same teams that we have seen perform throughout the last 3 days. So there you have it. Expect, if you see this sort of action during the weekdays, you can expect way more action during the grand finals, where everyone will battle out for that grand prize of being the grand finals champion.
That's right. I feel that now with Axis Red 1 who have already qualified, if they consistently perform like this during the grand finals, yeah, they get the big sum of the prize pool out there, meaning to say that they will push one slot over to number 4. So I think by now, grand finals, they can even relax for a little bit. So speaking of relief, this is where we will speak to our league champions, Axis Red 1, and also, well, maybe Team Secret for that chicken dinner. Let's head over to Sis Chatty.
Hai, wah champion seh. Alhamdulillah. Okay. So since korang dah champion, taklah banyak sangat soalan tentang game tadi. Tapi apa dia? Awak nak soalan saya? Okay, go. Awak bilang, awak tanya.
Dah makan ke?
Belum, nantilah.
Belum, nanti makan
Boleh. Tapi dah lambat lah. Nanti nak tidur, ngantuk.
Tak apa.
Okay, kejap. Apa yang awak semua rasa tentang kemenangan ini?
Pasal apa? Happy.
Walaupun first time main happy.
Happy.
Happy. Okay. Awak nak berterima kasih dengan siapa?
Saya nak berterima kasih dekat first sekali dekat mak ayah saya lah, sebab sentiasa support saya. Walaupun tusun, dia orang bagi semangat, dia orang WhatsApp. Lepas tu terima kasih dekat fans, and then terima kasih dekat teammate saya lah, Kacang, Faris, Ika. Ni muka lah.
Joget-joget je. Hello.
Tak ada dia orang, adik saya kat sini.
Betul. Tapi tadi last game tu pressure tak? Takut orang kejar tak?
Dia je pressure.
Siapa?
Kacang.
Faris. Oh, Kacang. Tadi sis ingat apa tahu, masa rotation yang ketiga tu, sis ingat macam okay, agaknya time ni diorang tinggalkan Kacang dengan first aid banyak tau. Pasal mana tahu kan? Pasal korang punya strategi tukar-tukar. Jadi sis tengok, oh tak ada, Kacangnya first aid 2 je. So memang tak prepare lah untuk tu. Tak terlintas ke nak buat nak buat healing untuk Irenggan?
Irenggan tak terlintas. Kita nak bantai tadi.
Oh,
tapi dibantai.
Tak apa. Pasal markah tu lah buat susah Team Secret dengan Farang nak pungut. Actually very close untuk Team Secret pasal diorang dah menang ayam. Tapi pasal awaknya 4 mata tu, memang big difference, you know. Big difference.
Yes.
Okay, apa yang penting bagi Pro League untuk tim konsisten? Maybe Voke boleh ceritakan tentang tim Voke. Yang penting buat Pro League ni.
Disiplin, attitude, semangat.
Benda sama je lah.
Ego tak ada. So pandai menembak. And then ada satu lagi, trust teammate.
Apa dia?
Percaya teammate.
Oh, percaya. Percaya teammate. Okay. Tadi lagi sis nampak Voke masukkan Faris. Ada ke kenapa? Tak ada.
Itu atas coach. Coach yang set jalan. Saya just bawa je. Percaya je semua orang.
Okay. Ni sekarang korang dah bau-bau silik kan. So memang nak restart gameplay ke memang akan bawa Axis Red One yang biasa yang biasa korang main tu, itulah yang korang akan bawa pergi silik nanti?
Kita orang akan buat yang lebih baik lah untuk sebab banyak lagi kena belajar. Saya pun first time jadi IGL. Mika pun first time masuk PMPS. So dia orang banyak lagi. Dia orang kena belajar juga.
Okay, sis nak
akan belajar mistake tu.
Alright. Nak tanya, nanti kan dah dapat duit tu nak beli apa? Ada tak ada impian nak beli barang ke?
Kau nak beli apa?
Saya?
Kau nak beli apa?
Tak ada sangat lah. Nak take ais je. Sekarang haus.
First kali dia orang set pasti lah. Kau nak buat apa kan duit?
Kahwin.
Mika nak kahwin. Dia nak kahwin dulu. Dia nak kahwin. Mika nak kahwin.
Tak sangka.
Kan. Mak ayah tu.
Farid bagi mak ayah. Kacang? Bagi mak ayah juga.
Atau? Saya juga.
Bagi mak ayah.
Sama-sama.
Saya akan sedekahkan sedikit dekat anak-anak yatim, orang yang susah PKP kan. Lepas tu kita bagi mak ayah sikit. Lepas tu kita bagi fans yang support kan kita. Kalau tak ada dia orang, tak ada juga saya kat sini.
Baik sangat awaknya hati tu, dengan sama juga dengan Axis Red One yang di belakang sana. Okay. Okay, ni soalan yang tak kena mengena dengan champion tu. Tapi kalau ada pergaduhan antara player, apa yang cara terbaik untuk reset to go into the next game?
Pergaduhan terbaik contoh?
Macam diorang buat mistake lah. Lepas tu dia bergaduh. Tapi diorang kena main lagi match lagi satu. So apa selalu Voke buat sebagai IGL atau coach Voke buat?
Aku buat apa?
Apa kita dah jumpa? Kita borak.
Saya akan borak dengan dia orang. So kita orang tak ada gaduh-gaduh. So saya je akan gaduh. Dia orang tak boleh gaduh.
Awak memang seram lah kepala tu. Okay, last. Kata-kata semangat buat diri awak dengan tim-tim lain yang akan mengejar tempat untuk C nanti di Grand Final.
So nanti saya harap korang perbaiki lagi mistake korang. Cuba tengok dulu mana. Lepas tu kurangkan ego korang. So, sebab ego tu boleh membubarkan sesuatu tim. And then kena trust teammate korang. And then saya harap korang dapat bagi saingan yang lebih kuat di Grand Final.
Mantap tu. Okay, Voke. Last lah. Say something together with the team. Jom tunjuk diorang.
Access! Run!
Yeah. Baik, mantap. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Boleh tidur, boleh rest buat berminggu. Jam kita akan jumpa lagi, okay? InsyaAllah. Doakan. Okay, bye-bye. Okay guys, jom kita pergi balik meja caster. And good night.
Bye. Wow, that was Voki and the rest of Axis Red One, your champions for the league. And we still got our grand finals happening 2 weeks later. So you'll see them in action and you'll see Axis Red One in the C League. Now that is all being wrapped up, of course. it has definitely been an honor to cast the PMPL MYSG League alongside with you, Sir Cloud. So without all of this sponsors as well as the organizers, this will not be made possible. So we wish a very huge thank you to PUBG Mobile for being the host of this entirety of the event, as this is organized by BSPN. We'll also give a big shout out to all of our sponsors and our partners for making this possible. With Redmi Note 10 series, you can challenge your boundaries. And of course, with Esports Fight Club, you can also watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. They are our official media partners, alongside with WeTV, where you can watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. From drama series, variety shows, and also anime, it's all available on WeTV. So download it right now on the Apple App Store or even Google Play. And not forgetting, Udo as our official digital telco partners, where when you switch to Udo today, you can get all the free in-game rewards by scanning that QR code right down on your screen. So with that being said, I think all has been concluded. Sir Cloud, what can we expect for the grand finals?
Oh, we can expect a lot and a lot and a lot. If the last 3 days wasn't good enough for you, the grand finals, you will see the same teams again. And who knows? Maybe another pan chicken dinner. I don't know, man. I still need to sleep over that, but it's been a great weekend. And all I must say is that thank you as well to our production crew working hard behind the scenes. Thank you so much to our fans out there, to our viewers who supported us since day one up until now on the league. And thank you so much to Contra. It's always been a pleasure casting alongside with you.
Likewise, my friend. And this is where we will have to say goodbye for now, but we'll be coming back for more 2 weeks later. So mark your calendar, because by the end of this month, that's where the showdown begins for the grand finals here. And I think for now, we'll call it a night. So first, thank you all of you who are tuning in, and we love you guys very, very much. Till then, of course, we'll see you guys in 2 weeks. So this is Contra, and this is Sir Cloud. We are both signing off.